Holla, wait a minute. I'm back, got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act. They can't imitate or replicate what I do, it's a rap. I'm turning up, the price went up, yeah, you can do the math. Let's get it, yeah.
Welcome in, everyone, to the final day of league play for the PMSL Americas 2025 spring season. We've got the top 16 teams from the Americas region gathered here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to square off for the right to move on to the Esports World Cup. In yesterday's action, we saw tournament favorite Alpha 7 spring back to life with a commanding performance that left them sitting in third place for round 2. Today is the last chance for all teams to secure their place on the leaderboard, as the league phase will be coming to an end after today's games. We are then going to be awarding a final batch of head start points to those who finish near the top of the leaderboards. And whether it is Alpha 7 or the Wolves, whether it's 9Z or Loops, it's probably going to be one of these 4 teams to take the lion's share of those head start points. I don't know who it is, but I'm here for it. My name's Powerbang. I'll be your host for today's action. And alongside me, I've got my man, Hot Jukes. And joining us on the desk today, we also have Enigma. Gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast. Day 5 was absolutely crazy, and here we are getting into day 6. Hot Jukes, we saw a couple teams really start to stand out yesterday. Consistency was the name of the game. What did you make of yesterday's action?
Dude, the Wolves, baby. Let's go. 3 chicken dinners on the day. I am so stoked for this team. Juancho is now in that front line, putting in that work, so I'm so excited to see what this squad can do. We need a North American representative at PWC. So right now, they are the team that I'm really betting all my money on right now.
Amazing. And Enigma, welcome in, man. So happy to have you on the desk. We are going to be kicking off the final day. What have you noticed so far from the tournament?
I mean, for the most part, it's a lot of these teams being able to show up in the second phase. I was thinking really it was going to be iNCO coming in strong into phase 2, but they've kind of weathered the storm, stayed the same. Unfortunately, I thought they were going to improve, but I'm all on the hype train with Jukes, right? Wolves, baby, coming in. And I really like that we brought in Juancho about it, because we didn't see signs of life specifically out of this player, but it seemed like yesterday especially he was really able to kind of step up for the squad. And I'm hoping today he's able to keep that foot sort of going forward, because this team, man, I mean, I'm all for it. We need an NA rep. We need to have NA back on top. We need to be able to show that we can at least save face for the most part, right? Our region's been lackluster. We need to bring it in hot for our squads to be able to come in and actually perform at the global level.
The Wolves have been doing just that. They had a brilliant day 5. That was yesterday, and day 6 looks to be even better for them. We'll see if they can keep it going, but let's roll the highlights for yesterday's action. We saw all kinds of consistency from our top teams. It was the Wolves who were performing with a couple of chicken dinners, but Alpha 7 also got back into the mix. They had a weak day 1 of this week, but day 2, my goodness, they absolutely crushed it, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, it was about time, right? I mean, like I said it yesterday, right? Even the Lions need a little break from eating all day. You know what I'm saying? So Alpha 7 are doing what Alpha 7 is expected to do here. Honestly, if I was really kind of looking at a big prediction, I would not be shocked to see this team at the top of the leaderboards. Honestly, at the end of the day, they're that strong. You know, it just depends on what they're going into doing. You know, at the same time, we do have the grand finals coming around the corner. So I wouldn't be shocked if this team, after round 1, had such a great performance. Now they're just like, hey, you know what? Let's just work on some stuff. Let's make some tweaks so that way we can get prepped for those grand finals and PWC coming around the corner. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how they kind of take the day here in a bit.
Can't wait to look at the stats here in just a moment, but Alpha 7 comes storming back, but a couple of other teams that crushed it as well, Enigma. Loops consistently playing towards the top, a lot of elims, only one chicken dinner, but they've been crushing it as well.
Yeah, and I think for Loops especially, that's just a team that's been able to kind of find their eliminations throughout the match. But we see the head-to-head here are two kind of stellar squads from yesterday. Wolves Esports, 57 total elims. They currently are right next to Alpha 7 Esports in terms of the point totals, but that's riding on the backs of how Juke said it. 3 winner chicken dinners, 30 total placement points from just 3 matches. Really able to keep themselves close to, the big dogs from phase 1. That is Alpha 7, but the elimination counter cannot be ignored. Alpha 7 still 69 total. It's only 2 days into this sort of phase 2. Today as well being a chance for someone like Revo to be able to come into the lobby and start performing. And the total damage numbers really speak for themselves, PB. This squad, especially, obviously Wolves has had their turn up for it, but Alpha 7 just proves that every single squad against them, it seems, is struggling in the damage department.
It's really interesting. That's the Revo effect, as you mentioned. That's probably the difference right now between elims and damage. But as you can see, the Wolves have pulled even with Alpha 7 when it comes to their average placement. They even started placing above Alpha 7 on average. But again, the elims right now just being outpaced by, a bit. And that'll show on the overall standings as Alpha 7 holds just a 2-point lead in round 2 over the Wolves. It is as tight as ever. So I'm really, really excited to take a peek at this matchup coming up today. But another matchup that I'm wanting to take a peek at, these are a couple of players that we haven't mentioned a ton, but they are two that definitely deserve their story being told, and that is Vitin from Loops as well as Lorenzen from Influence Rage. Both of these players absolutely crushing it. Loops came out on a rampage on the first day of round 2. They sit in first place and have not relinquished that spot the entire time, with 3 of their players in the top 5 in overall damage, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I love to see that there. Lord's in on top of the lobby right now when it comes to damage in round 2 with 4,972 damage. That's pretty insane. And, Loops, one thing I really noticed as compared to pretty much all the other team was just how much utility they use. And you can pretty much see that right there. Lorenzen by himself using 25 compared to Ayala's 20. These guys have been trying to center up real early, getting a good position, and just putting points on the board. They know that they got the big lead. All they got to do is get some consistency going, and we'll see them with 15 head start points at the end of the day here.
Absolutely. Lorenzen, right now, kind of somebody that we haven't mentioned a bunch on the broadcast, even when he's doing work. And as you mentioned, he's the top dude in the lobby right now for round 2 for damage dealt. So he is not one to be trifled with. Influence Rage just trying to put it all together, though, to try to finish on top, get that chicken dinner. So I'm super excited to watch them as they still try to get it done here for their squad. They're not out of it just yet, but they've got a little bit of a road to hoe. They're sitting in 6th place right now, the Influence Rage squad. So transitioning to today, we've got the final day of league phase, and I want to see where these teams are currently sitting, because some of them got a journey ahead of them, and some of them are just trying to hold on to the spots that they currently possess. And with that, at the top of the charts, we see Loops Esports, as we just mentioned, 9Z up to 2nd place. That's a familiar spot for them, but look at how tight it is between 2nd and 4th place, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close. Only a 2-point difference right there between 3rd and 4th. And what is that, like a 4-point difference between 2nd and 4th? So it's pretty much anybody's game right now, at least for 2nd place. Loops have a little bit of a buffer, but honestly not big enough to really secure that 1st place spot, right? Anything could definitely happen. Another team that I want to talk about, it was Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid, they have 80 points on the day. If they start off strong here, we could definitely see something really pop off for them. They need every point they can get at this point, because looking at their play style, they seem to really have success whenever the top teams are out of the lobby. But when they're there, they don't seem to kind of replicate that at all. They had a chicken dinner yesterday and then automatic last place in the next game. So Team Liquid, we need to see that consistency sooner rather than later for sure.
I feel like the distance behind the 7th through 5th place teams that is well within range to even get into that top spot today, but it's going to require multiple chicken dinners. I mean, if you consider 10 elims on average what a chicken dinner team would get, that's like 20 points, right? And if you pick up 40 points, you're able to close that gap the majority of the way, and maybe you can outperform the rest of the way. But Enigma, what do you think the chances are of anyone outside of our top 4 kind of cracking into the top 2 today?
It's doable. The only team I can see really doing that, though, has got to be Team Liquid. That's just the Star Seller squad. They won the Americas last split in one of the 2 tournaments. So these other squads, Influence, Rage, Intense Game, we know they have it in them to at least win a match, but getting multiple on the day is a little rough. And one of the kind of ironic things looking at that sort of leaderboard, right, was going to be Wolves, the 4th place team, having the most wins compared to the other squads above them. So it just shows that not only the wins, they give you decent placement points, 10 per match, but the elimination points, consistency throughout the rest of the games is where you're going to get the main piece of the pie. And these other teams, I think, fail to realize that. That's why we've seen the likes of 9Z, the likes of Loops being able to consistently be near that top side of the leaderboard, as well as Alpha 7. A lot of these other squads, it seems like it's almost free pickings for some of these top teams that are on that fragging power to be able to kind of steamroll these early 4v4 engagement fights. And comparing it to last phase, this phase coming in, I'm expecting a lot of our maps to be this sort of free-for-all fight. We saw it with Sandhawk. Alpha 7, I believe, got dropped on the last day of phase 1 in the Sandhawk. And then for each of the Aaron Gills as well, everyone was kind of brawling it out in the first few circles. So I'm not sure what kind of we're going to be expecting today for phase 2 on the final day, but I'm believing it's just going to be complete chaos.
Absolutely will be chaos indeed. We have another team in the top 3, though, Alpha 7. They are the winners of round 1. They took home 15 elimination points, and they were led by Revo, who's putting together one of the best performances I have seen in any esports tournament to date. He's got 81 eliminations right now. That's 30 plus 30 ahead of anyone else behind him. I want to hear from him specifically, though, if this is just an out-of-his-world performance or if this is something that he's expecting to do and if this is just normal for him. Let's go to Revo and see what he had to say.
Here we are about to start the 3rd day of the 2nd stage. I'm here with Revo. We're about to start. Revo, tell me a bit how you guys are feeling for this last day of the stage.
We are feeling confident, and we think we can get the first place. So we're going to try our best and pray for us.
Have you guys been holding anything back, like a little secret for the finals?
Of course, we have a little secrets. We cannot use this on league stages because the finals is the most important part. So we have a little secret.
Ooh, secrets up the sleeves of Revo. Take a peek at the MVP standings, and as I mentioned, this dude is putting together a dominant performance. Hot Jukes, he's 6,000 damage ahead of the 2nd place player right here, and 31 eliminations ahead of Vitim from Loops, and that's no slouch of a player in Loops' Vitim.
And he's holding back.
Right?
And he's holding back, dude. Are you kidding me, guy? This is ridiculous. I mean, 81 eliminations. It was so hilarious yesterday, PB, hearing you like talk about this MVP because we saw Remix popping off, right? So we're like, let's see how much Remix has caught up to Revo, and all of a sudden, not at all. Dude, this dude is absolutely insane. So when it comes to Revo, he's obviously a cut above the rest here, and I'm just so excited to just be able to watch this guy perform at this point. If you're a professional esports player in PUBG Mobile, we're going to want to be, that's the guy you got to be looking at right now. What is he doing? Because this dude is just different.
Study the play of Revo would be my recommendation as well. Alpha 7 has been absolutely crushing, and I gotta ask you, Enigma, as a former player, like, they're holding back, they've got secrets up their sleeve, they're planning on doing something maybe a little different in the finals. I mean, do you even recommend that at this point, given how well they've done? Their performance has had them squarely at the top of the leaderboards, or at minimum in the top 3, which is what they need to move on. Do they risk something, kind of mixing things up for the finals?
I don't think they're going to be doing anything too crazy, maybe in terms of switching up a drop spot, but definitely going after maybe some of these either lower end teams or maybe another squad like Wolves that we were making note of in phase 1 that was contesting them on Miramar rotations. That's a team that you definitely don't want to fight early. And if Revo's saying that he's holding something back, they've got something cooking in the kitchen in the back end, you definitely don't want to mess with Alpha 7 going into that finals day, because they are definitely a squad that can come out from a point deficit, which for the most part, these other teams are going to be struggling just going in before that day 1 match of finals. They're already going to have that point lead and stuff like that. So Alpha 7, I'm expecting big things out of them. Of course, we've already seen it over these last 2 phases, but for it being the finals play, of course, I definitely know they're saving something up their sleeve.
Well, the Alpha 7 squad, as well as every other team here, has got their eye on the PMSL America's Grand Finals going down this Friday through Sunday, where the top 3 teams that finish in that tournament will be moving on to PMWC, and that is at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, later on in July. You can see that on the screen right here, July 24th through August 2nd. Make sure you guys bookmark that and check out the Esports World Cup, because it is sure to have some amazing and world caliber PUBG Mobile action. Can't wait to tune in. Last year's was a spectacle, and this year's is sure to be the same. Why don't we go ahead and check out the agenda for today? The maps that will be played. We're starting off our first game in the jungle. We're going to Sandhawk, where teams will be trying to warm up those guns, put some enemies in their sights, and hopefully stay alive long enough to get loose and get limber, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. We're starting off in Sandhawk, so I hope they warmed up before this, because we're going to be hitting that action real quick here. So, yeah, at Sandhawk, we're starting off with 3 Aaron Gales and 2 Miramars to finish off the day. The good old tried and true, so nothing mixed up compared to anybody else. So, hopefully we see these teams really pull out all the stops here, especially those teams at the bottom, Enigma. I mean, today's their day, right? They got really nothing to lose, to be real.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, you got to be putting everything out on the table. You can't pull an Alpha 7 and leave anything off the table, because if you go into that sort of finals play with 2, 3, 4 advancement points, you're really not setting yourself up for success. And I'm not sure what the sort of map structure is. Maybe it's just weaning on these lower end teams of just having that back-to-back Aaron Gale, having the Miramars back-to-back. I always enjoyed it being split up 1 by 1 in that sort of variety. But these other teams, man, you've been here for a few days already. You've had loads of games of competition to get used to the format. There can't be any excuses outside of the realm of possibilities. And for the most part, I think after today, if any of these lower end teams do not perform today, I've got to be discrediting them for that top 3 performance placement. I'm going to be eyeing the squads that have already shown to us that they have what it takes to be it. And I only want teams here, right, that are going to be into that Esports World Cup that will be performing consistently. Can't have inconsistency. The heart and bane, I guess you could say, of Brazil being that consistency factor. While NA, unfortunately, we've always struggled with that.
We have indeed, and I've got my eyes today on a couple of teams to hopefully continue their tremendous performance so far. We've got Loops, who has been crushing it, but still hasn't found themselves in the chicken dinner spotlight a whole heck of a lot. They won 1 game in our first day of phase 2, but here we are looking for that chicken dinner still, but they have a decent margin on top of the leaderboard still. So they've been active, they've been getting elims, they're dealing out tons of damage. So I got my eye on Loops. I also got my eye on 9Z. They've been really, really good on the rotation. They've been smart about what fights they're selecting. And ultimately, they've got a couple of guys on their team in Colgoat and Remix that have just been dealing out the punishment to the other squad. So both of those teams, I don't think they were quiet yesterday, but they didn't have like the standout day that the Wolves did and Alpha 7 did. So things have gotten a bit tight at the top, but all 4 of those teams, in my opinion, are definitely ones to keep our eyes on here today. So with that, we're getting ready for our first game. We're going to Sandhawk. And Hot Jukes, I gotta come to you for a prediction, my friend. We saw teams warming up here yesterday. We saw Jungle get crazy as usual, but who do you think will come out on top here in our first game of the day?
Man, Sandhawk is always so tough because it can go any direction, right? I'll go with the team I want to see, and that's going to be, honestly, Team Liquid, right? Because I think they desperately need it more than anybody else at this point. Like, they need a chicken dinner here at the start if they want to top the leaderboards here at the end of round 2. So Team Liquid is going to be my pick for Sandhawk.
All right, and Enigma, go ahead with your prediction. Who's going to win?
Oh, man, we're not going with NA. Game 1, Hot Jukes, come on. I thought you were going to say Wolves.
They're
with
automatic,
me.
baby. They're automatic. You know what I'm saying?
Wolves Esports. That's going to be my pick. Unfortunately, it's like Juke said, though, you know, it could go either way, and it's really just the way on how this first zone ends up. I know we're going to see it soon in a sec, but these players, man, we've seen some teams be able to break through that edge, that stage 2 or 3 when it comes to these hard rotations, but a lot of these teams, man, you got to just kind of leave yourself up into these engagements here at PB, because if you don't, you really just get caught out on rotation. And one fact that I was really looking at when we brought it up at the start of the show when we saw that player head-to-head was just the utility usage difference in some of the players that last into that 20-minute range compared to that 16-minute range. We're seeing an almost double, if not triple, utility usage. Now, Sandhawk doesn't have as many smokes as Erangel and Miramar in terms of the drop rates, but still, nonetheless, these teams that are able to find themselves in the late game, we always expect them to be able to perform in these coming matches.
We really do. If I had to give my prediction for this first game as well, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for... I'm going to go Influence Rage for this one. They seem to have like pretty good rotations. They were able to catch Alpha 7 in rotation yesterday. Did not pan out for them as A7 somehow got to center circle. We'll see if they can do that again today. But Alpha 7 still flying down. It looks like Revo has been spotted and he might be in trouble right now. Fate's going for him, tracking him down. Mafioso's close by for support, but Revo knows that he's in trouble.
This is way too active, though. This is too active, I think. And one of the Alpha 7 players was already in the compound having an M7, so Xforce, I like the idea of getting aggressive, maybe not against the best performing squad out of the two
I know what
phases.
happened.
What happened?
I know what happened. Revo got sick. He was in the plane hurling. We did have him try some American candy before the game, and I don't think he was a fan. So Revo a little late to get to the ground here on Sandhawk. We'll see if these... American candy ailments are going to plague him for the rest of the day, but that had to be what's going on, Ajux.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling better after just running into one building and finding an AUG. You know what I'm saying? So I think that definitely healed his tummy a little bit right here.
Right.
And honestly, if you're going to fight Rebel, I think with him having only a knife is the best time. So a little bit of a throw there for Xforce. They should have known that he only had a knife, Enigma.
Yeah, the knife drop, obviously that's one case, but I'm kind of still scared going into Alpha 7. One of the teammates landed at the compound in range. So even if you get the knock, we saw Fade on the back of the buggy, didn't even have a vest or helmet to work with, just only getting the Vector and I believe the M7 to his name. I'm not really a fan of going for these early game engagements on Sandhawk. Maybe
they got
if
44
they kept
points.
If
they got 44 points in there.
Alpha 7's got 105 jukes.
That's how you
They're
catch
blowing them out, but it can't be on haphazard plays. It can't be on careless mistakes and engagements on Sandhawk. Yeah. I agree with you 100%, Jukes. Xforce, they got to go for the engagements, but that's considered a hot drop in my eyes. That's a 50-50 on the engagement, and I don't like those odds one bit if you're going against the big dogs in the lobby. And for Xforce, they've switched it up a lot, especially we saw them contesting Boot Camp and contesting Alpha 7 to now dropping on a split towards Quarry. I'm not sure what their game plan is. Maybe they just haven't found the game plan yet as Xforce, but man, I mean, with it being the last day of the tournament in terms of phase 2 before finals, we got to start putting the pieces together. We got to start finding something, or else you're going to be discredited going into finals. And now we see it actually as well. Xforce changing their fights towards VG. This is a fight, Jukes, that I can definitely get behind, with it being another middle of the pack squad, not it being Alpha 7.
I think a fight right now is actually pretty rough because it's so central. The next zone's going to pop here. If you do get into engagement, you're getting third partied 100%. So like, I do agree that it was a haphazard play, but considering where they're at on the leaderboards, I'm not mad at it, to be honest. Yeah. I think their instincts were like, yeah, we should push because we need every point we can. What do we have to lose? And then their brains kicked in and be like, you know what? Let's just play this one out and see what happens. What do you think, PB?
I think it's a no-doubter to go for that. When you see you got rifles and armor and a vehicle and you're rolling with a squad mate and you see somebody flying into the middle of the forest by themselves, you at least go sniff around and see what's up. I mean, they did retreat the second Mafioso fired upon them, so it wasn't like they hung themselves out there. Yes, it was a bit of a risk, but they're at the spot. I mean, right now they're in 13th, right? That's only good enough to secure 2 head start points. And that's really nothing going into the finals where everyone else gets at least 1, head start point. So, they're not gaining anything on anyone. If anything, they're losing ground. So they have to do something to change their fortune. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, yeah, sure, they they go down on the leaderboard, but what's it cost them in the grand scheme? Only 1 point, right? So I'm not hating on it at all. I like to see the play here, and I hope they get aggressive, but, you know, the early play didn't work out. They've got to regroup, which they've done, and they've gone to center zone, and they've prioritized position while Alpha 7 is still on the outskirts trying to loot up. They were incredibly late to drop. I'm actually curious as to what happened with Revo there.
A little bit of maybe that's one of his secrets. Maybe.
Yeah, right?
One of
We're
his
just going to make people think we're not paying attention.
Yeah, we're gonna make them think we drop late, and then oh, we drop fast in the grand finals. That's a good old switcheroo. I like to see that.
Some new drop tech. They figured it out.
Yeah,
Secrets to success.
it's the drop jukes.
The drop jukes. You teach them something?
You
Something
never
we
know.
don't know? You've kept something from all of us over all these years, Jukes?
That hidden
man.
technology.
Hidden tech. One
Hidden
team.
tech.
We're seeing them right now. iNCO Gaming PB. This is a squad that from phase one, we saw a lot of kind of brilliant moments, right? A lot of moments where they were able to kind of get into that mid to late game, get a few eliminations under their belt, but weren't really able to close out, get into that top 2, top 3 finish outside of the Miramars. And for phase two, they've, in my eyes, really just gone a little bit downhill. They've been stagnant. Anything that's not an improvement is you getting worse in this term of lobby state. I want to see more stuff out of them as a team because they're one of our NA reps, right? They're from the sort of Bruno's in squad and stuff like that. They're a team that has been able to perform recently in the past. But for this squad right now, I mean, I want to see them improve as much as Wolves coming into these matches because today, with it being the last day, everything after this is finals. Your only care essentially is going to be that top 3. Obviously, there's a prize pool for all these teams in the lobby, but you want to make it to that EWC and try to get yourself onto that world stage.
What do these teams all know about this zone? There are so many. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. They've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams huddled around boot camp right now. And there has to be some crazy fighting to break out any moment because there is simply not room for that many squads in the hillsides there. And even Alpha 7's coming into the party as we speak. So things are about to get a bit dicey. And I don't know if Alpha 7's aware that there are, 8 squads that could potentially have a line of sight on them as they come into the zone.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if it's any team you got to worry about, it's Alpha 7. They live to be able to fight from the edge of zone all the way in. So you can see them just kind of holding this little complex here by Quarry for a little bit. But Revel, he's already got his... He's got that M4 4 times, just trying to peek out anybody moving. Calm before the storm here for sure. Stage 3 is going to get real interesting, especially if the circle pops on over to Ruins. That'll be super problematic for all these teams.
Oh, Ruins would be a nightmare, and we see it as well. I think we had a zone end during this phase actually on that sort of western edge, seeing every single squad kind of crumble, being on that temple spot of the Ruins. And for the most part, I think Alpha 7, if you opt not to go in too deep into the circle, you'd be fine with the Ruins shift. You could go south, you can go right around the sort of Painan Bridge on that southern edge, go around 9Z and find yourself a nice, pretty spot and circle. But all these other teams like AGG, like VG, even Team Liquid, perchance, gonna struggle trying to get into that western shift. But it is that calm before the storm, like you said. I'm interested in seeing what these other edge teams like Wolves or S2S do, because we've seen them do a lot of fighting on Sandhawk in these early few phases. A lot of teams opting to really brawl it out early with one another. And I do believe up on that northern edge, it's actually going to be Wolves potentially taking their sights to Loops.
Big time engagement coming there. Those two teams battling for the top spot in the lobby right now. Wolves and Loops coming together just south of Paradise. They're in between Paradise and Boot Camp right now, but still haven't committed to a fight. And Wolves are a bit separated from one another right now, whereas Loops, they're a bit more connected. So if a fight does break out, if Doran gets spotted, Loops is surely going to have the upper hand right now as Coops and the squad are getting further and further apart, actually. So Doran is in a really precarious position right now, and I don't know if he's aware. You can see at the very top of the hill, from his perspective, Loops is just right over that edge. Vitine at any point could choose to pop up and maybe throw a grenade. I'm not sure if they're aware of Wolves' presence, though, either, but things are getting a bit dicey right now, and Gonna be interesting to see if these two teams fight early. Speaking of fighting early, teams that have been fighting early a lot, Enigma, I think because of the zone, it's gone to Camp Alpha almost every time, and so you see that mountaintop, point of interest be really, really sought after, because anybody who owns the high ground up on that Camp Alpha island really kind of owns the circle, and so that's what's driven a lot of the early game fighting.
Yeah, but the fighting right now, we're going to have to put a note into that, because Wolves, I think, understand Loops is somewhere close by, but they're looking the complete wrong way, Jukes. This is going to be a 2-for-1 knock from Loops if they find the right angle here. And Coops, I mean, man, if he's the first player knocked, it's going to be disastrous for Wolves.
I like this rotation, though, right?
Look at their, on the mini-map, Jukes. Both teams are looking not at each other, but they're right next to each other.
Oh, BB. What do you think about this rotation, dude? Oh my gosh.
This is going to be ridiculous, because look at where Loops and Wolves are at. I mean, what are they going to do? Rotate through this? Absolutely not. I mean, they have really no choice but to try to go all the way north and down. And that's a really, really long rotation. By the time they get there, there's going to be like 3 other squads that are preventing them from getting in. So this is a really unfortunate zone for Wolves and Loops, as they're going to have to battle through a lot of traffic to get their position in zone.
I think I jinxed us, guys. I think I jinxed us bad. Right? I was like, if this zone goes to Ruins, it's going to be pretty problematic. And it literally hard locked onto Ruins. So you can just start seeing the elimination feed start to light up like a Christmas tree over here, because teams are just scrambling to find their way into this next circle. Yeah, Team Liquid popping in their vehicles. They're going to start taking off. But there's, I mean, look at this. I mean, where do you go? Like, I mean, maybe down south through Painan, maybe? I mean, Alpha 7 did that, actually. And they're big chilling there already.
Yep, Alpha 7.
That's crazy.
They're taking that really southern path. We see them go out into the blue zone to make sure the initial part of the rotation is safe, and then when they're ready to come in, you're going to see them come in probably towards Tambang on that southwestern side of Ruins, and it looks like 9Z is right after them. We'll see if we see it on the mini-map, but 9Z is directly behind Alpha 7 right now, so they could come together at any moment. This is a really, really interesting rotation.
Yeah, but PB, you had to make note of it earlier, right? You're talking about Camp Alpha on the north side. It's always been shoot to survive and intense game, brawling it out. And they actually were fighting on the very edge of the northern circle, not even crossing the bridge yet. We actually see it on the map there. Yeah, 9Z, PB, they rotated in front of Alpha 7, but all these compounds are free. Every bridge has been camped beyond belief outside of the Painan Bridge, with both of these teams took to get into these southern rotations. But now you're getting closer, stage 3. You're going to start getting shots towards your way. It's a matter of if you can actually find yourself into these sort of moments on the map and possibly get some of these eliminations, because all that north side, all that eastern edge, Jukes, it's going to be a brawl for placement.
Dude, an absolute brawl indeed. Yeah, right now looking at the circle, what do you know? Loops is actually dead center, so they are gonna have a really good spot into this next circle. You got Team Liquid holding that Painan Bridge. Cardosen's right there, but he is surrounded by a couple players as well. But look at this. We look at the feed. 9Z getting into it with Team Liquid, and there we go. We see our first team knocked out already. Wolves are in blue zone 2. This is just a really, really tough shift.
At least they got vehicles, though.
Xforce is in Painan still, and they've got a nice little spot in zone if they can push their way in as well. So, interesting. I'm still rooting for NA teams to do something today. Show me something. But Wolves did take that upper path all the way to the north like we had talked about. They are going to be working their way in. Do they go bridge? I mean, you've got 9Z down there who is looking directly there, or they can try to go through Royals of War. But either way, there is still a huge gap for them to cross to get to that safe circle. Really props to Alpha 7 on their rotation.
They picked the right direction.
Full sending it. What is this? I think it's just 2 players left, and this is going to be right into Savage. Are they even going to make the drive-in? Oh, please don't slam into the tree. Thank goodness. I'm not even sure if this is really a play, though, Jakes. It's just 2 of you. Yeah, you're kind of centered up on the circle, but what can you do on this mountaintop? You're going to have every team eyeing you from the get-go.
That's what you do, though. You stay right there. You just hope for the best, honestly, because like they were totally screwed where they were before. So, I mean, a valiant play. I think it's going to definitely stretch their life for a little bit longer here. Now let's look at 9Z. 9Z, Rebel getting the nice knock on to remix there. Cold Goat is down, and as soon as we started talking about it, 9Z was out of there.
Well, that's a massive fight right there because that was your second place team being taken down instantly by the third place team, who now is the second place team. Alpha 7 picks up 6 eliminations already on Sandhawk. They jump up to second place, and 9Z will all slip down one spot, and it may not be it because the Wolves still have all 4 players left alive.
Oh my goodness, put down. This is going to be on that eastern edge now, Jukes. Xforce taking a fight with VG, and I'm not sure what happened here. I felt Xforce could have rotated in, but they took the fight, win the ones, and now have to deal with the third party from Team Liquid and Influence Rage. They lost one player, but I was expecting Xforce to be able to rotate safely to the southern hillside, kind of play up in the air, so to speak, above Alpha 7, but instead, I think Xforce maybe spreading out a little bit too thin. Now all these teams, yeah, I mean, this sort of map here, there's rarely anything to play other than just rocks and a few compounds in the center circle spots. And PB, I really wonder if these bridge plays are even worth it, or if you'd rather kind of take an engagement like 9Z and just kind of go for that full send 4v4 fight, because you're not wanting to get third party. We see it now as well. Even Blue Zone starting to take lives.
Yeah, Blue Zone creeping in. Somehow, some way, these teams are able to get past these choke points, get to zone, and just like that, All Glory Gaming is out, and now Xforce on their final leg as well. Somehow, it looks like the Wolves have made it across the water. Coops hanging back, putting pressure on Royals of War. He will sacrifice himself, but the team has gotten almost to the circle, and now they're into it with Loops as well as United 4 Gaming.
Oh my goodness, the north side completely congested here. Doran driving around, trying to get a little bit of intel right here. Yeah, meanwhile, Loops are just completely laying down. But there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. The zone is starting to close. And this is stage 5. This one really, really hurts. Let's see what the Wolves are going to do here. I think they want to avoid a fight if they possibly can. Smokes are starting to come out using that util, but they're getting shot from every single direction. This is going to be a tough one for the Wolves.
Yeah, I think if you have the buggy still, if it's healthy enough, you try sending a duo potentially into the shack. I think it's just on that southern edge of the road. If they could just full send it in, I think, yeah, they see it now. If you can at least get 2 players there, even though it's, you know, kind of the cowardice play, you'd rather get the placement and the positioning. Shack. This circle is going to take out a lot of teams on this rotation, and especially if you have United 4 Gaming and Loops on this north side. If it was just one squad, they could maybe go for it. Yeah, now it looks like they're going to send Doran and Baton into the circle. Hopefully both players are able to at least make it into the shack. And actually, wait, he's going back. Oh, if he didn't get the tires shot out, PB, he could have actually brought Juancho in as well.
He could have, but they are going to find a spot in circle. Didn't know if they'd be able to get there with the sight lines from Ruins coming in there. And now Influence Rage trying to get in there. Wow. Oh, big shots from Alim taking down little boy from Influence Rage. Now it's up to Lorenzen, the damage leader in the lobby. The last one up for Influence Rage. Runs up the hill. Gets away for now. We'll see if he's actually able to stay alive. Grenades cocked. We'll see if he's able to get it up the hill. Goes down the hill with it towards Team Liquid. Man, they are in a really bad spot right now. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Those being Xforce and Team Liquid. Liquid gets him the back. Cardozen with the finish. And now Blue Zone starting to pay a factor. United 4 Gaming out as well. Now this is the big showdown, Hot Jukes. It's Wolves versus Loops.
It's Juancho versus Loops, baby. Let's see what he can do. Zone right next to him. There goes another one. Can he get the final? No, gets caught right in the open. That's the last player of Loops alive. He's going to be running to get those reses, but the rest of the Wolves on the other side here, still hanging on, but trying to find where are we going to go to this next circle? I mean, they're going to have to drive. Yeah.
I got a shout out for Savage Esports. We're into the top 7, and they're all still alive. So they will secure rank points, baby. They didn't get any yesterday, and they're getting at least 1. So shout out Savage Esports. They've turned things around here for the final day of league play.
That's at least 100% increase in just one day. That's improvement. That's what I'd like to see. Let's go. This could be that game, right? I mean, we talked about it before. When you're in the final day here, you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, you really got nothing to lose here. So a lot of that anxiety leaves you. Sandhawk is pretty much a coin toss, right, Enigma? So for them to catch a good position here, it could be the start of something.
Yeah, but the start, it looks like it might not be for, not at least for some of these other teams. iNCO squad that I wanted to improve, gonna have to go against the duo of Alpha 7, holding them back from the high ground. Luckily, the smoke grenades, they came into play, allowing McGrellin to get close and personal with the frags. And the utility usage has got to be key here. You've got to be able to find and knock yourself at least on a 1 of these Alpha 7 players. But it looks like actually some help from Intense Game applying pressure. That duo earlier on that made that buggy rotation, now allowing Alpha 7 to kind of be on the back foot here. iNCO Gaming, they're actually not going to go up the mountain. They're going to be playing underneath the cliffside, and we were wondering what Wolves are going to do. I think they're going to have the same game plan. Unfortunately, it's going to be that just solo, I believe, Baton being on the northern edge. So iNCO Gaming, they find their spot for now, but I'm not sure how long they're going to be able to last here with some of these other squads being full four-mans.
Oh, it's gonna be tough. Tough indeed. Look at this. Rafa with a nice shot there. Alpha 7 in really big trouble. Only one player up left, and the blue zone is starting to close. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for Alpha 7. So still a big valiant effort, putting some points on the board regardless. But let's see what iNCO's gonna do. Like you mentioned, Enigma, they are on the bottom of that hillside, and not a lot of sight lines to be able to get some eliminations.
You're not counting them out, are you?
Who? Alpha 7?
Yeah.
I'm counting them out.
No.
I'm counting.
Don't do it, Hot Jukes.
I'm counting.
Don't do it, Hot Jukes. If we've seen anything, it's Alpha 7 come back from the dead time and time again this tournament, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, they're just like cockroaches. They just come out from nothing. They're able to get all the players reset. They had 2 players knocked just now, and Savage nor Intense Game were able to at least get even one thirst onto them. And we see the elimination count now 10 total for Alpha 7, holding that southern cliffside for the last few circles. Now iNCO, they're trying to deal with it, but unfortunately Alpha 7, they still have something in the backpack, getting at least one knock now at the nade, trying to find the thirst onto Battalion. Revo, man, this is the guy that you don't want to have any sort of utility under his belt, missing the mark barely. But with Savage Esports, I'm wondering which team you actually even focus. It looks like Savage going to be putting the pressure onto iNCO. This might just be a free 4v4 for Alpha 7. They're both brawling it out, taking casualties here.
Secrets. I forgot about the secrets. The blue zone's behind him, though. What are they going to do? All Savage has to do is really just apply this pressure, use the blue zone to your advantage. But they're getting picked apart by iNCO now.
I'm still not counting them out. Carrillo's still alive. I still think there's time for Alpha 7 to win here.
No way. No way. It shouldn't be.
And we got a trade.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh
no, he almost did it. He almost had the 1v1. Oh, it was so close, but Alpha 7 picks up big points here, and now it's down to Savage Esports taking on iNCO for the chicken dinner. Savage, after no rank points yesterday, trying to finish on top in an unlikely first game chicken dinner here at Snacks and Monty, taking on 7-8 right now from iNCO. Who is it gonna be, Enigma?
I think it's going to be iNCO. They've got the zone positioning. It's stage 9 coming in. Savage has to leave the building. They've sat in the whole time. Unfortunately, Snacks, he gets knocked, and now it's down to just Monty. Yeah, the free knock through the window, winner chicken dinner. iNCO Gaming, man, they came in through that ruin side that we saw earlier, Jukes, and for the most part, you wanted it to shift that way. I think they were pretty happy that you cursed the zone like that.
Oh my gosh, iNCO, sign the check, baby. Let's go. All right, don't take that chicken dinner all day long. And yeah, with the position I saw Alpha 7 in, I was like, they're toast. What do? You got the blue zone to your back. You know, you got iNCO right there. You got Savage in front of you, but Savage are like, nah, dude, we're chilling in this complex. We are not moving. I don't care whatever happens.
Big chillin' the entire game. Savage was in that compound, but they picked the right spot in the circle, and what a way to rebound after a pretty weak day 2. They get the near chicken in this game, but iNCO Gaming from North America able to secure the top spot on Sandhawk. I really liked what we saw from them, but I gotta say, really liked what we saw from Alpha 7 there as well. Not only did they get further than we thought they might, they did that mostly doing a 2-2 split the entire time, with one team holding off iNCO from the cliffside, the other focusing up the hill, and they actually made it to the very end, picking up 11 eliminations to lead all squads. So props to Alpha 7. My pick, Influence Rage, did not get that zone position when they needed it, and that poor horse, man, stuck in the middle of this gunfight today.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that the team that's always consistent is going to be the first place squad, Alpha 7, getting into it. And this is Sandhawk, the coin flip map that we all enjoy seeing, that sort of deciding factor for some of these squads on the mental resets. But with it being at the start now, it's really a sign to see which squads are actually really kind of on top of it going into some of these gunfights and engagements. I think Savage, they definitely could have had a few more eliminations here potentially onto iNCO at that end game there. But Jukes, man, at least iNCO getting those eliminations, getting that win under their belt. I was struggling and seeing them being able to perform. Luckily today, they're able to start showing out.
USA, USA. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get that hype going for the squad here. I mean, Sandhawk, it's that roll of the dice. You know, anybody can win it. And for iNCO to start off strong here, they needed it. They need every single head start point they can get. Hopefully, this will kind of be the start of a really strong day for them, PB.
You know, I didn't know they chanted USA in Dominican Republic, but
maybe
they do. I don't know. I love it. iNCO coming in clutch, though, with the Game 1 victory. And remember, this is one of the teams that was kind of in that mid-pack, right? Coming into the day, I believe, in the 8th or 9th range overall. I'll check that here momentarily. But, you know, really, they were 9th coming in. They need to put together multiple chicken dinners in order to have a shot today, and they've done their part in the first game of today. They didn't pick up a ton of eliminations, that's okay, but 17 points goes a long way to move them up the leaderboard as we take a peek at the match standings. Savage Esports, again, picking up quite a few as compared to yesterday's performance, and Alpha 7, probably the biggest story here. They're moving and shaking up that leaderboard as well. They jump over 9Z with 11 eliminations and a third place finish, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for the scary thing is not seeing 9Z up here. Loops as well was able to get a few eliminations under their belt, making it 5 on the Sandhawk. And that's always the team that just somehow ends up with more than one squad wipe in terms of eliminations, it seems, every single match. And kudos to Team Liquid getting 8 as well as Wolves getting 7. They were both kind of in those hard-hitting spots on the north and the east side, struggling to get into the circle shift. And as we see it on the sort of match standings on the bottom half of the leaderboard, we obviously see it as 9Z, Shoot to Survive, VIOUS, teams that unfortunately just got the shorter end of the stick in some of those engagements, but Influence Rage having at least a few eliminations under their belt. Hopefully that'll be enough when it comes to these next 3 Erangels we play here at PB to be able to kind of have that performance that they're looking for to try to get a few extra advancement points.
We've got the overall standings coming up for you to see how things have shaken up, and it does look like Alpha 7 has leapt over the Wolves and significantly closed the gap on Loops Esports. You heard it from Revo. They said they're coming for first place today. They've already secured 15 head start points in round 1, and here we are in round 2, and they're trying to come for another 15 head start points. So I think they're well on their way to doing that. Loops has got to start putting together some placement to go along with their eliminations, because the elimination gap, well, Jukes, it's closed. They only have one more than Alpha 7 now, and they're not going to be able to ride that wave much longer.
Nope, it's over. They can't ride it at all anymore. That gap is passed. I mean, Alpha 7 could pass them up in this next game if they're not careful here. So, I mean, that really concise play from Loops, it has worked to get him here so far, which I think is great. I think that they need to be a little bit quicker on switching that aggression switch on. You know what I'm saying? Like really trying to hunt down those eliminations if they can get them. Don't expect them to come to you because Alpha 7, they're hunting them down, and you can see the difference of just how fast they've been able to catch up to them.
So there you have it. That's our overalls for the first game, and we've got 5 more to go here to wrap up League Phase. Remember, head start points are what's on the line today, as teams will be trying to secure as much of an advantage as they can as we go into the PMSL Americas Grand Finals. They're going to be starting on Friday this week. We've got 3 days of Grand Finals coming up, and boy, oh boy, wouldn't it be nice to start the Grand Finals with 30 points already in the bag? That's what Alpha 7 is going to be trying to do along with all of these other teams. But before we get into Game 2 and shift our focus to Erangel, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, now with Bruno from iNCO Gaming, about to start the last day of the second stage of all of the league stage. How are you guys feeling up front?
We are feeling good. I think that we don't have a good results in the league stage, but we are confident for the finals, and we know the things that we need to fix for the finals, and we are fine.
Has it been more like testing things out, testing the team here on the league stage, and then on the finals play the actual game? Is that kind of the plan?
I think that we started the league stage with mentality and game construction, like we are playing in PMGC or something like that. But here in America, some teams play like a style more pacific, and it's more hard when we play like more the style we do it in league stage. Yesterday we tried some things to play more aggressive, to start to fight more in the play, and we get so much kills in comparison of the other days. And I think that it's the style that we go use in the finals, and we are fine for this.
Let's get it. Let's go.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, with the PMSL America Spring 2025 League Play. It's the final day, And it's the final opportunity for these teams to secure their head start points to take with them into the grand finals to start this Friday. My name's Powerbang, back here on the desk with Hot Jukes and Enigma. Boys, we got Erangel to look forward to. We're getting into game 2 here of the day. Map is about to shift. We've got 3 in a row coming up on the tried and true trusty old map. Erangel, what do we expect from these teams moving into our next segment? Hot Jukes.
I think we need to see some consistency for sure. I mean, that's the map that everybody knows, and we've seen some teams really dominate in that position there. One of them is the Wolves, right? I think that they did great in the last game. Yes, they didn't get, a chicken dinner. I wonder if we would have seen those 2 players stick with Juancho, Enigma. Imagine if that happened, right? Because he had it. He really did. And if he had the rest of his team with them, they would have been able to get that elimination for sure. They would have had that's 3 points on the board extra, and they would have had that whole side to them. So, I like the fact that they did kind of hedge their bets because they did definitely take a better position overall, right? But, oh, dude, if they would have stuck with it. What do you think?
I think with Juancho, it came down to just overcooking that nade half a second. We saw it just explode before it reached the rocket. What could have been, scenarios all live in players' heads. Hindsight essentially is that 10 out of 10. But for the most part, I'm surprised that they didn't try to get that US that was next to the shack. That was a vehicle spawn that was left there on rotation. I believe Baton was actually the one that picked it up later on. I would have liked to have seen them maybe just even send it earlier on before Doran got knocked and eliminated, at least have that overwatch, because Wolves, it seems, is very comfortable doing these 3-1 splits. They're fine with going for these sort of advantageous plays. Yeah, they don't want to hedge their bets too much on having a player get eliminated like Hoops. Maybe I'd like to see Baton or Doran be the one to kind of caboose it and stall some of these other teams. But Wolves right now, got to see it on Erangel, especially with it being back-to-back. We know some of these other teams, PB, like Team Liquid, they've gone win into dead last on Erangel. Some of these teams struggle with the consistency. Today, especially with it being the last day before finals, you got to show consistency, especially on the maps that you play multiple times in the day.
We'll keep an eye out for that consistency, and I like what you did there, Enigma. Hindsight's 10 out of 10. I haven't heard that one before, but I like it. I'm going to adopt that one moving forward. Absolutely. It's 2020, bro, but no, 10 out of 10. I like it. We're gonna keep it rolling here. One of the things that we talked about a little bit before the break, Hot Jukes, we were talking about loops and the gap that they had in eliminations over Alpha 7. And one of the reasons for that gap was the standout play of Vitin. He was leading the lobby in round 2 by a significant margins in eliminations, and on day 1 of round 2 we had Revo from Alpha 7 have a bit of an off day, but look at the gap. It has closed. Revo putting out the damage. He's got a big gap now over to Vitin. Vitin still has a slim margin on him on the elims, but boy oh boy, this is starting to be a different story now, and Alpha 7 has really been able to close this gap on loops. Hot Jukes.
Hey, Revo busting out some of them baby, busting out. And the big secret being, let's just eliminate everybody. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good one.
And it worked out. Yeah, and it's a really good secret, to be honest. And it works really well. He's good at it. And that's just a difference of play style between A7 and Loops, right? Loops like to kind of get a good central spot, hang out, and, get good consistency on the board. The thing is that if we get a crazy hard shift in a circle or something like that happens, they can really be stuck out in a bad position. I think that's exactly what happened here in this last game for them, right? Alpha 7, they're like, you know what? We will play the edge of a zone. If the circle goes completely opposite direction of us, that's fine, right? We'll just eliminate everybody in front of us and then put a whole bunch of elimination points on the board. And it works out so well for them. So at a certain point, it's really tough, PB, right? Like, what do you do if you're Loops? Do you try to adopt that play style and try to hunt down more eliminations, or you do the thing that's got you into first place here for the rest of the day? I don't know. It's one or the other. What do you think?
I think they got to just continue to do what they've been doing. I mean, there's no shame in being the second best team in the lobby. At the end of the day, if they play second, they're going to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So that's the goal, right? So we'll keep an eye on that particular matchup. Revo versus Vitin, Loops versus Alpha 7. We head to Erangel, and before we drop, we got to get those predictions in. So Enigma, coming to you for a rapid fire. Give me who you got here in game 2 today.
We're going Alpha 7, baby. Winner for the top squad. They're taking first, and they're doing it in fashion here.
All right, Hot Jukes, who do you got here for game 2?
Oh, you got gotta go with the Wolves, baby. We're back in Arendelle. That's the team I want to see perform the best because, like I said, we got to see some USA team there at the Esports World Cup. That's the team I'm believing in the most right now.
All right, and I'm part of the pack as well. We're going with the Wolves on this end. You know, we saw a little bit of, I guess, criticism coming from Alpha 7, but from Seven Worlds Gaming earlier on in this broadcast. He said Juancho may have been needing to pick it up a little bit, might be holding the team back, but fast forward, rewind to last game. Now, Juancho, he's out in the lead. He's getting things done. He needed the team to back him up. So I feel like the script has been flipped. Juancho holding it down now for the Wolves, and I'm thinking he's going to be a key player here for this game. So Wolves getting that central drop spot on the farm. We've got a western circle here popped, an eastern plane path though, but this has got to be pretty favorable to the likes of those dropping in the west, such as Loops, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for some of these squads, Rose of War, I'd like to see that early rotation, maybe just kind of do that sort of trash loot and hit an early rotation into Gatka. You want to make sure you get one of those prime real estate spots, center circle, and we even saw it on Sandhawk, right, that last match. A lot of those teams opting to hold large spreads if they have the vehicles. Obviously, Sandhawk, there's less vehicles, there's less smoke grenades to work with, but with this being Erangel, with that sort of hard shift essentially from the plane path to the western edge of the map, I want to see these teams really start pushing the envelope, going for those sort of spread plays. We know how just influential these POI spots can be, some of these influential, I guess you could say, positions on the map, like Mount Everest and the likes of that. But some of these teams, man, I really kind of feel for them, especially with it being Xforce. They have that Primorsk drop, but with it being that eastern plane path here, Jukes, they weren't able to drop on it, and now they're one of those teams that really struggles with these long rotations across the map.
Yeah, I mean, you even see Alpha 7 go all the way to Lipovka, so it always sucks whenever you have to take a secondary drop spot and your main drop spot is where the circle decides to go.
Yeah.
You know? And never really a happy thing there. But you know what? I like it because let's be real, this isn't the finals, guys, right? This is the last day of round 2 here. You're gonna get some head start points, and where the leaderboards are sitting right now, the difference could be just a couple of points. So I think if you're a team, I'd be really happy, right, to be put in the worst positions possible, because come grand finals time on Friday, that's where you really, really need to perform, regardless of you to get, getting good zones, bad circles, or whatever. So it's good practice for them. So I don't think they need to really be upset about it. I think they should look at it as this is the chance, guys. This is our chance to show people what we could do when we get those tough zones.
I like that shout, and this isn't the first time they've seen the circle over on that western side. It happened yesterday as well with Alpha 7 again dropping in Lipovka. It didn't really slow them down. They haven't had an issue rotating in any circle, really. They've been able to find those rotations, and the one thing that's been interesting is when they feel like they're kind of cornered, you'll see them flip that switch and kill switch engage, so to speak, and all of a sudden whoever's around them just seems to drop. And so I'll keep my eyes on that during this game, but we are also going to be watching Xforce here to see if they can build that momentum. They've got a long way to go, but another team I'm watching right now, Jukes, is Team Liquid. You mentioned them in the opening, but they're at 90 points right now, which is 39 out of first place, and it's really not that far back from like second, which is where those head start points really are significant. Couple chicken dinners from them today, and they're right in the thick of this thing. So Team Liquid is a squad I've got my eyes on. We'll see if they can do some good things like they did at the end of the day yesterday.
For sure, yeah. When I saw Team Liquid, that's why I chose them in Sandhawk. I was like, they need to put some points on the board if they kind of want to make a run at this here for the top today. So they got a good amount of points, right? So they're in 5th place, not a crazy gap to possibly even jump up to 3rd, but they're gonna need some crazy consistency. So Team Liquid dropping in military, they're gonna get a ton of loot, but they're having a little bit of trouble with dealing with some of these northern circles. So hopefully they can kind of make up for it here and now.
I think the struggle has always been the bridge rotations, with Wolves being the gatekeep factor. 9Z as well as looking at it, but it looks like Shoot to Survive, they found Influence Rage. Maybe Influence Rage found them on the rotation. Darklight having Klaus knocked next to him. Shot under the vehicle. Little boy, wow, really just... I'm not sure what's going on with Shoot to Survive in some of these maps, but it seems like they're always doing these crazy spread plays, looking for these one-off knocks, and ultimately kind of just get outclassed on the map here. Really tragic stuff to see from one of our North American teams. Maybe it's just that level of experience and I guess you could say comfortability on the LAN stage, maybe getting to him, but really just tragic stuff to see from someone like Bob that we were hyping up so much in the Titan series, PB.
They may be in trouble too. Carrillo's driving by right now from Alpha 7. He's the lead scout for the squad. My guess is they continue to rotate, but they better hope that A7 doesn't stumble upon their position as they exit the compound here, because again, the Caboose in Revo, in Squash, in Mafioso, they are going to be traveling by any moment, and they are leaving here at the same time. So this is going to be really interesting momentarily. We've got about 10 seconds before they cross paths.
Let's see if they actually take this fight, because one thing Alpha 7 does is they really like to avoid early engagements almost at all costs. They want to get into that end game. They want to be able to make something happen. They're definitely not scared to fight, but they just don't want to delay their timing. So I'm not, shocked to see them just really fully send it here for a decent position. But, if one of their players gets a little bit too close for comfort, we could definitely see some action for sure.
They did veer off. S2 went to the north. Alpha 7 goes to the south to find that bridge choke point there next to South George. And looking for map control here, which isn't surprising at all from the champs. Definitely a disciplined style of play, as Savage Esports are no stranger to action so far. Today, they've got more of it going up against the chaotic VIOUS Gaming, trying to keep the momentum going as they've got Nunez here out on an island, but Nunez delivers with a quick S12K blast, drops him and finishes him. That is a beautiful play, and now he's got the support of his team, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they do. Yes, it does. Kind of holding it down here now. Let's see what gonna happen. The nades are starting to get pulled. See what Nax can do. Snacks, come on.
It's snack time!
Oh! Nom nom. Got him. All you do. Here comes the
his
rest
team
of the
came back.
Now.
What traitors, man. Did you see that? Snacks is up there. His team drove off and left him. They're like, listen, guy, you're on your own. And then he picks up some elims, and they're like, all right, whatever. Just kidding. We'll come back and help you. Savage Esports getting it done. 4 elims. And they're shooting boxes. Octi, what are you doing, my man? You're not in a position to be shooting boxes down in the cellar.
What you mean, dude? These guys are a changed team, PB. They got rank points now, baby.
Oh, man.
Let's go, Savage Esports. Show them what you got.
It'd be even better, too,
points.
if we got a shift. Okay, that's not too bad of a hard shift for Savage, but losing one player early on, I guess you'll take it for the 4 elims. But come on, PB. I mean, we were seeing VIP do dances when they're at the bottom leaderboard with the win.
VIP,
Savage, they could be
they're
on the
beating
box
Alpha 7 on the rotation for the first time all tournament. Congrats to VIP Esports. I love to see that they have sped up the rotations. They were up north in Severny when Alpha 7 rotated by them, but now they're prepared to move quickly. So some improvements from VIP. We'll see if it pays off for them and if they're able to lock down a position in this next zone.
Let's go, VIP. That's the ultimate battle right there. VIP versus Alpha 7. 2 titans of the lobby battling each other out all tournament long. These guys just refuse to stop seeing each other. And you know what? Right now, VIP, yeah, they did beat them onto that rotation. They're taking that circle ride all the way down to the hard shift side towards Ferry Pier. A very, very strong idea. And it's no shock that we see Alpha 7 kind of replicate that exact same thing.
Team though now getting a little close is going to be Team Liquid on to 9Z. This is going to be both squads that landed towards that southern edge, one on Ferry Pier and the other coming across from military base. But a lot of these teams actually really opting for these sort of vehicle aggression plays. Influence Rage getting up close and personal with intense games, duo split. Obviously saw Rose of War as well, just to that eastern edge towards the center of the zone. And a lot of these teams, wow, even Xforce trying to take a piece of the cut on this fight, and they're actually looking like they're going to get active on this. Xforce wanting to take the central 4v4 fight here. I'm not sure if they're going to win it. Alim, I don't even think he knows there's a player up close and personal. Rose of War might get a freebie knock here.
He has no idea. He does now. Oh, he didn't pick up the elim, though. Missed the shots, but able to rebound. Alim almost got blessed there with just a whiff from Royals of War. but Royals were able to turn things around, and now Xforce short-handed. Interesting strategy to roll up with just one. We saw, I believe it was Fate, just kind of running on foot, approaching the compound. I don't know what was what that crash was, but hey, here they're living to tell the tale for at least a moment.
You never know. You never know what some of these players are thinking here. Like I said, this is definitely a day to start mixing things up a little bit. So I'm not shocked to see like some little bit of off-brand plays. You know, some of them secrets pop off possibly. You know, but yeah, it's not working out there for Xforce. Reyes holding it down right now towards Team Liquid.
What do you think he's hiding behind? It's very camoed.
Probably, yeah, it is very camoed. Got to be
There's
something
nothing
important,
there.
right?
It's a shroud of mystery. Ooh. Interesting position right now.
Maybe that's where the bolt action buff is.
Maybe.
Hidden.
Got the
Jukes, I'm sorry to break it to you, Jukes, but I don't think that's ever coming. We should just vault the sniper. We should just vault the sniper at this point. I gotta be the bearer of bad news, Jukes. I know you've been calling for that for, what is it, 2-3 years, maybe even
Probably
longer
since
now.
the beginning of time.
Yeah. Won't be able to get it. I feel sorry. I really do, Jukes.
Hurts my heart. Hurts my heart. The shotguns are strong, so I guess that's something, right?
Oh yeah, no, we all love shotguns being the
Shotgun
main
meta.
CPC,
Everybody in chat loves it, dude.
Yeah.
No better feeling than just walking into a building and just getting blasted with a DBS. Back to the lobby.
You know, the Uzi meta wasn't too bad because it was still that sort of, you know, SMG.
Like half a
you
second to
expect
survive?
it. Yeah, you get like half another second, and they got to hit more than just the one shot on you. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And S2S, they already lost 2 players early on. They're going to drive right into Team Liquid.
We got a loot delivery there for Cardozo.
Yeah, and it looks like actually one of the other players is close by, Casper. They're actually about to get both of these players here, PB. A little bit of free loot going their way, and he's already pre-leaving some loot on the car.
You know,
Trying to set up.
When a player just rolls up and just like all the way to your door and has 1 HP and dies, it's just like, cool. I don't even have to like expose myself to loot his corpse. Like, I don't have to run out in the middle of nowhere. I don't have to make some daring play. It's like a free refresher, you know? It's a nice little supply drop right in the middle of the game, and that's massive for these teams. So now we've got VIP. They did sneak into the circle at Ferry Pier, but the Wolves have really made a crazy southern rotation here, and now they're into it with VIP, and they've got the upper hand.
Oh man, Juancho, he's trying to find the shots. Are you actually full sent through Wolves with the coupe, trying to get the shots down, but after losing that player thirsted from VIP, they're going to try to just opt and rotate right through the center of the circle. Influence Rage, though, being just to the north, taking some pod shots, and you really do wonder, you know, VIP, they had such an early rotation, you mentioned, compared to Alpha 7, but unfortunately allowing some of these other teams like Wolves to rotate up close and personal, take that engagement from the bottom side of the hill. And now we see it as well, Wolves. They understand AGG being the new contenders of the mountain on the western edge. Will they be able to fight it out? We actually see now VIP still driving around this part of the map, really trying to find a place to call home, and they full send the one story in between Influences, Rage, Split. Can Loranzen get a few knocks? If they get 1 knock here, I think they got a full send it. Your Influence Rage, this could be a potential 3 free eliminations, Jukes, under their belt.
Yeah, it's a hard push, though, timing-wise. With the next circle, now that's gone, right? Now they got to start focusing on trying to find a different spot here. Alpha 7, I think they're waiting. They're just waiting for an opportunity to third-party somebody. So they got in their vehicles now. They're going to start heading into the next zone. Wolves are going to have a nice clear path on their way in, but iNCO, winners of this last game, they're going to have a tough rotation here. But Team Liquid caught off guard. These guys are getting shredded right now.
It's like 9Z in the best position right now, and every team trying to get to zone. This was not a forgiving one because there is so much of this circle just in the middle of farmland, flat, no cover, maybe a straw bale or something to hide behind, but that is not enough for a full squad to take cover, and everyone kind of suffering the consequences right now. We're looking at the north part of this zone with United 4 Gaming. There's forest up here. There are some trees, there are some divots, but towards the south, it is not looking good for a lot of these teams. So 9Z in an advantageous position, everyone else trying to fight their way in. It looks like Royals of War here have another compound that is secure for the moment, but this is going to be another point of interest, I think, for many other squads.
Oh, man. What a nade! Fran getting 2 of them, ratting out the upstairs of the warehouse Alpha. I think they just ignored
How did they sneak up like that, though? Like, that's crazy that Alpha 7... Normally, you can't get within 100 meters of Alpha 7 without them just lasering you. That man was 5 feet away.
Easy name Mafioso, though. He's mad. Oh, gets caught, though. Trying to get over to the building. It's all up to Squash Boo. What can he do? He's got the nade. Can he hit it? Nade goes on short. Hit it towards him, and oh, that hurt.
1 HP. Another nade.
Actually
doing it.
We're done.
Good job, All Glory Gaming.
That was a great push from them. I would have had to have seen the development of that fight to really fully understand it, but somehow, some way, Fran got within 5 feet of 2 Alpha 7 players unsuspectingly, was able to nade them and finish them both, and that gave them the 4v2 advantage, and there was just nothing to be done there for Mafioso and Squash. They get taken out, and just like that, Alpha 7 out of the lobby, and this is massive for teams like Wolves, for 9Z, trying to close that gap, trying to jump over Alpha 7, and also Loops trying to maintain their lead. And so, circles close in. We've got Stage 4 active right now. Seems to be hard shifting every zone, so no one's getting comfortable, and now IG into it with Loops. Neilzada gets dropped.
Yeah, IG, they've been on this northwestern edge, really trying to find a place to call home. Unfortunately, it's just every single squad kind of eyeing you. Royals of War getting a knock, as well as Intense Game and the likes of UT being able to take pod shots down at you. Fran actually trying to get the reset going on, Rafa onto his teammate, but Intense Game, man, this is such a terrible spot to play. This northern hillside, you said it best, PB. There's really only a hay bale or a rock, maybe a tree you can hide behind. I guess the coop's able to make sense, but look at how many teams hugging the edge of the circle. This field, all throughout what seems to be the center spot down south, no teams feeling comfortable with it. And Jukes, I'm really wondering where the zone shift's going to go, because I can't imagine a lot of these teams being able to even make the rotation in to this circle shift.
Yeah, dead center. Wolves are going to have to find some a good tree to hide behind here, possibly even set up a little bit of a car wall with a vehicle. That could be definitely useful. 9Z has a complex, but it is, I think, barely in the edge of this next circle, and they got iNCO right behind them, so that fight's got to be brewing here any second now.
Got iNCO taking a peek down at 9Z right now. This compound is going to play a massive role in the end of this fight, as 9Z currently riding the edge of circle. They'll have to move out, but iNCO knows they have to go either well around or through them. But if they go around, there is not much cover to be found. So this is going to be tough. Wolves, meanwhile, are in the southwest of the zone. They have a lot of control right now, and the next circle seems to go to the middle. Doran has position. The rest of the team going to try to join him here, but teams, everyone's tentative right now. No one knows where to commit.
I think if you're iNCO, you full send the compound here, Jukes. You have to take the fight with 9Z, and this is actually a blessing. 9Z lost a player early on. If they're able to take the engagement, it can cause wonders for them later on. But now this western edge, we were talking about where they were going to rotate. Intense Game feeling all the nade pressure from Influence Rage's duo. You see it the split screen as well. That warehouse play actually getting a free knock and elimination for iNCO Gaming. 2 fights on either side of the map, really going to determine where these sort of circle shifts end up. But turning back down south here, Jukes. iNCO Gaming versus 9Z, the 2v4 coming underway.
Remix, pop it on in. Got the B-zone. Hits the shot. Oh, it gets shotgun right to the face. Everybody loves to see that. Shotguns buff them. Let's go. Milos pushing on out to iNCO, all by his lonesome. With just a nade and a dream. Can he hit it? Ooh, got a little bit of damage. And gets deleted. iNCO Gaming with a nice push on there. Able to usurp 9Z.
This is incredible for Wolves now. You guys take a look at the leaderboard. You've got Loops out. You've got Alpha 7 out. You've got 9Z out. That is massive for the Wolves, who are still alive and expressing a lot of zone control right now. They're on the western edge and creating a bit of havoc. They do have 1 player down at the moment, but everyone else scrambling, driving around like Adrian here from Intense Game. just trying to get some sort of foothold. But as you can see, there is not a lot of hard cover. I mean, we're looking at trees and open ground for the most part, maybe a rock here or there, but it's just all sightlines right now. So the teams that can stay active and mobile, just like Intense Game here, and move their fight to wherever they find opposition, that's going to be a team that has an advantage, assuming they can win those fights. But you can see Wolves and Intense Game doing just that. Everyone else kind of hunkered down and relying on smokes to keep them alive.
You know what Wolves needs in this position, Jukes? Is a hovercraft. I'm needing a hovercraft to come out. Just full send through the smokes. Intense Game, they got to shoot you at some point, but now we're seeing him full sending over. Actually getting one, making 2 knocks from Rafa. The run over comes through, but Coops being able to catch him off guard from the side, winning the engagement. And that's actually going to be all the teams on that western edge, which seem to be 5, if not 6 squads battling it out the last 2 circles. Now leaves Wolves, I believe, as a trio, being able to get the last 2 players that are knocked up. Rose of War opting not to make the aggressive play. And this is the part where we get to that quiet part, right? We start seeing the circle really get filled out. Team Liquid actually opted to rotate away from the mountain earlier on, but wait a second, they're actually going full force. This is a big moment here, Jukes. Team Liquid, this could be their game if they find the right timing.
Here come the rest of the Wolves here. They were able to get all their players back up. Definitely hurting the spin out. That's going to be tough. He actually has an angle here if he uses a shot. He just does not pull out his weapon. So that's a big of a misplay there. Meanwhile, VIP in the middle, yeah, they're going to go down. Coops setting up those car walls, man. That's going to be the big ticket here in this late game, PB. There's just no coverage anywhere on this map.
Car walls are huge, and they've got a lot of them. Team Liquid there misses the opening grenade onto Wolves. Had that one landed, that would have been a fight where they pounced on it for sure, but instead they find themselves huddled in a shack for warmth. I don't know what's going on right now, but it's Chief and Cardozan hanging out, firing shots at iNCO. iNCO's hunkered down. They've got themselves some cars, some smokes, but now it's Wolves with control up on the ridge. And we also have Royals of War in the northern part of the circle as well. You can see the cover here exercised by some of these teams. Not much. We've got rocks, we've got cars, but there is very little to hide behind here. So teams that, again, are staying mobile, staying kind of difficult to shoot, like the Wolves, they may have an advantage here as, again, we wait to see where this next circle goes.
Let's see. I mean, it's probably going to just center up at this point. I mean, it really doesn't matter where it goes. I mean, Wolves are hoping they get this little bit of a hill advantage, but regardless, they're going to have to fight their way to victory here.
The closer it goes to that ridge, though, the longer Wolves can afford to wait on that rotation where the other teams might get forced out first. So it just comes down to who can play the waiting game the longest, because there is nowhere to hide.
Big thing for this circle shift especially is who's going to be able to keep their vehicles in check. Rose of War, they're a duo. One of them actually kind of pinned down on the shack. If Wolves is able to kind of determine that scenario, go for that full send play, they could have even more time if it goes for that far southern shift. iNCO Gaming, though, they have that 4-man right. I believe each of them actually have a vehicle, but we're getting way too close to Team Liquid. Actually getting 2 knocks over to Team Liquid, getting a little too, I guess you could say, active on the map with there being 40 seconds left on the circle shift. I would like to have just seen them kind of wait it out and see where the circle pops, but unfortunately, iNCO, now they've got to waste the utility. Now they've got to waste the meds and the armor. And I mean, look at this, McGrawn. I'm not even sure if he's able to get his teammate up, knocked in the open. This is going to be a tall order to ask, and he's going for it now. Bruno's in. This is not a scenario you're wanting to be in. Coming there being 15 seconds left on the circle pop.
Got him up. We'll see if they're able to get back into the fight there. They're going to hop in the vehicle and move it. Where will the circle go? This is what I'm trying to wait and see here. It looks like Wolves are in vehicles ready to move. Doran collapses on top of Team Liquid. That looks to be the fight. Do they take them on now? Because they are pinched and they have iNCO's full attention as well. Royals of War currently flying under the radar a bit on that northern side, but Norin with the nade connects and he takes down Cardozan, follows it up. Will he get another? He does. Cardozan finished from Team Liquid. And the rain continues to pour here. Mythic returns, connects with Coops and Doran. Now the Wolves in trouble.
Mythic. Oh, he's gonna get run over though. Oh! Was that a headshot? That was crazy.
Wow, it was.
He survived.
He survives.
Took a DPS to the face.
Do not drive into the Molotov. How funny would that have been? He goes to revive his teammates.
Oh, man. Oh. I'm surprised Coops even got knocked to the molly there, but almost 1v3'd him with just his ability. But needless to say, at least Wolves weathers the storm. iNCO now, they were able to keep that full 4-man, focusing solely on the Rose of War duo. And you're wondering if they're able to inch their way into the circle. The drive-in comes in. Tonka, the back tire gets shot out, spun out. At least he makes it down into what seems to be a little divot, but iNCO Gaming, I think you get active on this. Yeah, go for the knock, finish out the squad because you want to take this 4v3 engagement. And if you keep this player up on the north side here, Jukes, you'll have prime positioning against Wolves' spread, being able to take that engagement later on in the circle. And now, yeah, I mean, waste everything. I think it's worth it onto Tonka. As long as you're able to keep that positioning and man advantage, it'll do you wonders coming this 4v3 after.
I don't know if the Wolves have been able to loot lately too, Jukes, because they had to return to the two knocked players. They didn't get to loot Team Liquid's boxes, and now iNCO is getting full utility from the Royals of War players who have just been away from everyone else. That could be an interesting factor as this final fight commences here.
Yeah, Wolves are definitely at a huge disadvantage here. iNCO, they're rocking a 2-2 split. If the Wolves are able to really utilize their full resources to one side of this, it would work. But yeah, look at that with that knock onto Baton. Yeah,
he was the one that had the nades. Yeah, Baton had 6 nades on him. He was able to get to that shack, get to the crate, but unfortunately for him, he goes down. Now Coop's down to his final grenade at this point. They're starting to get chunked. They know where they're at. Back to the blue right now, and they're going to go out to the zone.
Deny the point.
And deny the points play zone. Takes down Coops. Doran picks one off. Can he get the finish? Doesn't look like it, but that's it. It'll be iNCO Gaming. Goodness gracious, is that iNCO again? Wow. Are they having a day? I said we needed to get a couple from them, and that wrist brace on that man right there seems to be the secret.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic. Love to see that action there from iNCO Gaming. Clutching it up. Back-to-back chicken dinners off the rip. I mean, this is that confidence booster they definitely needed.
We talked about this kind of the start of the show, and again after last game. It's like, hey, these mid-pack teams, they've got an opportunity if they're able to string together a couple of chicken dinners, and then, hey, all bets are off. It's anyone's game. Well, that time, gentlemen, we saw another chicken dinner in a row. That's 2 for 2 for iNCO Gaming today. Yeah. We got 4 more games. They still have an opportunity to do what any other team could do with these remaining 4 games. But the crazy thing is they pick up 10 eliminations in this one. So they're going to take home 20 points here to add to their total. And we no longer have a 4-team race. We have a 5-team race now for those 15 points. Take a look back at what went down in our first Emerald match of the day. Started crazy. We saw Savage Esports get into it again. They have been busy today. Finished second in game 1, and now here in game 2, they win themselves a squad fight against VIOUS Gaming, who's been especially good in gunfights, but they were no match for Savage in this one. Hot Jukes?
Yes, sir, they were not. I mean, Savage, obviously, shooting the boxes, something they definitely need to do. They went after 5 minutes, I think 5 minutes after they were out of the game, but you know what? It's the heart. That's what we like to see there. So hopefully we can see some more beautiful plays from them. iNCO Gaming, though, man, they took this position by storm. Great splits, good utilization of their players, and they just wore the Wolves down. So, I mean, look at that. You can see them hyped up. That is what we need to see from a team. And I'll tell you what, they have definitely pushed themselves up pretty darn high on these leaderboards, PB. I think you're right. This is definitely going to be a show for first place.
You know, they have, and this was a map, too, that they did not just get blessed with zone, right? Like, they earned this victory. They had to go through a 9Z squad who was camping the compound that had the best position in zone. 9Z is no slouch. This is one of the best team in the lobby with the number 2 and 3 players in the lobby so far, like, this round. So, really, props to iNCO for getting it done. Bruno's in feeling confident given that interview, and Vitali with the huge performance. 5 eliminations this game, and finally iNCO showing what they're all about. They have felt confident this entire time, but for the first time we're starting to see it materialize out there on the battlegrounds. We'll take a peek at the match standings. Again, 20 points for iNCO. A big game, though, for the Wolves as well. We predicted that they might take the victory here, not foreseeing a back-to-back iNCO win, but the Wolves doing a big game while the likes of 9Z, Alpha 7, and Loops, all of which went out early and did not make it to the first page. What do you think about that, Enigma?
Yeah, I think for Wolves, it's just a matter of them being able to get themselves in those scenarios. They opted to wait. They didn't over-aggress on that VIP fight on the hillside early on. They allowed these other teams to brawl it out and ultimately came in for the third party. But man, some of these other teams, I'm looking at Team Liquid, they're able to put up a few eliminations, getting some decent placement points. But we're wanting to see those performances out of the likes of Team Liquid that iNCO Gaming is putting up, right? But unfortunately, only one team is able to win each match, right? Only one team is going to have that sort of pop-off in eliminations and placement points. But this bottom end, I really kind of just feel sorry for some of these other squads. Alpha 7, we saw just really getting caught out in the open from AGG of all teams, right? That double nade knock on the wall, ultimately allowing themselves to get isolated in these 1v2 fights, which, yeah, Alpha 7, they put good damage up, but it's really just a struggle sign to see that AGG of all teams, one of these underperforming squads, being able to really clean you up easily.
So let's see how it all maps out. This is the first time we've seen Loops with a goose egg here, and wow. The gap has narrowed. Alpha 7 slips one spot. Wolves jumps over them once again on the strength of a 15-point game. They're up to second, and they're only trailing now by 1 point. So North America coming in clutch. And I said it was a 5-team race. No, 6-team. We've got iNCO right into it with Team Liquid, who they kind of flew under the radar, but they were there once again, picking up some elims. They've got 98 points, iNCO 97 right now. So all of these teams, again, they need to do more, but they put themselves in position to have a day. iNCO jumps over intense game for this one and influence rage. So 3 Brazilian teams now in the rearview mirror for iNCO Gaming. Hot Jukes, how do you think they're feeling?
Oh man, they gotta be so stoked. You know, I've been keeping an eye on the YouTube chat here, and Armstrong Gaming said, you know, iNCO's been playing good all event, just a lot of bad luck. But then he was just like, you know, but what's the strat denying points to the rank 18 though? You know, and I'll tell you what, they ain't rank 8 no more, baby. They're in 6th place, 97 total points. One more chicken dinner, and they could definitely be like fighting for top 3. So I mean, we've seen crazier things happen before. iNCO Gaming, I mean, if they had bad luck, it's definitely gone now, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Brunison and Vitali leading the way for the squad. They're feeling good, man. McGrellin always with the plays. So iNCO Gaming getting it done here for NA. So excited to see if they're able to keep it going with a 3rd chicken dinner in a row. We've got Erangel coming up next. Map 2 of the 3 Erangels will be played, but not before a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Of course, we're talking phase 2, day number 3 of this event. We're talking PMSL America, some of our hardest hitting squads. We just watched those first 2 matches, right? That being Sandhawk and Erangel iNCO going back to back on the winner chicken dinners, a sight that I honestly wasn't expecting. I know a lot of you in chat as well been hyping up Wolves, really excited to see iNCO Gaming being able to perform as well, being the NA representatives. But for most of these squads right now, we're wanting to see signs of life. And PB, Jukes, we've been seeing a little bit out of some of these teams, right? That especially being the likes of Alpha 7, AGG, even Team Liquid getting some elims under the belt. But PB, what team right now are you looking at that's really kind of stood out outside of iNCO Gaming?
Honestly, for me, it's been 9Z, and not in a good way today. This is a team that started in second place today, and I thought they would be bringing, a really big effort to try to secure that top spot. And so far, they've just been pushed out by teams like iNCO, who historically have been a bit less than when it comes to fighting with 9Z, but that's a team that I'm watching on. I got my eye on. I've been rooting for them all tournament, but just haven't seen it from them here on this final day of league phase. Hopefully they can turn it around. But on the good side, Team Liquid has continued to be there in fights. They've continued to make plays, and I feel like it's the difference between one nade that lands versus not that might make the difference in some of the momentum. What about you, Hot Jukes?
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. I mean, you look at 9Z's points today by themselves, 3. They only had 3 points on the day so far. I know it's only been 2 games, but 3 points is rough considering that you're really trying to get those head start points. iNCO Gaming with 37 points is crazy to start things off with only 2 matches. So if they can continue this trend, even with one more game like this, I mean, yeah, they're in the show. But hey, you know what? Wolves, they showed up. They're the team right below iNCO when it comes to performances on the day. They have 25 points in total, 16 eliminations, 9 position points. So they're definitely putting in that work that they need to, right? They just passed up Alpha 7. They're hunting down loops. I think they could definitely shoot for that top spot here at the end of the day.
Well, we are going to see if they can do exactly that. Another Erangel map coming up in just a minute. But first, we've got a nice little interview to bring you. Let's go ahead and cut to Sour Patch and see what he's got to say.
Back-to-back winner chicken dinners for iNCO Gaming. Here we are with Magdalene. Magdalene, congratulations. Is there something different that you're doing today from the days before? Is this a special day? Is this something that we're going to see in the finals? Isso aqui é algo diferente, o que vocês fizeram diferente agora do que estavam fazendo nos dias anteriores? E é isso que a gente vai ver na final?
Com certeza. Nos outros dias nós estávamos muito mal, mas nós chega no hotel, rever as play e ver uma solução, né? Que até então nós estávamos muito mal. Aí, graças a Deus tá alinhando as coisas, tá tudo dando certo e botando em prática tudo que nós estamos estudando.
Yeah, he says that we got to the hotel, we saw what we were doing wrong, and we just got together and solved the things that we had to solve. And now we just want to go forward and keep doing our best. And for the finals, is this what you're going to do? Is there like a different plan, or are you still experimenting? Vocês agora estão experimentando ainda, ou você acha que é isso aqui mais ou menos o que vocês vão fazer para a final?
Cara, quando tá dando errado, tem que mudar, né? Mas quando tá dando certo, tem que manter. Então, eu acredito que não vai manter sim esse estilo de jogo.
If something's going wrong, we have to change it. If it's going right, we don't change it. That's the decisions they're going to take for the finals. Bro, congratulations.
Thank you.
One more?
Yes.
McGrellan feeling good. They said they fixed what was broken, and I can't disagree with them. Stats don't lie. They've got 2 chicken dinners out of 2 tries today. They also lead the lobby in eliminations right now for our 3rd and final day of round 2. So everything looking up right now for iNCO Gaming. If this continues, Hodges, we might have to talk about them as being one of the lobby's best teams this round.
Hey, don't change it. That's all I got to know right now. Whatever you're doing, it's working, baby. Just continue on. And you're right. I mean, I think they're already in the conversation. They put off a crazy day. If they have one more chicken dinner, they're going to surpass like Wolves' performance yesterday. So that's pretty crazy to look at. I like to see that we are still seeing some consistency from those teams at the top. But you know what? You get that hot streak going, you got to continue with it. So I think if you're iNCO Gaming, you're hunting a top position in this game. We don't want to see what happened with Team Liquid yesterday where they won and then all of a sudden instantly last place. So let's go, iNCO. I like to see it. Let's get that action going.
You love to see it. And another team, too, you mentioned them, and we've been rooting for them. It's the Wolves, man. They haven't gotten a chicken dinner today. That's been all iNCO Gaming, but they still sit as the second best performing team in the lobby so far. We got 25 total points today, and that's with no chicken dinner. So, Wolves, you're doing something right. It comes down to getting that zone towards the end. They've been on the outside looking in a couple of times now, but maybe they'll get lucky this round just like you might at home if you can redeem that Amazon gift card on screen. Go ahead and get that code, write it down, screenshot it, do what you got to do. Go redeem that sucker for some Amazon credit. Very much appreciated, PUBG Mobile. With that, we kick off our third game of the day. It's Erangel, map number 2. So with that, quick predictions, Hot Jukes, who do you got in this round?
I want to see the Wolves again, baby. I am totally biased right now towards them. I really want to see this team get that chicken dinner going. I think they need all the head start points they can get going into the grand finals.
You might be right, and Enigma.
It's got to be iNCO, baby. Let's make it the 3-peat. Win half the matches first 3. Oh, that'd be a sight to see.
Well, I've got no other North American teams that I can choose that are above single digits in rank right now. So I'm gonna lock it in with Alpha 7 this time around. They haven't been getting lucky with zone so far either. So we'll see if they get blessed in this one. And it looks like they will be close enough potentially to go to their North George landing spot. It looks like they are out of the plane already, but I'll lock it in with Alpha 7 here and make that my pick for this round. So with that, we are off and away. Wolves drop at farm. Loops go to Pachinki. Alpha 7 out to try to get those vehicles and head to North George. But with that, 9Z, they go south to the island, which I don't know if we've seen a ton from them. That's Team Liquid's usual drop spot, but got a nice split drop down there from 9Z, trying to shake things up. And a nice eastern circle, which has been fairly common so far, so we'll see some interesting rotations as this map continues, Hot Juice.
Yes, sir, indeed. Here we go. So we got that. Now Alpha 7 is like, why didn't we go the Popka, right? That is a tough situation here. So yeah, again, not the luckiest when it comes to circles, but you know what? If you're Alpha 7, you really don't need luck. So that is cool. Honestly, PB, I'm surprised you didn't pick Savage Esports, dude. These guys, after that last game, shooting them boxes.
Well, I was just gonna say, shooting boxes, bro, is the last place team in the lobby. It just tells me something with your judgment's a little off. So I don't know. I like the confidence. I hope they can keep it going, but even after 2 decent games today, they're still in last place for the round. So let's hope they can keep it going, because they certainly could jump up quite a bit, and it actually matters because there's quite a few head start points on the line between where they're at now and maybe 11th place where AJG is at. So if they do get all the way to 11th place, that's 3 head start points versus 1. So they do have something to play for still today.
Hey, that matters. I mean, let's be real. We've seen like the differences in tournaments be like separated by 1 point so many times, right?
Numerous times, yeah.
So so if you can get those couple extra high start points, it'll definitely help you out here. Carrillo full sending it all the way to the end of North George. Watch and learn, guys. This is the team that I always love to watch, because it's like, all right, they are so far out of circle. They're looting up. Where are they going to end up at the end of the game? Their rotations are just mint. Oh,
glider!
The glider, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Petrino, man, he making it work. Fortunately, he doesn't have a teammate with him. I'd like to see him kind of 2-stacked with it, but I think the rest of his squad is behind him. Oh, come on. We got to keep taking the glider there.
Oh, he got shot.
I think that's going to be from what? I think only Alpha 7 is a team in range. Maybe not drive into a
Influence
rock
rage
in the open, but intense game, man. They're making that same Western rotation, and this is kind of one of those interesting things, Jukes, that you just brought up with Alpha 7, seeing how they rotate in late. I wonder if Intense Game's going to have any similar luck with them, or maybe it's kind of trying to mimic Alpha 7's playstyle with these far shifts, because we saw these teams rotate late, very late into that stage 2-3 zone. They ate that blue zone early on, but now with it being this far eastern shift, how many teams are really going to opt maybe to either spearhead through the middle of the circle, or are they going to maybe choose to just kind of wrap around the edge? It's always that coin flip of, well, you don't want to be
Is this
doing
necessary?
that, unfortunately, but
I mean, I feel like it's necessary to kind of figure out who the alpha on the squad is. Let's just ram the cars into each other. Like, this is my loot spot. I'm here first.
Well, speaking of loot spots, dude, iNCO Gaming, they're over there in Yasnaya, so they are like sitting pretty in this next circle. So, you know, we're talking about trying possibly seeing that three-peat. This could be a good opportunity for them. No excuses. You got the circle.
Make it a Yasnaya zone. Just bring it north.
Yasnaya or Yasnaya Fields?
Yasnaya. Let's keep it in the. Let's keep it classy here. Okay. Let's keep it in the buildings. Let's see that sort of work through. We saw it on Miramar yesterday, right? With all those players having to go through the compounds and the POI. Let's make it on Yasnaya with the apartments. Make the shotguns really get used, because a lot of these teams, they've been getting eliminated early on rotation. I want to see you full send, 4 deep in a shack, you know, start seeing the nade utility come out. Because we haven't seen too many POI spots get used on the map. It's been a lot of millies, it's been a lot of western zones, but never in these high congestible areas. And thankfully for Team Liquid, it seems like a congested spot, the bridge finally being free on rotation from 9Z and Wolves, not getting camped out. Gonna be that western edge, and I'm interested in seeing if they actually opt to maybe even go further up north to try to kind of ignore this southern edge. That actual other eastern bridge is gonna be camped by Wolves for AGG to deal with. PB, are you thinking AGG is going to wrap around all the way to the western side, or do you think they're going to take their chances with this bridge?
They're going to do whatever's the silliest. That is the likely outcome. So we've seen some goofy plays from AGG, you know, getting into a bridge fight, backing off it, rotating all the way through the blue zone into the other bridge, only to take a blue zone fight with Team Liquid. So whatever's silliest, that's what I vote for. But Wolves have interestingly taken up a position camping this bridge up here. You can see Wancho on the lookout, but his other teammates are closer to the bridge. Coops and Doran up close there. And you can see up on the bridge itself is Coops. Wow. So waiting for AGG. But the interesting thing to me is this was VIOUS Gaming's spot, and VIOUS dropped here first. Wolves have pushed them out of this position, and Coops already sees the vehicles in the distance. He's calling it out, so you know they're licking their chops right now, hoping for a dinner that they can snack into here. AGG trying to figure out, okay, is this the move? And I like this camp here from the Wolves, mainly because they own the southern edge of the circle right now. They're in zone, so this is somewhere where they can comfortably stay for the moment. And hopefully pick up some easy eliminations here, but he may get spotted out first. Fran scouting it, trying to figure out, like, is there someone here watching us?
He knows it. He knows it. I'm looking at the player cam right now, trying to read lips. He's like, maybe there's somebody here. Yeah, it's clear, guys. It's clear. You're good. You're good.
They've been camped almost every game, though. So every time they tried to cross, it's been, unless they've gone really, really late, it's been really tough for them.
Fran said, you're clear. You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Coops is getting ready. Here we go.
Wait for it. Wait for another player.
I don't think they spotted him. Ooh.
Goodbye.
What a great play by Coops to ignore the first one and then wait for the second one, because now their squad is split. And
oh my gosh, he got Juancho, though.
Come on,
Juancho. The third. No.
All right, Baton takes down the back line, and no, just get the revive, bro. You're good. You're good. All right, so Wancho safe for the moment. Coops now going 1v2 against the rest of the squad here. Melgar down below. Man, this is turning out bad right now for AGG. They took their time, they scouted, they thought, hey, we're clear, but they just took it for granted. Once the first guy went by and no shots were fired, they were like, oh, it's cool. We can just, you know, put up our one hand on the steering wheel and cruise easily across, and that was not the case. Wolves getting 2 free ones here. Really like the play from them, but wow, they're going to have to work for it as this circle shifts all the way up north. That rewards teams like iNCO, who's sitting dead center right now. Look at Alpha 7's rotation as well with Squash on that right side.
Oh, they're getting a freebie. You wanted the Lipovka jigs. They basically are already there.
Look at the difference, right, between Alpha 7 and, what was it, Intense Game, right? They were there on the south side. Look at the speed of the rotation. That just goes to show you guys why this squad is a cut above the rest. Crazy. They loaded North George, and they're in a darn good spot in the zone.
I wonder as well with VIP, they were the team that dropped Severny, not even maybe catching Alpha 7 on rotation around the edge of the map. Now, luckily, those two teams, they're going to be able to find their prime spots, but Xforce, they full slam in a mansion here, taking the fight with United for Gaming. A double knock, actually, from Valak with the frag grenade, 24K as well. Priming one from the stairs, trying to have a Snacks cosplay, and Alim now, they've gotten 3 out of 4 with just the utility usage on the compound fight. Big fight here for Xforce if they can get the last player without a casualty. But the Bison, though, gets one. Fate going down, but Xforce thankfully winning the 4v4. But now it looks like Team Liquid looking for a potential third party here on Mansion.
What a play there. Beautifully done from Xforce.
All Glory Gaming has gone all the way around to the other bridge, Hot Juice. They said forget it and went all the way around to the eastern bridge. I told you it would be silly. Whatever the thing was, it was going to be the silliest. and we got it. So there we go.
They could have just waited. They knew that Wolves were going to leave eventually, right? No one's going to stay there for that long. But they're like, nah, we're going to go to the other bridge. We're not messing around here.
What if they like messing around though, Jukes? Come on.
That's true. That's
you
what
can't
I'm
be a
saying.
silly goose every once in a while.
They do like the silliest.
You can always be
I like silly,
goose
man. Silly's funny. Silly is funny. 9Z on rotation. You know, they had an opportunity to catch Team Liquid at the bridge too, but they had cleared out of their western bridge position just moments before Team Liquid crossed. And now Team Liquid is hold up center zone. 9Z on the rotation, pretty far out of circle still. They'll go just north of school and work their way in from the west side here, try to find a position that's safe. But a potential engagement that's coming up is 9Z versus Loops. And so that is a big, heavy-hitting matchup at the top of the standings as well. 9Z desperately needs to build some momentum right now. It's been a slow day for them. Hot Jukes mentioned only 3 points so far today. That's not going to be good enough if they're trying to get those top advantage points as we move into the finals. So with that, Doran and Wolves also moving, and we've got a potential clash with them and Alpha 7, who's directly in front of them as well. And they are driving potentially into the trap. Doran sees Revo and backs off, so they'll call it out and regroup. But we'll keep an eye on this for sure on the eastern side of the zone.
Yeah, but I don't know if they know Squash was there. Like
let's see what Alpha 7 does with this kind of circle shift, you know, and that's a little bit shifting away from them. They do have Mansion as an opportunity, but I think they're gonna just try to edge it out here. Moving north. Who are they? Oh, guess where they're moving towards? VIP, baby.
It's inevitable. It is inevitable. They are going to come together.
There's Brady.
The thing is, though, the difference between these two teams is 1 minute on their rotations. VIP is just too slow in the rotations, and as you can see, you've got a squad that's set up with, you know, light machine guns pointed at your vehicles on rotation, and that is the difference in what that speed gets you. So Alpha 7 winning that one as we turn our attention to VIOUS Gaming versus Royals, a war at the warehouse. Royals gets one knocked, but turns the tables, wipes one from VIOUS, and once again up the Nunez to keep the team alive, unable to, and VG out in 15th position, Enigma.
Yeah, but we're seeing it right now on the southern edge. Wolves rotated instead, going to east into Alpha 7. They came back down south, hearing the shots, and unfortunately for VIOUS Gaming, they had Savage Esports off in the distance, getting third-party shots now, trying to find themselves a position in the circle. And luckily for Rose War, Wolves weren't able to get another initial opening knock for it, but this being stage 3, you got to be careful. There's still a lot of room for these teams to kind of work with. We also even saw Team Liquid rotating towards the dips just to the west side of these compounds. So this field play, everything to the west of Mansion, is a lot of open field outside of these prime real estate spots. So I'm interested in seeing where exactly these shifts go, and I really would like to just see the map, honestly, right now, because these players right now, so many spread plays coming out from these squads here, Juke. So it's really kind of interesting with it being stage 3 that we're still seeing so much land being taken up by some of these teams.
There it is. There it is. Look at this. I mean, look at all the different positions people are taking here, PB. Completely spread out. What kind of silliness, though, are you seeing right now?
Right now, I see two teams that have kind of zone control right now. One is 9Z with their spread. The other is Wolves on the bottom. Everyone else kind of jockeying position, and either that or locking down a small compound. Teams like Intense Game in the north. But there's also 2-2 splits going on from teams like Influence Rage. They've got Diego with the beachhead out in the middle of zone. But the problem is with that is you got Law and Lorenzen trying to figure out, how do we group up with you? How do we cross this field? It's difficult, and now on the offensive is Carrillo out in front of Alpha 7. He's going head-to-head with Xforce, and this is going to be a big fight for Xforce. They need to win this one. They're pretty spread out right now, but the team is rubber banding to support Fate out in front. We'll see if Alpha 7 does the same and they actually come together here.
I think Fate realized that shotgun was just a little bit too accurate, so he's like, I'm gonna back up.
What is he, shooting slugs?
I mean, it was something happened. He's like, I just got hit with every single shot there. So he backed off, rightfully so. And with the zone, yeah, I think they're gonna try to possibly avoid this fight altogether. Yeah, Alpha 7, they are out of here.
What a mess. The east side of this circle, there are 4 teams just intertwined right now. You got S2S, you got Alpha 7, got Xforce, and they're all dealing with each other. And then Intense Game's going to be trying to work their way in from that side as well to an entrenched iNCO squad who again has circles. So iNCO, things are looking up for this squad. They've been on it all day long. We'll see if the momentum continues, but Klaus gets taken down from Alpha 7. Revo makes quick work of them, and they do have one knocked, but it looks like they will be able to get him back up. I mean, look at S2S, though, the spread right now. Casper way off on the background. Very, very far away. Bob, very, very far away. Alpha 7 just takes control of the situation, and while they do have one knocked, it's not enough for them to lose this fight. But now Xforce seemingly taking advantage of the position. Valak starting to sneak behind Squash, and maybe Xforce makes a play here on Alpha 7.
Yeah, but it's all about if you can get the thirst on the knock. We just saw us not be able to make that scenario happen. Alpha 7 getting the full reset going. And yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, they understand the situation. They know it's a different squad on the south, that being Xforce. They got someone watching the back. They're on the textbook plays. They understand the situation. And unfortunately, it's going to be 2 NA squads on either side of Alpha 7 just not being able to do anything. I mean, look at this Creel just full sending up onto him. Now, unfortunately, going a little bit too far with the Intense Game squad filling back onto S2S. But with it being Alpha 7, with them having essentially 3-4 elims to their name off of that fight with S2S, I think it's fine for them if they lose a player this late on in the match.
The bummer with that is that Carrillo chased S2S down, got the elim, but then Intense Game able to sneak the steals. So they get Carrillo and they get the knock there. So Intense Game getting both of those. But the interesting thing right now, Revo crashes. Alpha 7 now on top of iNCO. iNCO needs to earn it, but looks like they are going to fall back to group up with the team. McGrellan's like, I am out of here. We're going to rejoin the squad. Now Intense Game turns their attention over to Alpha 7. Loops evens the score with Wolves at the top of the leaderboard. So we have a new leader for the moment in Wolves. We'll see if they have the talent to hold it. Good spread from them in the bottom of the circle right now, but Alpha 7's taken over the compound and forced iNCO out. They've been evicted, but Mafioso suffers a knock on the back line. Now Revo is down.
Knock. That's it for Alpha 7. It's just Squash. But with Intense Game on the other side, it's just...
You're not counting them out yet, though, Jukes, are you?
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah. Oh.
No.
Not yet.
Oh, that Molly, though.
Okay, now they're out.
Molly. Okay, they're out. Okay, cool.
Now they're out.
Just like that. Intense Game was making it a little bit, quirky, that's for sure. But this iNCO Gaming we're talking about, man. The iNCO Gaming, look at this. They're in 5th place now.
Xforce.
They just crossed the 100-point mark, just like that. And
iNCO taking out Alpha 7? I mean, momentum. Look at this crash, though, from Xforce. This is, big guns coming in right now. They're bringing the momentum. They've been looking for a fight, haven't been able to find one just yet with Alpha 7, but now looking to pick one with iNCO. iNCO defending and now getting shot from the off angles as well from behind. This is tough. It looks like Intense Game, Silence, Adrian, both pouring in shots to the compound, but they're going to have to deal with Influence Rage here shortly, as Influence Rage is going to sneak into this fight. So very, very chaotic right now. In the middle of zone, we've got Ayala and Poppy Sour, big chillin' saying, it's cool, calm here. I don't know what you guys are all sweating about on the outside there.
We see it as well. Wolves, they had to make that rotation in from the south. They were able to take the fight with the AGG, losing 2 players, unfortunately, but Coops, being one of the main 2 members up, unfortunately, Juancho is down, leaving this into the 1v1 scenario, and thankfully, looks like a little bit of help from the loop spread, getting that last AGG player. We turn back, though, to the north here. This is such an important fight. With it being a 4v3, the squad that's won back-to-back matches, if they're able to take the fight now, they're able to get these eliminations before that circle closes fully, they're able to get their whole squad next into the circle shift. Because we remember, guys, Intense Game, they're on the other side of the compound. They rotated into circle. This is a straight up 4v3 fight, and with there being an opening knock, I actually could see iNCO Gaming going on the aggression into this 3v3 fight now.
McGrellan popped in the buggy. He's ready to go.
7-8's
but you
out
got 24K
as well.
with that Groza. They're finding angles.
Oh, they're rapping.
Ooh, it looks like they're playing zone, actually.
They're setting up. Very sneaky, iNCO Gaming. High IQ plays, right? Just saying, you know what? We're not tunnel visioning. We're going to go ahead and put ourselves in a good spot for this next circle. Good luck, Xforce. Good luck.
Pretty heads-up play here from iNCO Gaming, not gonna lie. I'm really curious, though, if they give up the high ground, will they be able to actually avoid the fire from Xforce if Xforce swaps positions with them? No, the early rotate. He's gonna get some free ones here. Aleem Valak under intense pressure now. Brunoson's gonna rain down, and this is looking like a real tough road to hoe for Xforce. McGrellin down, though. Brunoson down, and the third party from range, intense game, will eliminate iNCO Gaming. That is a tough break for them. Just weren't able to land the shots fast enough. An intense game will emerge victorious from that engagement. But man, what an exciting fight there. Xforce and iNCO giving us a North American show, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, baby. I mean, iNCO is still walking away with 7 eliminations. They're still on a good spot on the leaderboards. But speaking of the leaderboards, PB, I just noticed a massive change. And that's the Wolves finally in first place. Loops are still alive there. They have 4 players up, so they could definitely retake that. But, man, that is a big hop there for the Wolves.
Hey, they're still alive. Couple of members. They're trying to get it done here for the Wolves. We got Loops at full strength, and the Wolves are out. So like that, Loops has an opportunity to go back on top on the strength of their full squad right now. And it looks like they're in a decent position to do that as well, owning the west side of this circle. I mean, look at the control here that Loops has.
Yeah, tons of it. This next zone, though, I don't think anyone's gonna have control. This is all open field for the most part. That street does have a little bit of a lip to it. That's where Vitin is right now, but the rest of the team.
What is Savage doing? They're still chilling in a compound out in the middle of nowhere.
You're playing silly, PB. Come on. You're playing silly in the compound. I think it's just maybe a little bit too hard of a cross from Lowe's of War holding that sort of Walmart building. It looks like now they're going to make the rotate out. The vehicle's actually tagged up pretty well, but this north side is going to be the main factor. And if I'm any of these squads, I think the safest squad's going to be Influence Rage if they can make the rotation. If they can just get over the ridgeline, Law almost getting blown up in the U.S. They can maybe salvage, bring them around. They'll have that full northern side to themselves. Rest of these teams as well having to fight tooth and nail for really just the rocks and the cover of their vehicles. Adrian as well, we see it now. No eliminations to his name. Actually down a player, but the south side now, Hot Jukes, it's beginning to unfold.
Yes, it is. You got Rolls of War down there. You got Team Liquid, Loops. You got Savage Esports in the middle of the circle. Let's see what they decide to do. They're going to turn up the aggression finally. Tonka throwing those nades. Trying to fight our way on in, but they're losing players. Gonna have to play this very carefully. Yeah, Air God is gone just like that. That nade right in between all those players of Team Liquid. But yeah, back and forth shots here on the south side.
Everyone's getting weakened up on that south side. Team Liquid just chucking grenades in every direction right now. They're chunking down ROW, Savage Esports. And it also looks like Loops is continuing to be effective with their 2-2 split right now. Vitin and Neil Zada have control of the southern area, and they're raining in grenades now on top of Liquid, while their teammates, Rafinha up north, taking care of intense games. So this is a really effective split right now. Sometimes they backfire, but not this time. You can't put 2 in a bush. It's just too much human skin in the same bush, you know?
One per bush.
Yep.
One per bush. That's the rule. Diego, always a man of the rules. I think, but he's behind a rock right here. That's wrong. Shooting some shots at Silence barely surviving. Influence Rage. Maybe this is that game for them to finally start turning things up here. They got all 4 up, 2 eliminations so far, and a pretty good spot in this next circle.
Yeah, they also have the vehicles to work with. They would have been really nice, though, if he could have gotten that elimination out of that last intense gaming player, because for the most part, Silence, yeah, it's just him there, but that's an additional placement and elimination point under your belt if you just find those shots, them being the squad right above you on the leaderboard as well. We see it 6th, 7th, 8th place, all still alive. And we know we were looking at Loops. They've overtaken first place with the few extra elims they've mustered together, I guess you could say, in this later part of the zones. But This team right now, Influence Rage, you have to be able to make the most out of it. The only other squad that's in the lobby is going to be Savage, and yeah, they're going to make movements, but that's going to be all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Actually looks like Team Liquid, they get full sent by Savage Esports. Loops now trying to look for the third parties. The South is commencing, and Team Liquid, they're not even looking at him straight in the eyes. That's going to be a full wipe from Savage Esports. Just full aggression coming from the hillside now. Loops, I don't think we're in a stage for that yet, Jukes, but for Loops at least, they're looking for the shots now. Unfortunately, the reset having to come through, the time ticking for these teams to work with. And with it being stage 7, Jukes, Loops, I'm wondering, do you go back north or do you look for the wipe on Savage here?
They got 6 eliminations so far. I think the wipe is definitely the way to go for it. I mean, yeah, they just got passed up by the Wolves. You want to be able to really lock in that first place. But instead, choosing position. I think those were 3 easy eliminations. But
yeah, they were all standing right on top of each other. I just was hoping for one grenade to come out, and it never did, but that's okay. We've got the clown cars on the rotation at the moment. Oh! Everybody's packed in there, but Lorenzen from the back lines takes down Vithine. And their Influence Rage just chose violence. They're into it with Savage and Loops right now. Is Savage now in a really tricky spot. Grenades are out, and Monty's just going to continue to drive by, but he's driving right into Diego right now, and Diego makes quick work of him. So Savage Esports down to their final member and eliminated. It's now Influence Rage with a pretty decent control of the circle. Loop still in a split, and Silence being held off by Ninabete, but that's about it. Loop's full strength, though. They've got to have the upper hand here, especially with that solo of Silence. Like, they know where he's at, so it's not like he's going to play a factor here.
I think this is a Loop's win all day long. Ninabete utilizing that rule, stilling by himself right now, just hiding, waiting for the circle to close even further. This is stage 7. We got 2 more zones. One last zone shift, though. It's probably going to just center up, though. So it's really up to Influence Rage to make something happen with this util. That knock's gonna do it. That's it. Loop's got to push. Finish her out.
And they will. Lorenzen has dealt the most damage in the lobby. We'll see if he can add to that total, but it's a pretty tall order as he's going 1v4 right now against Loops. And there's also a solo on the side in Silence right now. And Silence is looking that way. He's trying to pick up that last elim to see if maybe he can sneak some points out of here, but a little too late here.
Loops, I think, making a mistake.
Loops has been 2-2 split this entire time, Jukes. Like, literally, they never grouped up.
They could have just grouped up and wiped out Influence Rage and took it very easily with those knocks. But now they decided 2-2 split. That gives Influence Rage a chance. Silence is gone. Okay. So now the whole focus is on Influence Rage. That was a big knock for Loops at the right time.
And even now, at least we still have some utility from Influence Rage to work with, but the problem is being able to find those connections. Vincent with the full 3 gear, but Zelda, they give him one. They're
now they can
allowing
rotate
him to
his
do
way.
it.
Influence Rage knows they can push out. They've taken down the flank. There's one more player in front of them that I don't know if they're aware that he's there, but they know that the other 2 are on the side of Silence, and they rotate. This fight's different now. It's 3v3 heads up, and it's a whole different thing because Influence Rage is no longer pinned down.
Vincent has to be careful. I mean, he's in a really precarious spot, but Vincent just popped up, said, see you later, gets the double knock. It is just Lorenzen all by his lonesome. Luke gonna take the chicken dinner here. Lorenzen, not gonna go out of the fight, though. Does secure at least 1 point. He'll take that all day long.
We highlighted these players for a reason. Vithine and Lorenzen, big plays from big players, man. They're continuing to deliver here for both their squads.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lorenzen, he's not able to have the U.S. in zone from the circle shift, and it's going to be Vithine. He actually has a bit of utility to work with that P90 as well. We just saw how much of a shred it is in that 1v2 spot. Now having the teammate support from up top and the blue zone, it's starting to tick down. We understand where he's at. I'm surprised there's not actually any pre-fire shots coming from the teammate, but Rafina, we see him all the way out in the distance. That's going to be a freebie. The smoke fades away. Winner, chicken dinner, Loops, baby. Definitely securing themselves that top spot on the leaderboard. And with it being the halfway point of the match here, guys, Loops, they're definitely feeling themselves coming into this tournament.
You said that Loops needed another chicken dinner, and they delivered here in Game 3. iNCO Gaming takes the first 2 of the day, but Loops bounces back, not only getting the chicken dinner, but picking up a bunch of elims to boot. The 2-2 split, successful for them. And man, big plays from big players at the end, both on the side of Influence Rage, with Lorenzen just clutch play there to get his team still in the match, but Vitin just too much to handle for Loops, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, well done. I mean, Loops definitely needed a chicken dinner. They've been playing so well all tournament long. They finally got it right here now. And at the right time, too, because middle of the match, Wolves had just passed them up on the leaderboard. So for Loops to get that chicken dinner, that's going to solidify them right back there. So we got a few more matches left today. Anything could still happen. But, man, Loops getting that chicken dinner here now was huge for them.
It really was. We'll check that out shortly, but it all started on the bridge there with Wolves getting a beautiful bridge camp on AGG. Been able to get a little bit of momentum going early for them, but never really found a spot in the circle. They had to fight tooth and nail for it. They were able to get a few on the board, ultimately taking first place, but it was momentarily, had. They lost it to Loops towards the end there, and 9Z also got crashed on by Wolves as well. So again, taking down the fights when they matter for the Wolves, and this is going to see a bit of a shakeup after this round, so we'll be checking those scores here shortly. But I liked what I saw from Savage here. Once again, they were decisive. They took action. A little risky there, honestly, driving in between Liquid and Loops, but with the 2-2 split, Loops unable to mount any sort of aggression. But this fight, I really like this one, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was just Loops making that full man advantage come into play, especially with Vitin having that P90. He won that 1v2 there at the end, and fortunately enough for his teammates, they were able to keep the player alive on the Overwatch angle. That's why these players are so dominant. Vitin and Rafina actually this time being the squad's top eliminators, both having 4 elims. But the damage charts here, Jukes, it speaks volumes. 2 players having over 700 damage. It's a nice sight to see.
Oh, yes, it is, dude. Vitin has been huge for his team, and that's what it takes, really. It takes a good star player to put up a good performance. Alpha 7 has Rebel. I think Loops definitely has Vitin here. He is just pop it off. 778 damage, 4 eliminations. Rafina definitely does something to shake your head at as well. I mean, hey, he even pulled out more damage than him. It's all about that consistency, though. This team has shown that they definitely have it. It really is just about just getting in that right position at the right time. And once they finally got it, they were able to pull out that chicken dinner. So a great game from Loops, for sure.
Consistency is something that Loops has been able to boast. Vitin and Rafina both in the top 4 in elims for the entire second round. As we see, it powers Loops to another chicken dinner here. They finished with 20 points in the match, edging out Influence Rage. A valiant effort from Influence Rage, led by Lorenzen, but not quite enough. They finish in second with 14 points. Intense game. Has another good game, but they don't pick up a ton of elims here. They played the position game, worked out for them. They finished third. Savage Esports, bit of the surprise of the day. They finished in second and now fourth, and they've got a bunch of eliminations to boot. They've already doubled their score from the entire second round, so props to them for turning things around here on day 3. They might be able to secure a few more head start points to go into the grand finals with, so it's never too late for any of these teams. Again, we're through 3 maps right now, and so that means we still have 3 more to go today. So that means if you're on this second page, if you're VIOUS Gaming, if you're 9Z, there's still time to kind of turn things around the way things have started today for those squads. But again, some have pretty high aspirations. I'm looking at the 9Zs and the Alpha 7s here. They're sitting on the top of the tables right now as they take a peek at our overall standings and see where things shake out. And Loops has put together another pretty big gap right now considering the stage of the game that we're at. They're at 149, so things are starting to feel a bit more comfortable, but they can't rest on their laurels here as Wolves, Alpha 7, they are right next to them here, Hot Jukes.
Hey, right place, right time, dude. If you're going to get a chicken dinner for Loops, this was the time to do it, right? Definitely getting themselves a lot more comfortable, because the thing about League Phase, and I haven't really talked about this entire tournament so far, but I think we're at that stage now, is when you start reaching the last couple of days, shenanigans are going to be happening. Silliness, PB, at an all-time high, right? Because guess what? These teams are going to know, like, hey, we're pretty much locked in where we are, and we're going to see some crazy pushes, I think, in the last couple games of Miramar. So if you really want those points, you got to really get them, I think, in this next game if you want them.
Yeah, they're up for the grabs for sure. Another notable position move here, Enigma, is Team Liquid hopping over iNCO. And iNCO had 7 eliminations last game, but they finished outside of the top 8, so they don't secure any rank points. But Team Liquid quietly amassing some points, right? They're finishing in the top 5 or 6 every game, and they're getting some elims to be just pretty consistent overall, and so they jump over the likes of iNCO. So not bad from Team Liquid. What do they got to do to keep things going in the final 3 games?
I think you got to end the Aaron go with the performance like last match. Get some eliminations, get in that top 5 placement, and then go into the Miramar, hopefully trying to secure some top 2s, top 3s in each of the games. You want to finish up there. They didn't get that many bonus points right going into finals from phase 1. This phase, you want to change that. You want to end as much near the top as possible. And unfortunately, Franco, I feel sorry for them. They're not farther up the leaderboard with having 2 wins, with having some eliminations last round, but it just shows the performance they had those first 2 days of phase 2. So I'm hopeful to see each of these teams. Unfortunately, we know not every team can stand at the top at the end of the day, but both these squads still showing a lot of admiration in my eyes.
Well said. Currently standing at the top, though, is Loops Esports out of Brazil. They've been consistent, they've been dominant, and they've been recent with another chicken dinner here on our 3rd map of the day. We'll see if they can do it again in map number 4. It's coming up next. We've got Erangel coming back to you, but not before a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a jiff.
Liu, tem cara comigo, te ajuda agora.
Mano, segura um pouco, Léo.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tomei tiro das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capa, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Brabo demais.
A situação de clutch, 1v3, não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô, matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei. Agora eu vou deitar, chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
Welcome back. It's PMSL America's Spring 2025 League Play. We're halfway through the final day of League Play, and things are starting to shape up for the grand finals that are going down this Friday. My name's Powerbang. I'm the host of the show alongside Hot Jukes and Enigma. Boys, we've seen 3 maps today, some pretty dang good action, and perhaps some surprises as well. We saw iNCO take the first 2 chicken dinners. Loops answers back with the third. Now the stage is set to go into the final Erangel of League Play, and iNCO's going to be looking to do it again. Love to see the overall standings here, to see where things are currently sitting, as Loops has the lead right now. Wolves in second, Alpha 7 in third. But I want to draw your attention down to that number 5 position. Team Liquid holds just a 1-point advantage over iNCO, who's put together those 2 chicken dinners today, and Influence Rage is just 1 point behind that. So wide open right now. Any of those teams really could do something here, but they've got to start showing up towards the end of the day today. I think Erangel is a great chance for teams to do just that. I want to focus on Influence Rage for a moment. I want to ask you, Enigma. You know, we've given a lot of credit to Lorenzen, right? Like, he's been top damage in the lobby. He's also the most assists in the lobby in round 2, so he's really carrying this team. But one of the players that we haven't shown a lot of love to is Lil Boy. He's been right there alongside, Lorenzen from Influence Rage, and would love to take a peek at, those 2 fellas next to each other, because, man, it's impressive. The elims are spot on from both of them, Enigma.
Yeah, and this is just some of those dynamic duos some of these squads have. Alpha 7, we think of Revo and Squash. Influence Rage is Lorenzen and Lil Boy. Lil Boy last year was the main talking point for this squad, right? Being able to frag out. Obviously, the damage him compared to Lorenzen, 3,000 difference, which is a huge number, Jukes. I know you're kind of surprised by that, but the damage itself not correlating as much to the elim shows that, at least with Lil Boy, the knocks he's getting potentially are immediate thirst. He's not getting the re-knocks over and over. He's not stat patting. He's making sure that he gets those numbers under his belt. And utility usage as well, Jukes, I'm looking at it, equal numbers essentially. Both of these squads playing around each other, and both of them being able to perform when it's needed. Yeah. Yeah, and for the most part, I think it really comes down to what these players are able to kind of achieve and perform in some of the situations. Maybe they're setting the Lorenzen up to play more as that solo, get those sort of pod shots going onto these other squads. But PB, man, I mean, when you have a team that has 2 players performing at the same level, you kind of wonder what the other 2 players are doing in the squad. Are you going for that supporting role? Are you just kind of allowing yourself to be that sacrificial sheep for these other teams? Or are you going to be playing as a full 4-man, not thinking that you're as weak as your teammates?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, so far, when you look at the damage, Jukes is pointing out Lorenzen has just an insane amount of damage. Like, the gap there between just those 2, 3,000 damage. But honestly, the gap between Lorenzen and everyone else in the lobby is essentially the same thing, because the number 2 player has just over 6K right now. There's only 2 players in the lobby that have achieved more than 6,000 damage in round 2. Lorenzen's the only one over 7,000, so this man's finding himself into some fights, and ultimately is really doing a lot to power the Influence Rage squad. But what I gotta say about Lil Boy, he's been efficient, right? Like when he puts out some lead from that rifle, he's getting drops, he's getting elims, and that's the way to do it. But asking about some of the other players on the team, they got Law and Diego, both of whom are contributing. They've each got 12 elims apiece. It's just half as much as Lawrence and Lil Boy. So they've got their clear 2 fraggers, and then they've got their support players as well. I think that's a natural distinction that you're going to find in a lot of these teams. You've got your guys that hard carry you, and you've got those that are either calling the shots, helping make decisions, supporting, using that utility, etc. So with that, Jukes, we look forward to next map. Got Erangel coming up once again. What are you looking out for this time around? Obviously, we've seen Erangel split between iNCO and between Loops so far. Do we think this is going to be a repeat there, or are we going to look at a new face? Maybe Wolves stepping in to take the crown here in map 4.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is the last chance to really be able to get points, because every single time I've seen a league stage here, the last day, the last few games, it's just kind of chaotic, right? We're going to see like maybe 20 players in stage 4 on the last game. That's my prediction, right? So if that is going to come to fruition, I think you really need to stress all of your energy into this last game to soak up points, because we're going to see that chaos, I'm pretty sure, 100%, right? So looking at the points so far, iNCO Gaming, 44 points in total. Next, you have Wolves with 30. Loops right below them with 26 points on the day, right? So that's a crazy performance. If you're iNCO Gaming and you want to make that jump to get a few more head start points, I think you have to really pull out all the stops right here in Erangel.
Really do. We're just about ready to start, so I'm gonna throw it to you for predictions first, Hot Jukes. Who do you think will take the victory here officially in map 4?
Oh, I think iNCO Gaming win would be sick. I really do. I really do.
A third one of the day.
I mean, I think it would be just wild to see, and it would make the top of the leaderboards more interesting for the last 2 games. So I'll give it to iNCO for this one.
It certainly would make it more interesting. Enigma, what about you?
We gotta go with it, baby. iNCO, make it the 3P. I wanted it the back-to-back-to-back. No, it's fine if they split it up a bit. Allow some other people to have their limelight, so to speak. And for the most part, iNCO Gaming, man, they've shown up a lot in these matches, especially those first 2. I want to see the consistency throughout the day, because phase 1, they had some points under the belt, right? Phase 2, I want to see the improvement out of them, like Wolves has shown for us. I want to make it not just the Wolves hype train we've been on. I want to have 2 NA representatives that have the chance of making that top 3, because after this, it's finals play. You only have those advancement points under your belt. You got to make sure you're able to go into it and give yourself that fighting chance at that top 3 to go to that EWC tournament and stuff like that. It's the contention everyone's playing for. And if you're one of these squads, your goal is to make that. Your goal is to be top 3. And for the most part, I want our NA teams to have that in mind.
It's beautifully said. This is the last opportunity for any of these teams to score head start points. We've got this and 2 more maps after it to secure position, to try to get up the leaderboard and secure the best rank possible. At least 15 head start points are going out to one team here, but it's time for Erangel. My pick for this one may be a bit of a surprise, but I like what I'm seeing today from Savage Esports. I'm thinking they maybe get a victory under their belt today. I don't know. It's been night and day for that team from yesterday, where they scored 0 rank points across 6 games. And so far today, we've seen a 2nd, we've seen a 4th, and we've seen a decent amount of elims as well. So I gotta shout out my boys from Savage Esports. When you actually look at the points secured today, they're tied for 3rd with Loops. So that's impressive. They're only 4 points behind the Wolves so far. So that's where I'm going with my prediction. I'm probably going to get proven wrong and they go back to their day 2 ways, but we'll see. So here we go. We've got an entry plane path onto the map, and this has got to favor Alpha 7 as they get it right over their preferred drop spot. So we'll see how they do with it. I want to keep an eye on Alpha 7 and VIP specifically, because I'm really curious to see their rotation speed if this circle happens to go to the south or to the east. So we'll keep an eye on that, Hot Jukes, as this game progresses.
Yeah, it's crazy how just fast Alpha 7 rotates. They always find their way into Circle 4, no matter how far away they were in Circle 6. So they're always fun to watch rotation-wise. But you know what? My question is that are we going to ever see a military-based circle? Because, I mean, this is the really last chance for it.
You want it in military?
Yeah.
I want to see it. I want to see that military base zone right now. I think Team Liquid needs it for sure. So let's see if that circle's going to go in that direction.
Why I see it there as well. Observer is able to kind of show it. AGG actually going full south side of the military base island. Xforce as well, kind of spreading. And, you know, there's a bit of military in that circle shift. You have a bit of hope, but I think we all kind of know it's probably going to shift up towards shelter. Repeat of last match. And to be honest, I was asking in chat during the break, I was hoping for a Zarky game. To be honest with you, I wanted all the way up there for VIP to reign supreme on the squads, but we don't get to see that yet. And my mind is set on these teams' consistency here, PB, on the Aaron Gill matches. We're talking this is played half of the matches that you're going to be on here, especially when it comes finals day. Which teams are really able to kind of show consistency through the hard shifts, through when you get zone blessed, right? We've seen a lot of our, especially NA teams, struggle when they have that sort of center spot. If they're going to be able to kind of hold it down, unfortunately, they kind of lose their strength and stride to the likes of Alpha 7 and some of these other squads. But with a squad like Wolves, I'm interested in seeing if they're going to opt for that bridge camp like we saw last game, or if they're actually going to opt to rotate more center this time around.
I like what's going on with Wolves this round. One of the things that I saw on the initial map feed, VIOUS Gaming switched their drop spot. They're no longer down by farm and down by bridge. It's Wolves who own this position, and they've rotated early, again, with the plane path in the west and the zone to the east. Teams that rotate early are going to have that defensive position locked down. One of the players kind of really studying the sky at the moment, just checking out the color, admiring the breeze and the nice calm day here on Aaron Go, where the weather always seems to be nice. But 9Z on the rotation early as well. Everyone else pretty much dropping as usual. 9Z really needs to get things going, Hot Jukes. They've had a bit of a rough day today.
They have been having a rough day, and it's pretty shocking considering like the consistency that we've seen in the past. Let me double check the numbers here for 9Z. Let me see. Round 2, right? And on this day 6 of total, they have a total of 5 points on the day. That is crazy. Yeah, so out of all the top teams, 9Z is the real one that is all the way down. They are actually 13th overall on the day. So the only teams that they beat out are VIOUS Gaming, Shoot to Survive, and United 4 Gaming. Everybody else has put up more points than them so far today. So yeah, 9Z, they got to step it up here now, because I'm telling you, these last 2 Miramars are going to be chaos, dude. They always are. So you cannot depend on trying to get points in the last second here in league stage.
I like how you said it too, last second. I mean, really just 5 total points as a team. I saw it as well. They were able to opt and rotate towards prison, get a split loot going instead of looting their prime spot. But the issue is this, is we see VIOUS Gaming as well, probably as a lot of other teams, going to make early rotations. If you're still taking time to loot at this point in the game, you might get caught off guard. And actually looks like Mendor, he's going to be driving almost right into the squad here. I'm really interested in seeing if VIOUS Gaming is going to drive into prison here, if they're going to opt to go around. And wait a second, we're actually going to have an early fight potentially here, PB. VIOUS Gaming driving full into 9Z.
Yeah,
oh, no.
9Z took out the prison, and oh my gosh, he completely gets caught with his pants down there. Deminor, he's got to feel pretty upset with that one, because he literally ran into a building he thought was unoccupied. There's a dude just waiting for him. 9Z, I called it a second ago on the rotation that they were rotating early. That is why the early rotations pay off, is you get these positions early. Teams are not even prepared for a fight at this point. You can see Nunez and the teammates just zooming around out in the middle of nowhere. Now they're trying to figure out, okay, where do we go? Prison's taken. We got to come up with a plan B. And now they're about to get crashed on by Loops and Neil Zada's right next to them as well. So they've got sight lines. So this is getting a little bit dicey for the likes of VIOUS Gaming. Got Influence Rage rolling into the scene right now in between these squads. Lorenzen leading them, threading the needle here. We've got off to his left at the prison, you got 9Z. Off to his right, you got VIOUS Gaming. So they're going to try to get in there and find a nice little home, at least for the time being. Influence Rage, though, needs to keep things going. They've had a decent day, but they're looking to have a great day. So this has got to be their map, Hot Jukes.
Got to be, man. So many players, so many teams need these points here at the last second, man. I'm really proud of iNCO Gaming, of what they were able to accomplish today. 44 points in total is one heck of an average.
Can we bring up the map really quickly while teams are still in rotation? This is the point that I've been trying to make as far as like the difference between the top teams and the not so top teams, right? We saw Alpha 7 looting in North George. That is way over here. They are currently over here on the map, and you see VIP is just now starting to move, and they're going to follow Alpha 7 in, but Alpha 7's in the circle already. They're that fast on rotation. They beat teams by a minute to 90 seconds typically on rotation, so the speed at which they loot, granted, Georgia Pole is a very dense loot location, which is probably why they prefer to drop there. They just can get anywhere on this map in record time, and even though the zone shifted to the east, they're there with probably one of the better positions in the zone, occupying Lipovka, and they could work their way in with no one at their back, at least for the moment. So props to A7 on their speed that they loot, and now they stumble upon 9Z. Let's see if they get into a fight here, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, I think it's just a matter of how you scout these positions so early on. VIOUS Gaming caught off guard while Alpha 7 makes the rotation and not getting caught up. But now we see it rolls the board. They opted to rotate straight through Team Liquid. 2 players down to 1 HP on the shots. Make it both getting knocked on that Murata rotation. Aragod just forced to leave Cardozan at 1 HP, lead the rest of his teammates to die on the hillside. Team Liquid getting 2 early eliminations under their belt. And this is going to be on the far western side of the circle shift. 2 teams that I wasn't expecting really to fight so early on, but now off in the distance, Xforce as well, potentially getting into a piece of the action here, having 4 members up to their squad. And from Xforce, you know, we've seen some moments, some fights with some of these other teams, but really just struggling to make it anywhere close to the end game. That last Erangel especially, I mean, taking the engagement with iNCO getting completely wiped. Obviously, we saw iNCO Gaming getting eliminated just after that squad engagement. But now, if you were to get eliminated from Team Liquid here, it'd be spelling disaster as a team. And maybe that's just what Team Liquid needs. One of these early 4v4 fights to get themselves under the belt. We know they've had the performance needed so far to be in the top 8. But like you said, PB, they want to have a win. They want to have something going into the Miramars to shoot themselves up the leaderboard more.
So Savage Esports right now is driving around this compound. They're up in the hills right now, and they are kind of overwatching this position. If they can win a team fight here, they're in a great spot to secure this circle. Loops approaches, and they're able to push them back just through their presence. Loop's not crashing just yet, but Savage has been one of the teams. They were the second one into this zone. Very early rotation, and it's paying off for them so far. Again, Savage is really turning around their day from a lackluster day 2. Day 3 has just been night and day difference for them. So again, holding off Loops right now on the rotation into the circle. Loops is the top team in the lobby right now. So again, props to Savage Esports, who finds himself dead center in the circle.
Let's go, Savage. Yeah, right? Dead center indeed. Everybody's starting to make that migration down south. Looking at this circle, there are still quite a few teams that need to make it out in. iNCO, right? The team that has been performing so well. They're actually going to be one of the last squads into this zone. They are going to be approaching VIP, so I wonder if they're going to look to kind of get into the action sooner rather than later. Wolves, they have been set up over here by Milta, and they're not letting anybody get close.
Shots rain down. It actually looks like Coops gets one right off into the distance. Not sure if they're going to be able to get the thirst. The pod shot's connecting, but I think Team Liquid will be able to get that reset going on in the building. But BB, you're looking at something right now. What are we looking at, baby?
Poor Cardozan. He's over there by himself. In that, he's being shy. He's right next to that position. But now another squad in All Glory Gaming coming up from the south, and they're about to get pinched. So Cardozan gets left by his team, and there's no way at this point in time that he's grouping up. Yeah, there he goes. All Glory Gaming finds him, just pushes him out. He was like, oh, no, guys, you left me. And that pass on the beach right in front of Wolves, I don't know how they all made it by without a knock. Wolves had a beat on him with 3 players, and somehow, some way, the rest of Team Liquid able to get to safety. But that is maybe what they needed. They still have 3 players alive, and they were able to secure a position center circle. So Team Liquid doing it once again. They may not have enough to win, but they're in a good spot to get some rank points and potentially some elims here. So let's see if they can keep the momentum going, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. I'm looking at, speaking of momentum, I'm looking at Alpha 7 on the rotation. These guys have already moved all the way down south. From North George, that is ridiculous. I mean, these rotations, they're so wild. And they're approaching 9Z, that team that has just had a really rough day today. They're going to be facing quite a few great teams. And you know, it's so funny. It's like I think VIP has been studying a lot of Alpha 7 tape. You know what I'm saying? They always end up right next to each other, but just a few minutes behind. If they're able to kind of speed that up a little bit, VIP could definitely be ahead of the game on rotations.
Ooh.
Oh man, that's huge.
Though, yeah, it pulled right back north. Someone in chat was wanting a logging finish. That very well could be the case with United for Gaming having that center spot. But like how you said, VIP potentially hawking Alpha 7's rotations, right? Unfortunately, we haven't seen that team be able to really maybe capitalize on backfilling the #1 squad from league play. But now we see it. A lot of the teams opting to make their rotation, Xforce being the main squad on this farm edge into intense game. And I'm not sure if they're actually even going to opt, into this fight. The farm compound is not something you're willing to crash with so many third-party possibilities. Looking to possibly go up north, but unfortunately for them, Luke's already occupying it, maybe feeling a bit more comfortable taking that 4v4.
Team Liquid wrapped behind Alpha 7 and split between them and somehow snuck into the circle. Team Liquid's going for dead center zone. You can see him going up the hill right now. I don't know how they're doing it, but gentlemen, Team Liquid boldly making plays where no man has gone before, and they secure themselves a spot in the forest here. A man short and still able to get all three safely into the circle. I'm really, really impressed with the heads-up rotations from Team Liquid. Somehow, some way, avoiding the fights and waiting until it matters more. There's still 16 teams alive in this lobby and still 60 players. So we're here deep into stage 3, and only 4 players have been eliminated so far, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks volumes on how these teams are choosing to rotate in this final match. Hot Jukes and I were both thinking it was going to be an absolute clown fiesta on these Erangels. I thought it was going to be a repeat of phase 1 to phase 2, but it seems like a lot of people starting to make the rotations a bit more cautiously. Unfortunately, Poppy Sour going to be the first to fall for VIP, potentially getting thirsted while trying to hold that prison mountaintop. And this is the interesting part of this map, is you never know where players are really truly going to be set up on these mountaintops. So many trees, so many angles to kind of hide behind. Influence Rage especially, I'd kind of be worried here, Jigs. I'm seeing it right on the edge of the map. Team Liquid potentially looking to third party this action.
Let's see. They still have a lot of room, though. I think everybody's just waiting for this next circle. Where is it going to pop, though? Because wherever it goes, I'm telling you, whoever's outside of it, they're going to be in big, big trouble. I mean, these teams are scattered everywhere.
Yeah, 16 teams in this tiny of a circle. It is not a large zone right now. 30 seconds until we know more. But Influence Rage has 9Z right in front of their compound, and just off to their west, they've got Team Liquid here. Chief sniffing around, seeing if they can find an opening as well. Good sight lines down to below where they're looking at intense game. VIOUS Gaming. We've even got Savage out there also. But, you know, Influence Rage has a good position right now in that compound. But, boy, it is difficult. Look at how many teams right now. And, honestly, I like, if the zone goes south, I like Wolves' position down here in this compound. This is the place to be, in my opinion. Everything else is wide open, but the Wolves have themselves a doozy of a position. Now they have to hold it.
PB with the observation hockey. He called it, man. This circle went south, and the Wolves are very happy about it. Now, the teams that are going to be struggling, look at iNCO, man. The iNCO is all the way up here by Prison. They should have a little bit of a rotational line, possibly through the woodlands here soon. But it's going to be tough considering that you got 9Z battling it out with Influence Rage. VIP is up there. Yeah, it's going to get pretty wild here in the next few seconds.
And I think 9Z, they're opting hope, or at least hoping for a few more eliminations under their belt, holding this eastern edge. It's going to be just 2 of them here for now. The other ones being farther south towards the compounds. And we were wondering what was going to happen to Alpha 7. They full send into the Wolves compound, actually slamming onto the knocked player, trying to shoot the vehicle out. And he actually catches Coops right on the knock, getting the re-knock. Poncho in a 1v1, but Warren, he has the support, gets Mafioso on the side. 3v3 situation. Wolves, you've got to hold the compound. You've got to win this engagement. You cannot allow Alpha 7 to reset here. And my main eyes are going to be on Juancho. Can he find the opening? Can he find the knock? The nades land close, and Squash, he's pushing the envelope, gets the knock as well. Baton trying to give the support. 1v2 situation. Can Baton clutch it up for the team? But the tall order to ask for Squash, one of the top 2 fraggers for this team. The nades looking good and just barely missing it. Baton dodging by the nicks of his shoes. And oh my goodness, these nades, Hot Chicks, they're getting way too close for comfort. Wolves now He gets the reset. Can he find the mark?
See if that nade will do it. He needs it to land, and it doesn't. But on full running away, getting shot now by Influence Rage. That is the Wolves completely destroyed. The Alpha 7 with this rotation is unbelievable. These guys were from North George. Wow. And they push through. They take out the Wolves first. Wolves so far into the game, and they are the first ones out. Now iNCO Gaming are getting demolished here just outside of Circle. This is a tough game for these teams.
We asked if Wolves could defend, and unfortunately for them, they got crashed on from 2 angles at the exact same moment. They had Influence Rage hit them from the north, Alpha 7 hit them from the south, and it was just too much. Those 2 squads are too talented for any team to really overcome, and just like that, Alpha 7 pushes in, secures the compound. They lose 1 in the process, but we pointed out that particular area of the map was going to be the best place in the zone, and it seems as though multiple teams realized that, and I gotta give credit to Alpha 7. They stayed on the outskirts of this circle for the longest time, waiting for it to develop, waiting to get a clue as to where to crash. They doubled back 3 different times on their rotation, finally deciding to wrap all the way to the south and crash onto Wolves and ultimately overrun their position. Great tip of the spear from Carrillo, pushed all of the Wolves out of their position, but just really impressive play from Alpha 7. And now we've got the next zone about ready to drop, and we'll see if it goes out into the field or if this compound push was all worth it.
Let's see. Where's it gonna go? All right. Wow. So Alpha 7 are gonna have to push up the hill now with Influence Rage and All Glory Gaming at their backs. This is gonna be a tough one. Loops are still alive here. They got that west side pretty well under control. We're gonna see them start to group up here, and yeah, now with the clock ticking, you can see Alpha 7 really in a hurry here.
Yeah, we're talking, what, 25 seconds? They're on the edge, that sort of fast side of the circle shift. I think they're actually going to turn their sights towards 9Z. 9Z currently holding a spread, trying to keep Team Liquid back on the locking area, but we just saw it. Wolves suffered from it. You got to be able to hold your backside, make sure that the zone does not come through to you. And Influence Rage are saying, hey, we'll let A7 rotate. We're going to turn our sights to this AGG fight. Potential 4 eliminations for either of these teams. This is a big moment for these squads because whoever wins this west side of Milta here, guys, is going to have control of the hillside in front, is going to be able to hide underneath intense game, but you don't want to have it like S2S and iNCO. You don't want to be holding yourselves out in the blue zone. You need to have this fight happen now, PB, and with the circle starting to shift, we're going to be seeing a lot of momentum moving around these buildings.
I really like the play from Loops right now, too. They are just cruising around, waiting to move. They're off on that farm side. You can see them way up here on the ridge. They are chilling, looking down, and they have control over there. They've been non-committal so far. Still, despite that, they've got 4 eliminations, and so they're adding to their pad at the top of that chart. With Wolves out, they're only extending their lead right now. So again, great plays from Loops. They do have 1 down at the moment. All Glory Gaming, though, looking to get the heck out of Dodge, and they're going to land on Loops here. And it's time to fight, baby.
Pina couldn't do it with the pump shotgun. That is rough. Nenebete, though, on the back line, trying to put that support, but All Glory Gaming, man, just laser accuracy, absolutely deleting Loops there right when they needed to.
And it looks like now they understand Influence Rage trying to backfill, but Adrian from the rooftop potentially getting the knock on one of the players, Melgar, being separated from his team, and that's not the timing you want because we're seeing the hovercraft come in. I'm thinking Influence Rage, yeah, you got to look for this third-party engagement. You cannot allow AGG to survive on this hillside, and PB, it really could go anyone's way. 9Z now is the focus on the eastern edge. They're taking shots, but Remix getting knocked. One of the top performers for this team. You've got to get them up, and that's not going to be the case. Full thirsted, big loss for the squad here.
So, boys, where's the next location I can call that immediately gets overrun?
Right? The north side, or maybe? I mean, I don't know. This circle is
keep my eyes peeled. I'm thinking I point out a position, squad immediately gets thirsted from there. No big deal.
Pick it.
I'm liking
it. Tell me, what do you think?
Well, I was looking at Influence Rage on the map, but yeah, it's too late to call it because the nades have already come in. They're coming in from the upper part of that hill. VIOUS Gaming lobbing him down. Now, Lil Boy trying to bail out his teammate, Lorenzen, at the very bottom of this zone. This is kind of where we're looking right now, but the nades coming in from the top. The shots coming in from 9Z over on that eastern side. Things are getting a bit sketchy. But again, everyone outside of the circle right now. This is really sketchy right now. But one of the teams that I'm liking, you know, is my boys, Savage. We are looking good in zone right now. I picked them to win. Maybe they got a chance here, Hot Jukes.
Let's see. Do they have a chance? It's crazy to me that even Carrillo was able to survive this. Him and the team tried to rotate past 9Z. 9Z definitely gave him that work. Colgo trying to find that nade onto Lil Boy here. Misses the mark just by the edge. Let's see if 9Z are able to... Actually, with 5 points, they've already doubled their performance so far. So a great game for them, considering. But here comes the big push. Intense game. Able to stave off All Glory Gaming. And All Glory Gaming, they were definitely heating up, but Intense Game shut that flame down real quick.
I think it's a valiant effort. You got to go for a fight at some point. There's no way you're making that rotation in for free, especially with the team on your eastern side like Influence Rage. So unfortunate stuff. They couldn't have gotten placement points, but like seeing the 6 eliminations under their belt this match. And now we're starting to talk the placement points coming into play. Influence Rage and Intense Game both next to each other, desperately needing the points. Team Liquid as well, being just 9 points ahead of that 8th place mark. This is a big moment for a lot of these teams. A lot of them having actually strong positions in my mind here, PB, for this circle shift being stage 6. Now, obviously, it's only going to be 2 more shifts after this. The vehicles for a lot of these squads already destroyed or not usable. So I'm interested in seeing what kind of utility usage we're going to see out of these teams. Which squads are really going to be able to move themselves around the map, or which ones will fall from the likes of these other squads like Intense Game that have their vehicles still working.
Diego popping the shots off, not able to hold on. Intense Game, man, doing a real good job here of turning on the aggression. Now it's just up to Lil Boy. That nade actually looked really nice, and it just rolls just a little bit too far. He needs to throw all the utility he has at this point. Yeah, it's over. That's Influence Rage gone, and now Intense Game set their eyes on 9Z.
All right, now the next spot to call to get overrun. Hold on.
Let's go.
Let me cue it up here. I don't got any more good predictions, guys. That's it. That's it for
Who's
me
winning
this game.
9Z or an Intense Game?
Well, I'm not gonna call that. I mean, I got 9Z in this one. I maybe will call it, but still, Intense Games had a day so far, so you can't count them out right now. Padrino lands the DBS, but they've got nades coming in from up the hill any moment now. VIOUS is spying them out, and they're about to come raining in. 9G get taken down. Padrino lands once again. This is a player that you do not mess with. Intense Game has a gamer here in Padrino.
Goodness gracious.
Elims, by the way, as well, if we haven't noticed, just for Padrino there. And luckily, Savage Esports, they didn't opt to rotate all the way down south, so they will be a duo. Unfortunately for them, that circle shift, it's not giving them any love right now. Back to that northwestern edge. VIOUS, Savage, both having the compound spots. Team Liquid as well, having to find their spot in all the way on the northern edge. A squad that has kind of been battling it out with United 4 Gaming for a bit, both losing casualties from the fights. And you said it best as well, Jukes, with Alpha 7. Carrillo still alive, solo.
You guys didn't write him off yet, did you?
For the squad.
Dude, he's
I
still
did.
alive.
No, he's written off for me.
No, you
written
can't.
off.
You can't write off Carrillo. It's just crazy that they were able to sneak one player into this position, and it just so happens to be one of the safest spots in this circle. Very few teams in this area at all. You got Team Liquid there on the high ground. They could definitely be problematic for Carrillo, but so far, I mean, he's been playing this very, very sneakily.
What if they know he's there?
I don't think so. Super sneaky.
Because, I mean,
hasn't fired a shot.
He's been very sneaky to get there, and he's been quiet. Like, he's just been big chilling. But Intense Game's about to rotate up to his position. It looks like they might be right above him. He hears them.
Let's see.
They're going all the way.
They're headed towards him. They just passed him up. See ya.
They passed him up. Oh,
Broke
this
the
is
wall.
interesting.
Oh, no.
Blue zone. Ow, ow, ow,
no.
ow. Switch cars. Ow.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's out of gas.
And that knock.
Yeah.
Pedrino goes
Seals the
out.
deal.
One little
Drive
mistake,
fail.
guys.
Yep. caught a tire, and that was all she wrote. Not able to stick that vehicle through the gap, hopped out, and ultimately couldn't move the other one either. Then too much blue zone damage, catches a stray from VIOUS Gaming down below. They've been chilling in that compound the entire game, and it's paid off for them. Fortified position, still in zone. Carrillo's been spotted out, but is that a fight you want to pick, Igor? Are you sure?
The team support taking a little long, but luckily they cleaned it up. Now VIOUS Gaming, it actually looks like off that knock, they're going to full push up this eastern side. Team Liquid not able to use that uphill advantage to fill the space, and now we see the situation unfold. 3 players of VIOUS, 3 players of Savage, 3 players of Team Liquid. And with the Western shift, it is going to be VG having to move first, but these squads right now, Savage, PB, that's your team. They haven't needed to move all game. This is the possibility. You're making me a believer now with this team winning this match here.
I don't know, man. It's 3 teams left, and it's 3s versus 3s versus 3s, and they've got zones. So Savage has played this beautifully, and man, VIOUS Gaming. Yeah, I called them. I picked them to win here.
That's great. You've been calling everything today here in this game. The crystal
ball
is active.
It's been a weird day. I'm gonna start picking lottery tickets.
Let's go. Let's see. Come on, Savage. Do it. Do it for the big PB himself. Team Liquid is fighting here. I mean, this could be a good opportunity for the third party. VIOUS Gaming full sending it on in. Mythic's got that off angle. When is he gonna start taking those shots though? VIOUS Gaming from the vehicle, deleting everybody.
Yeah,
it's ones, guys. Savage, this is your moment, Savage. Get the grenades going. They're on the move. Here they come. They know it. They smell blood in the water. And Monty in for the run over. Doesn't connect, but now Mythic is just a few HP. He's out of here, and now it's only 1 from VIOUS Gaming. It's a 1v3. Nades are incoming. Can Savage land it? This looks like it's their map to win. Do they not know he's at the tree? Somebody throw a grenade to the tree. They're all going deep right now. They see him now. Neto's down, and it is Savage Esports with the winner chicken dinner. Boys, how about that, Hot Jukes?
Shoot the boxes, baby. I'm telling you, Savage Esports coming to play. You can see the smile on their faces.
Yeah, let's go.
They definitely needed it for sure.
Props to Savage Esports. What a turnaround from day 2 yesterday to day 3 in round 2. Boys, they had 24 points coming into today through 2 days of play. And going into last game, they had 54. I don't know how many they have now, but it's a lot. And they've almost probably tripled their amount of points probably from the previous couple of days. I'm impressed with Savage Esports. What can I say? Enigma, what did you make of our last game on iNCO for League Phase?
You must have the power here, PB. Calling it out, the circle shifts, everything. I mean, you just named to a T. And for the most part, Savage Esports, I really like the fact that as soon as you're able to pick it up, you're like, I want to see Savage go on the aggression with these 2 squads fighting. And they're able to do just that. And I don't believe they picked up too crazy of eliminations in that match, but still, nonetheless, they were putting themselves in the position to win it, playing slow, methodical, collective, I guess you could say. And Jukes, I know you've got an idea about this. I'm going to make note of it right now. Savage Esports, even though they were in dead last, a win here allows them to shoot up the leaderboard, in my mind, potentially 5, 6 placements. That's a lot of advancement points if the tournament was to have ended after this match.
What is going on, guys? What is going on? Let me tell you guys the stats just of how ridiculous this Savage performance has been, okay? Today, there's only one team that has outperformed them, and that's iNCO. Savage Esports have put 42 points on the day, compared to iNCO's 46. That is ridiculous. Just to give you perspective, compared to their previous days, right? In day 4, day 5 of round 2, so every other day in round 2, they put 24 points. They were in last place, right? So, yeah, Savage Esports have arisen, right? And it's about time.
Love to see it. Got an incredible game coming in from them, but Team Liquid in the mix at the end once again. It wasn't like Team Liquid keeps flying under the radar every round. They're always there. They always get a few, and they're putting points on the board, so their trajectory is honestly going up right now, whereas some other teams like 9Z is kind of on the way down, VIOUS Gaming kind of on the way down, but luckily for them, they're able to show up in the final circle. But we take a peek over at Savage, and we see Octi Maurer and Monty with elims here. So really nice job of them. They pick up 6, and obviously with the 10 for the chicken dinner, they'll take 16 points away from this match. And guys, they went from dead last to, I don't know what they're at now, but they've got to be pushing close to top 10, and that's a massive deal when it comes to the amount of head start points that they're going to be able to obtain in Enigma.
Yeah, and one thing I like to kind of make note of here shortly is just Nax. He's been the star player for the squad, for the other teammates to be able to step up for the win, especially now since we see the match standing 6 eliminations. Yeah, it's not a lot to write home about, but for Savage Esports to be that last place squad, 16 is definitely a game changer when it comes to that overall leaderboard. Another squad here, PB, I know you're going to kind of make note of it. Taylor is a huge fan of seeing it. It's going to be VIOUS Gaming, 12 total, 6 in both placement and eliminations. A squad that desperately needed points as well, because phase 1 in the last 2 days as well, phase 2, they've been struggling.
Incredible stuff from VIOUS in game 2, or I guess this recent game, game 4, last game on Erangel today. It was a bit of a struggle fest, as you mentioned earlier on today, but I like this game. Hopefully they can string something else like this together. Alpha 7 against the odds, once again, that they have not gotten a zone all day long, honestly. So Alpha 7's finishing 4th despite having to work their way into this circle. Impressed with them as well. And Team Liquid, for me, has been one of the stories of the day. They've been quiet, not a lot of fanfare at this point, but they're there once again. You can see the top points secured in this lobby. Savage Esports with 16. Liquid takes home 14, so they're not even losing any ground on the teams ahead of them. So really nice job to them as we take a peek at the second page of the rankings. Not a whole lot to be said here. I guess the key standout for me is Wolves going out in 16th place. We pointed out that that zone position in the compound of Yasnaya, or Milta rather. Other teams saw it as well, Hot Jukes. Immediately they're crashed on, and they had to deal with iNCO and deal with Alpha 7 at the exact same time.
Yeah, dude, Alpha 7 were on a tear here. It's just so crazy to just watch this team and their rotations. They were all the way at North George. They did a crazy wrap across the entire map to come in through the south side through Milta, and they just were being in a tear, every single team. But unfortunately, towards the end, they ended up getting caught out by 9Z. Carrillo stayed alive, though. Stayed alive and was able to make something happen. So I just can't wait to see the overall and just see just how big the changes have been here.
Here is the overall ranking. Speaking of that, Loop still with the margin of 19 points, it looks like, on top of Wolves. Sitting in a pretty good spot, Loops is, with only 2 maps to go on Miramar. Wolves maintaining their second position, but not by much. Alpha 7 right behind them now. Those top two spots, again, are the biggest deal as far as the head start points go. There's 15 given out for first place, 12 given out for second place, and only 9 given out for third place. So 3 points different for each of those positions. So you want to finish in the top 2 for sure. 9Z continuing to not perform, and Team Liquid has caught them. Haven't passed them just yet. The tiebreaker goes to 9Z on chicken dinners, but Team Liquid is right there. Both of those squads with 119. Enigma, what do these squads got to do in their shift of focus to Miramar? What are we thinking for this next stint of games?
I think if you're Team Liquid, you're looking to have a repeat of the last match. Go in there, get some elims, make sure you get into that top 3, top 4 placement range, because you understand 9Z, yeah, they've been struggling today. All it takes is one solid game again for you to be able to pass that. Now, unfortunately, I think they're kind of a little bit too far out unless they were to somehow go back-to-back wins to catch up to Loops or the likes of Alpha 7 and Wolves that are in those top 3 spots. But for the most part, you could still battle it out for that mid-range pack. A lot of these teams fighting for their own bonus points, whether it might be minuscule to the likes of Loops and stuff like that, still major movement on the leaderboard with there being 2 matches left.
Love the insights here. We have ourselves Miramar. Coming up next, we've got 2 maps left to play. League phase is almost over, but not quite yet. Teams still have an opportunity to make their mark. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the desert. Before we come back, we're going to take a quick break. Rest up, limber up. We'll see you guys here in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, to PMSL America's Spring 2025 League Phase. We're wrapping up our final day here. I'm Power Bang. I'm with Hot Jukes and Enigma. We're bringing you all of the PUBG Mobile action. It's been a crazy day so far. Watching those replays during the break, man, I'm being converted. I'm a fan of Savage Esports now. I've seen some psychopathic plays from them, sending it when they probably shouldn't be, but it's kind of working out because it's catching people off guard. I'm a fan. Whatever. You guys do you. Hopefully it continues to work out as the day goes on. But boys, we got to talk about the top of the tables as we turn our attention to the final map of the day. We got Miramar coming up. Desert. Who's going to be strong? Who's not? I'm looking at Loops, right? This is a team sitting on top of the tables right now. And they've got to try to hold off some teams that are surging below them. Would love to hear from them. So if possible, let's cut to Sarpatch and see if we can get an interview with Loops themselves.
All right, guys, here we are with Nenebete after Luke's victory. Nenebete, you entered today. You've been playing today. Yesterday, you weren't. What's the idea there? Are you going to remain here? Vocês vão continuar? Qual é a ideia aí?
Eu não sei ainda. Eu imagino que tudo depende dos resultados, dos testes que a gente está fazendo, de como vai ser, principalmente o dia de hoje. E o nosso review amanhã, né, que a gente faz todo dia, para ver como que a gente vai chegar da melhor forma na final.
Yeah, we still don't know. We'll have to review a lot of things, see how we do today, and have our free day tomorrow. We're going to review everything, and we're going to take the decisions from there on out. This has been a really good stage for you guys. Is there something that you have changed from the past, and is there something that you're going to keep for the finals? Essa stage está sendo muito bom para vocês. Vocês mudaram alguma coisa do stage anterior e vocês vão ficar com alguma coisa de agora no stage na final?
Cara, a gente está tentando sempre aumentar a nossa agressividade e direcionar ela da forma certa. Então, acho que foi mais isso que a gente mudou. A gente melhorou e aperfeiçoou essa agressividade.
Yeah, we're trying to perfect our play or perfect our aggression, to perfect our aggression and to aim it correctly to where it should be. We're aiming to change some things, but that's the spirit of our game. Thank you very much.
A very interesting interview there from Nenebete. I don't know about you, Hot Jukes, but for me, it sounds like they're not fully happy with like their strategy, with where they're playing. They're still talking about changing things up. They're not really sure. So that's interesting. It didn't sound like they were not confident. It just sounds like they're seeking improvement still. What did you take away from the conversation with Nenebete?
It's crazy because Nenebete is such an OG in this game, right? He's been around for so long, played on so many amazing rosters. And, you know, to come in and have an interview with him after he was off the day before, I could definitely see why there's some hesitation, right? There's something going wrong with the team. It could be communication. It could be some backstory stuff. You never know with these guys, right? So hopefully they're able to fix it. I mean, they got 2 games left really to do so. And then we got the finals. And there's not a lot of tickets to the Esports World Cup. So if you have any problems, you got to get them fixed very sooner than later. Whatever it is, guys, just drop it. Just say, hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I took the last cookie at lunch. Get over it. Whatever it takes.
Love that. Loop's doing a great job, though, in round 2 to come back after a lackluster round 1. They are putting up major points here, and they're probably going to walk away if things stay as is with 15 advantage points. Now, I'm going to come to you, Enigma, in just a moment, but I would love to see the MVP rankings because Loops has a player that is making a significant run at the MVP. Will it be enough to catch Revo? I don't know. Probably not. Revo's got a pretty insurmountable lead, but the team from Loops, this man is surging up the charts as well. 59 elims, like not bad. He's cut into the gap a little bit here, but what does this mean to Loops as they look to secure their top spot in the lobby?
Well, it means that they have their own star stellar player. Maybe it's not like Alpha 7 where that first phase they're able to have the pop-up performances throughout all 3 of the starting days for phase 1, but with this being phase 2, we're looking at the Loop squad, especially that star stellar player being able to step up and provide for his team those elimination points. And luckily for them, they still have these 2 Miramars left to go. We've seen a lot of squads, especially in that top 3 range, be able to kind of frag out on these sort of matches, right? So hopefully we could see it here with Miramar, that Loops, with them already having a lead, hopefully being able to keep it for those 15 advancement points.
They're got their eyeballs on it, but time for some quick predictions. Hot Jukes, who do you got in Miramar?
Dude, the zone, man. This is the last day. This is going to be crazy. There's no way to predict it. I'm telling you. Why don't we just go Savage again? These guys are absolutely insane. You know, they have their second place on the day. Everybody else, I think, is just kind of like, all right, we know where we're going to go. And Savage is just like, no, we're turning it up, baby. Let's go.
Cool. We'll hear from them in just a bit. But Enigma, who do you got in this match?
I'm going something crazy. I'm thinking VIP going to get a win. They've been backfilling Alpha 7. Alpha 7's been making the rotates, not making it into the late game. It can be just one fight, Jukes. It can be just one engagement where they actually choose to backfill at the right moment and be able to catch them off guard. But obviously it's Miramar. We'll see. There's a lot of terrain these teams have to kind of cross if they do take those engagements. And with the plane path, yeah, they're already somewhat close on that western edge, but it always comes down to the circle shift. And for the most part, I do believe we're going to see it any second now. A lot of teams trying to fan out to the north, and we're seeing a lot of rotates here, PV. And Alpha 7, they're always the team that makes it happen.
Alpha 7 is my pick for the round. That's who I was going to go with, despite seeing the circle. Now that I have seen the circle, though, I expect them to be able to drop, loot up El Pozo, and be able to rotate to the north. So we'll keep an eye on that. Wolves also with a pretty solid position in zone. And also here in Pecado, we've got Loops looting up and being the only team in this location. I always like Pecado, but sometimes it can be a bit treacherous to try to rotate out of here. You might be able to get out of the city, but then once you start rotating, especially to the north, so many cliff sides to be shot from potentially, and they're gonna have great loot though pushing out. So we'll keep a tab on Loops. But before we get too far into this game, I would love to hear from Savage Esports. Yes. Octi's been their star player so far. This man's been clutching left and right. Let's go hear what their reaction was to their victory in Game 4.
All right, here we are with Octis from Savage Esports. Bro, after so many close, almost winning the matches, and finally getting that victory, how's the spirits of the team? ¿Cómo están los espíritus del equipo? Tantas veces haber llegado tan cerca de la victoria, ahora por fin llegar, ¿cómo están ustedes?
No, nos sacamos una presión de encima porque por un momento, antes de venir acá hablábamos de que al menos una partida íbamos a ganar. Y ya cuando perdimos tantas pensábamos que no, pero al final sí le pusimos ganas y pudimos ganar.
It's a pressure off of our shoulders. Before we got here, we said we want to at least win one match, and after winning this one, they feel much better and they feel more relaxed now. From here on out, what's the plan? What are your goals for the finals, especially? De aquí en adelante, ¿cuáles son los planes? ¿Cuál es la meta de la final?
No, nuestra meta siempre fue competir en la final. Lo que pasa acá es más que nada para corregir. El formato ayuda en eso, más que nada a los equipos nuevos. Ayuda a soltarnos a los equipos nuevos, a planear cosas, en ver qué funciona, qué no funciona. Y nuestra meta es competir la final. Lo que importa es la final.
Yeah, our objective is to compete. This format helps new teams to test things and see what works and what doesn't. So we've been using that on our advantage. But yeah, it's to compete on the finals. Papa, felicitaciones, congratulations. Let's go.
Surprisingly low-key from Savage Esports. After the day that they've had so far, they have got to be riding a high. Again, they actually have, I think they can have 9th place in their sights today. They're sitting 15 points back of VIOUS Gaming right now. But to go from 16th to 9th in a single day, pretty impressive to say the least. Hot Jukes, we'll see if they can get it done.
It's wild. I mean, it's impressive that they went from 16th to 11th in one day. I mean, I got to definitely give the big shout out to them. I mean, they have 42 points on the day so far. They had, what, I think it was like 24 or 26 in the first
24.
2 days combined. Yeah, 24 on the first 2 days combined. So, yeah, dude, this team, I'm glad they got that chicken dinner. You heard it from him himself. Octi was like, we want at least one. They got it, right? Now, show me at least 2, baby, because I predicted you. Come on, Savage Esports. It's the last 2 games of the day. The craziness is going to happen. Take advantage of it.
9Z on rotation, hoping this squad can turn things around. They started the day in 2nd place. They finished round 1 in 2nd place as well, so they did secure 12 head start points already. But they're looking to secure more, right? And each place they drop is a significant amount that they could be leaving on the table, which obviously will come in for the finals. But now they are right on top of Alpha 7. And at this point, Squash has got to hear the vehicles behind him. This could get a little interesting.
Yeah, Yeah, unfortunately for Alpha 7, Revo caboosing it super far back from the team. Squash, yeah, he does hear the vehicle rotations having to tail off, but thankfully for Alpha 7, they have Carrillo all the way out front, spearheading it on the far northern side of the circle shift. And Alpha 7 say, hey, yeah, we're fine giving you guys that straighter path. We'll wrap around. They've been comfortable with it all day, whether it's in the zone, whether it's outside the zone. They've been going around it. They've been making it happen. One team that obviously started out strong, going to be iNCO Gaming here, 2 winner chicken dinners. Now, unfortunately, after those last 2 airing goes, they've been a little bit off the rocker, not getting too many eliminations and placements under their belt here. But Jukes, I really got to wonder, with this being the last day of phase 2, we're talking 2 Miramars left. Can they have the performance like they did in phase 1? Phase 1, both Miramars day 1, they went back-to-back second places. They had the placements, they had the elims. They've talked about Miramar being their favorite map. Can iNCO Gaming finish the day off strong and potentially continue to move up that leaderboard?
Totally possible. Totally possible. These guys are on top right now on the day. So, I mean, they have all that momentum going into it. My thing is just like, whenever you reach the last couple games of league stage, usually a little bit of that silliness starts to pop out, right? Some teams realize that, hey, you know what? There's not much we can do. I mean, you picked VIP. Crazy pick, dude. VIP 5 points on the day. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, you may know, because, I mean, you're right. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen here in the last couple games. So they all of a sudden could just start pushing everybody and destroying the whole lobby. So let's see it happen. I'd be excited. I want to see something different.
I think
it's a saving grace.
VIP's got to mix it up.
PB.
Yeah, they got to mix it up though. They can't be following A7 everywhere and expect to do well. They gotta come up with their own strats. That's my thoughts.
Goodness gracious. You're right. I think mixing it up would be good, PB. Yeah. 5 points on the day. Some mixing is definitely needed. But how much mixing? That's the question. Right. Well, as far as mixing it up, PB, what do you think would be like their best strategy? Just like completely go in the opposite direction where Alpha 7 would go?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you got your traditional rotation pass in pretty much every drop zone. So I think for them, actually looking at new places on the map to try to drop in, but it's probably too late in the tournament to try to start that. It's just, you know, when you see day 1, you're dropping next to the top squad and then rotating behind them everywhere in every map, basically. That's when you gotta maybe look at things. I mean, maybe they're doing it on purpose, though, and thinking that, hey, this is a good strategy for them. The reason it's good, though, is because of the timing, and they just haven't been able to execute there.
Yeah, it's tough whenever you try to mimic the rotations of the best team in the lobby. That usually means you're going to be pretty close to them. Wolves getting into it. Oh, Baton gets caught with a nade and instant thirsted. That's the Wolves, man, just tapering off here at the end of the day, losing people so early on.
Yeah, I think it was an intense game split, getting Juancho initially on the Coop rotation, and then Baton, unfortunately, getting shot from the graces of the mountaintop next to Wolves, leaving them in that sort of 1v4 fight from United for Gaming. And now, unfortunately, for Wolves, they've got to deal with loops as well, making the southern rotation. We see it now with Nenabete trying to catch up to the other 2 squad mates as being just a duo. We know Coops and Doran can put in the work, but this seems like a sob story for this team. Some of these matches where they could potentially do something, a good shift in my eyes for them, ultimately just losing themselves on rotation, whether it's them holding the position like last match, whether it's them having to fight for a spot, really struggling here in these sort of matches. And unfortunately for them, I think with that performance, I can't see them being able to pass up Loops here on the leaderboard, with Loops making the same exact, rotation as them. It could be just an early wipe for Wolves again here in this match.
Yeah, if they do happen to go out early, that'll probably be it for their hopes at the top spot on the leaderboard. They're already 19 points behind. And, you know, traditionally, you can only expect to gain about 20 points on an opponent in a particular match. And that's what a chicken dinner will typically net you. And that's assuming the other, team scores 0, which Loops has done only a couple of times all tournament long. They've been one of the teams that has been most consistent about securing at least a handful of eliminations every game. But now we see Alpha 7 on rotation. They thought they might get into it there with Shoot to Survive out in the hills. They decided better of it and said, you know what, let's prioritize zone, get there. But now just in behind is VIP. They're going to be coming in behind Shoot to Survive and behind Alpha 7 as well. I'm really curious to see if VIP ends up taking the same path as Alpha 7 right down through Cruz del Valle. They're cruising specifically right towards that exact spot. So I don't know what it is with those two teams. They just can't seem to stay away from each other.
No, yeah, like I said, I think VIP has just been mimicking their strats, and I mean they're trying to mimic the rotations. They're a little bit behind them. And as far as the gun skill, they're very behind him. So, yeah, I would like to see VIP just try to mimic the timing, you know, but just try to take a different route, because I mean, every time you're near that squad, it's gonna get sweaty.
Yeah, for me, it's not the where of the equation, it's the when. It's the fact that Alpha 7 is there 2 minutes before they are. And they're able to secure that position.
Yeah,
they're able to get, you know, fights when teams are off guard. But as you see the map, I mean, look at this. They're coming right down the exact same route. And they did not, I mean, they rotated from here all the way around the top. I mean, that's crazy. Somehow, some way, they're still going to land right on top.
Let's go, VIP. Take them down. Enigma's pick. VIP versus Alpha 7. Chat, who do you think's going to win this one?
Oh, come on, chat. You gotta say VIP, please. I can't look like a fool.
No, you got this,
here, okay? I know you're thinking that I'm a fool for making that call, G.
No, I think it was a bold call.
Nah. It's a bold is a different way of putting it for the most part. But yeah, I mean, water treatment, I kind of question if VIP can maybe just go west, you know, fill in around them. They finally understand now as well. Mafioso taking some shots that it's not going to be free for the taking. Alpha 7 having Freddy pinned down. The Coops, this is going to be the solo left of Wolves, full eliminated. That's going to be them done and dusted. 2-point difference between them and Alpha 7. Definitely a possibility of Wolves losing that second place positioning. And with Alpha 7 dissecting VIP one by one, it looks like this could very well be the 4 points they need to start climbing up.
Hey, VIP out-rotated them, right? I mean, he put them in a position to be in front of them. Let's see, Alpha 7's going to have to leave, but I think after those shots, VIP said, nah, those were a little bit too accurate. I think we have a good idea who it is.
They scared Freddy off, though. Freddy had to peel off and go to the north. He went to water treatment while the rest of the squad is south, so A7 knows they have them split right now. I'm curious if they go hunting and try to take down Freddy, who's off on his own. We'll keep an eye on that. But for now, we go to Xforce versus ROW. ROW owns the warehouse right now, but Xforce is able to infiltrate. Nades in, they connect, but they don't get the knock. We'll see if that... Oh, nice shots there in on Valak from David from the upper deck. And now we've got trouble. Xforce is struggling a little bit. They've got to secure a knock here.
Got 24 Ks, he's got the pump, not the best weapon to do it, but being 1 HP so early on allows his teammate to get the clutch, and unfortunately Fate, he's forced into taking the 1v1, not going to be the case, and Alem, he's just stuck out in the open. Royals of War holding the compound here, and thankfully for them, with this being the edge, that's a squad that is on that 8th, 9th, 10th place ranking here, PB. That's a squad that definitely needs the points, and now we switch our eyes towards 9Z, a squad that's been struggling all day, potentially against a squad that I could see taking the 4v4, but intense game, Padrino putting a stop to 9Z early before it even starts.
Tough breaks there for Xforce. They didn't get a single elim there as ROW able to hold them off, and now we go to 9Z, who is in trouble yet again. They have just not been able to find any momentum. Nice shots from Remix, though, from range, connecting with that DBS. Takes a bit of damage here, but should be able to get off the heel. And now S2S has their focus split. They do drop Cold Goat, and it is an interesting situation now. As you've got two knocked players over on the left side. Reyes and Cold Goat are down, but it all comes out to Milo's, and he gets it done. Will he be able to get his teammates back into the fight right now? It's just him.
Off them shotguns, baby. Here come the mollies. Milos, is he going to be able to find... Oh, you know, he hears Klaus for sure. Sacrifices Cold Goat. Got to do it. You got the shotgun. You got to hit him. You got right-hand priority. Can't lose this. Yeah, Klaus realizes, you know, I don't got the right hand. I'm out of here.
That's 12K. Klaus, I mean, he's trying to get the shots through the door, but Milos is kind of just toying with them right now. I wonder if he goes back for the Reyes revive, not allowing this to be a 1v1 for the rest of the match. And it looks like actually Darklight, that's going to be Klaus's plan here. Big overhead view of it. Milos, you can't allow this to happen. The right-hand peek comes through. He barely dodged the pump shot, but now gotta worry about the doorway, and he gets smoked on the quick peek. Klaus, one of our top players from the Titan series, Jukes, now battling it out, being able to cement himself a spot in this Miramar match. And we were wondering what happened on that eastern edge, that south side Rolls of War, unfortunately falling to Loops, the first place team, keeping the spread onto Alpha 7 in the points, trying to confirm those 15 bonus points for the finals.
Guess what, boys?
What's up?
VIP knocked Revo out of the lobby.
Let's go. Get out of here, Revo.
That's a win. Alpha 7 responded and knocked
VIP
out of the lobby, so they're out of here. We kind of saw it coming, but the fight did happen. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. 9Z's out of here. Wolves are out of here. Loops survives, and Loops putting their stamp on this game. The only threat they have at this point really is Alpha 7. They got to keep them from building momentum, but A7 leads the lobby right now with 4 elims, Enigma.
Yeah, I hate that you guys bring that up because VIP's already out, and we definitely know it's from Alpha 7 or VG, one of those teams. And yeah, I know it was a bold call for VIP to be winning this match, but I gotta throw them the chance at some point, right? The lifeline. And unfortunately, after this game, they're not getting any more lifelines for me. Unfortunately, a lot of these squads aren't. But with it being these 6 days of competition, the league play at least, I mean, I gotta switch it up here once in a while, guys. It can't always be Alpha 7, Team Liquid, Loops winning the games, okay? I gotta expect NA to be able to win some of these.
Sometimes you just gotta pick a savage, you know? I get it.
Savage. Yeah. Hey, we nailed it. You nailed it last time, PB. You nailed it right on the head. I'll tell you what. Like, by the way, I think I predicted, what, 25 players by stage 5? We're getting close.
Huh. Yeah, down to 39 at the moment, so active games so far. Teams have been getting a little bit mixy. Team Liquid, here we go again. Thankfully for them, they still have a full squad at this point. And look at the zone control from iNCO on the eastern side. If it goes that direction, iNCO's got to be pretty happy with this one. It's really dicey over on the west. Lots of teams over there. All Glory about to get into it with Liquid. Surely they're going to have to fight for that position. It does go to the northwest. Alpha 7's got to be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm just looking at iNCO Gaming, though. They have to opt in and rotate immediately dead center. And I know those one stories aren't a comfortable spot for you to play, but someone's got to take it. And unfortunately, the southern edge is going to be that next focal point. Savage Esports trying to rotate out of the compound while Loops occupies that western edge of it, being able to pick off 2 players, as well as getting Zelda up onto their feet. And for Loops, this is a big moment. Already 5 elims. You know, one of these 2 squads in front of you is down 1 or 2 players, and now we see it as well. Savage caught out by INF, the squad on the eastern edge of the circle, gatekeeping both of these squads. And a lot of these teams, actually, I'm seeing it as well. Intense game, taking shots down, members down and out, trying to full send center. They're actually full white. All these teams from the western edge choosing to send it in towards the center here, Jukes. You're wanting it to be that 25 mark. We're starting to see the number dwindle down. 2 minutes left. It's definitely possible.
It is, and that's the thing, is that these last games, like I said, the next one's going to be even crazier for sure. And look at this, just teams fighting like crazy. And that's why I was really harping on Aaron Gale, because when you get to this kind of craziness, if you're really trying to hunt down some crazy points, it's just not going to happen, right? You have to push everything because all the eliminations are going to be gone by the end of the game.
Joaco gets caught out by Loops. Loops adds another elim to the total. They're up to 6 now, leading all teams in the lobby. They've taken over the lead from A7. And that just increases the gap so far. So Alpha 7 has control in the north. Looks like VIOUS Gaming has control in the center, along with Team Liquid. And in the south, it is up for grabs. Loops about to have to make an entry, and they're going to be crashing onto a Solo and Monty here momentarily. They do go left, and it looks like they may choose to skip all of it and head to center zone, but it is quite occupied. They're going to find that out shortly if they go any further. Nope, they're stopping.
They're stopping, and they're going. Here they go. On the push, they realize that, yeah, these last games are getting a little wild. Let's get some eliminations here. So they are trying to get the better of it here. We can hear the sticky bombs pop out. And then I bet that with the nades, United 4 Gaming gonna try to stave off this invasion here. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, my issue is though is both of these teams have a bit of zone in the compound. It's not like you're holding out United for Gaming. It's not like you're being able to take these engagements with the blue zone pressuring. Both of the squads are going to maybe just opt to share this compound, but it was really kind of a crazy rotation to see Loops make this because they got that initial knock and thirst onto the United 4 Gaming player trying to backstab, trying to gatekeep. So them being able to find the squad, understand, hey, this is that 3v4 situation we want ourselves up for. This is what you want from a squad, and for Loops being able to show the dominance factor throughout these matches. We can see it even as well now on the map. This is a straight up 3v4. Them getting an early knock as well, maybe just a little too aggressive from United 4 Gaming, opens the door for Loops to full wipe the squad, being able to set themselves up with enough time to focus on that next circle shift we see. And now we see it, Nenabete pushing the pressure, has the 24 shots in it, trying to get the damage done, but looks like one player done and dusted. They understand Mystic. Yeah, he's out in the edge, not actually taking the shots yet, hearing the med, but Nenabete goes down, trying to keep it down to just one player being knocked here. The shots come through the window, clean up from the squad, but we see 20 seconds left here. You got to get the res, the resets, and the rotation going before this blue zone pressures you any further.
They snuck out of there in just a right amount of time. I think they are going to be able to get the reset, but what a cute little spot in the safe circle they had inside that little house. I mean, it looked like nobody was going to be there, but he's able to pop out and be surprised. Got himself a nice elim there.
My question, PB, is what are Loops going to do with these 15 head start points?
Probably use them, I think.
They got to be pretty happy about that, right?
I think they got to be thrilled because, I mean, they didn't secure 15 in the first half. That was all Alpha 7. And if they're going to try to keep up with their countrymen, they need to do their part and try to be as equal as possible on the leaderboard. Now, Alpha 7 being in second place right now, that's got them in a position to take 12 head start points from this phase. So that means 27 points to start the grand finals with. And that is like spotting them a massive chicken dinner and 17 elims to go along with it. So that's not a lead that you want to spot, a really, really good team.
Really, really good team, that's for sure. Yeah, they're gonna be sitting pretty good for Loops to be able to really pop off here towards the end. 10 eliminations. They have got that first place locked and loaded at this point. I don't see anybody touching them, not even the great Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 are gonna be happy with those 12 for sure. If Wolves continue to play like the way they've been, I mean, getting knocked out this early with the goose egg right here towards the end, that really hurts that clutch factor here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm really worried for Wolves as well. If Team Liquid is able to find themselves potentially into this top 3 spot, we're talking it's only a 14-point difference, 2 eliminations and the placements adding on. The 4-man squad kind of hunkered down in Hacienda. If they could get eliminations on the board, Team Liquid could very well steal that 3rd place bonus point slot. And for these teams right now, I mean, it'd really be a tragic story, not only for Wolves, but also 9Z to get passed up. And we see it now. Loops, they've been forced underneath the thumb. That is Team Liquid Chief trying to get the nade knock, a little bit of a jump throw onto it, being able to catch Rafina out in the open. And yeah, I mean, you got to drive off. You understand that is not a safe play. Maybe getting shot, trying to get into it. Good prone out of the squad with Chief getting shot in the back here. Team Liquid needing to find pace, needing to find comfort in the compound here, PB. AGG taking shots at him. Got to make sure you have all your players up.
Another team storming from behind is Influence Rage, up to 7 eliminations. They still have 3 left up, and they're into it right now with Loops, putting the pressure on. Interestingly enough, Team Liquid is just about to jump over 9Z. They've tied the score, but since they're landing in the top 8, they'll pick up at least a rank point, maybe more, depending on the finish here.
Wow.
Nice zone for both VG, as well as probably Influence Rage if they can hold it down, but we'll see. A lot of zone up north there. Alpha 7, the only squad up in that northwestern part of the circle. They're just trying to stay out of the fight long enough for these other squads to thin themselves out. And now All Glory Gaming about to get into it. Nades inbound for Lorenz, and he's able to escape just in time. Explodes behind him. He saw it coming. Good connection there with Melgar from Team Mythic. But you see how many different angles these squads have on each other. The second one engages their third party from another angle. So that's what all Alpha 7 is hoping for, is that these guys just take care of each other, and then they'll step in at the end to really deliver the business.
That business is about to be delivered for sure here. The clock is starting to tick. 1:29 on the clock. One more circle shift And then it is all over here. Alpha 7, not a lot of coverage here, but they got plenty of hay bales to work with. That goes All Glory Gaming. Now we're down to 16 players remaining. Law and Influence Rage, you talked about them earlier, PB, definitely have a good, solid position, especially once they take out 7 here. He's running on the open.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there we go.
And
How long do you think Vatine lasts in that shed? He's in there by himself. It's a steel door, so you can't shoot through it, but as long as he stays out of the windows, you just got to stay out of grenade range from these guys.
Yeah, instead
I'm
he
giving
wanted
him
to survive.
30 seconds.
Yeah, he wanted to survive
30
in negative
seconds.
seconds.
All right, so 18 seconds on the countdown timer. He's going to die at exactly that moment. That's the prediction.
Yep. It's a prediction. I think the blessing that was Influence Rage is the one that got the knock onto one of the Team Liquid players, drawing the attention potentially from the shack, from that sort of engagement. But for Influence Rage, you got to really be careful here. The east side of this ridge is not playable in any way. Kind of congesting yourself down. And Vincent, he actually rotated out of the shack here, PV. He's in the little sniper tower now. VG not able to land the shots, while Alpha 7, they were on that western compound up in the north. They find a knock on a Team Liquid, thankfully getting that return knock, preventing the push. But now Team Liquid, Jukes, we were mentioning it, you're dealing with 2 fronts of squads. Can you keep both of them back? Can you find yourself a rotation in this next circle shift? And actually looks like VG, they full sent from the compound. They're pressuring INF on the southern hillside.
Gosh. And Alpha 7's just chuckling on the other side of the map. They're like, all right, y'all have at it. Vincent with that little move, PB, he's gone from seconds to minutes.
Yeah, he's extended the life expectancy for sure. Really?
My foot!
Uh-oh.
My foot!
Oh, man, this dude's a cockroach. You can't kill him. He's just somehow, some way is surviving right now. You need some sort of radiation or something to take him down, but holy goodness, Vitine's still alive from loops. They still have 10 eliminations. They're number 1 on the leaderboard. This man is on fire and he's still alive. Finally, he gets out of there. You knew it was going to be a throwable at some point. Somebody had to hit the throw, and Team Liquid was the one to do it. We move into the top 4. All these teams with decent strength right now. Full squads from Team Liquid and VIOUS Gaming. Influence Raid with good position, but only 3 members. Same with Alpha 7, and now Law goes head-to-head with Nunez. They both with shots, and Nunez lands. And, oh man, this is crazy. VIOUS Gaming's going to be able to swing it, but they can't land the shots either.
Where's
the support? There's another one in the back. Neto, he's got him flashed, and he's not even peeking at Lil Boy now, putting in the paint onto Neto. He's forced to rotate all the way down, but VG, you had the hillside, you had the damage, you had the guy flash, for Christ's sake. Now we're allowing them to live on the hillside, cresting over the top now. They're eliminated, allowing Team Liquid to get the reset, but Alpha 7, PB, you're mentioning it, they were chuckling to themselves about these rotations and plays, being able to start sponging up these elims. 6 total now for the squad. Even with Revo out of it, they're still putting on the pressure.
They really are. They have the angles. It all comes down to that left side, the western side, and the ridge. Can Igor get into safety? That's the question. If he gets knocked here, it's over for VIOUS. Carrillo getting shots on him. How are they letting him survive? That was crazy. He gets in, gets a whole new set of armor. He's going to heal up. Good angles now for VIOUS Gaming. I don't know if Alpha 7's going to have the cover, so this just comes down to good old shots. I mean, they have no cover, but can they pick off the people that have angles on them first is the question. Squash down, Mafioso down, and Alpha 7 went from potentially winning to maybe out of the lobby soon. We'll see. This is a big old standoff right now. It's a 1v2v2.
Yeah, but look at this Carrillo. He's forced to watch Igor. He's running straight in the open, wondering when he's actually going to be able to land the shots. But you're hitting the headshots. You put everyone down in the paint, down in the dirt. And he's running in the complete open here, putting the damage onto everyone. Finally, he gets eliminated. Igor now forced into the 1v2. Can he cross the field? He's cheap in the open. Has the shots, gets the knock. And now we're talking a 1v1 here, Jukes. He's got to drive in front of him.
He found the hay bale.
Wow. If he died in that car, I was going to smack my forehead so hard. But hey, here we are. We're in the zone. He's going after him. Cardoza on the push. This is crazy. Throw the grenade at the straw. You know he's going there. Throw it. Throw it. Throw it. There we go.
Good.
It lands. Does he get it? Doesn't connect. Half the hit points taken away. Cardoza goes for the heal. Another nade to follow things up. This one should land, but he moves. Now on the push. DBS in hand. Igor lands first, and VIOUS Gaming takes the victory. Huge performance from Igor in the middle of the field. He clutches it for his team. Man, he turned what looked like sure defeat into the jaws of victory, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, VIOUS Gaming. We're wondering where, we were calling out, where's the team? Where's the team? Turns out we had one player go across from the other side, get an off angle, and pull out a chicken dinner against Alpha 7. So, I mean, that's definitely a pretty hype moment for sure.
Massive game for Igor. He ends up with 7 eliminations for VIOUS there, multiple of them in that final stint. How about the play from Carrillo, though? Taking on both squads at the same time. Blue Zone pushes him out, feels like, I got nowhere to go. I'm just going to run into this field and shoot back and forth. It almost worked. He landed the headshot on Team Liquid. Wasn't enough, though, to take him to the ground. Had he been able to focus his attention in one direction or the other, I think Alpha 7 takes that game, but almost getting it done for A7. They close the gap some, but Loops puts up so many eliminations, it's not going to matter. They secure what looks to be 15 points as they take those forward to the grand finals. They just have to not go out first and get that goose egg. But here's the action from the last game. Hot Jukes, what did you notice?
Man, that was just a great, consistent performance for these teams at the top, right? Alpha 7 were able to make it towards the end. Loops just pretty much solidified first place with their performance in this game. And it's good to see Igor, out making it happen, because for those of you guys who don't remember, he was actually part of the Twisted Minds team. And he played in the World Cup last year. So it's good to see him now in a different squad, having a little bit of success. And if they're able to really pop off towards the finals here, who knows? We could see them back at PMWC possibly.
Absolutely. I believe they finished in second last season with Twisted Minds before not being able to potentially move on. But yeah, Chief in the open field gets gunned down. Igor just crushing it here. Wins the heads up fight with Chief. Looks at the camera and says, I'm the man. Yeah. And so with that, look at that. 11 elims for VIOUS Gaming. Another big story for this particular round. Team Liquid, once again, making it to the very end. Guys, they've been in the top 5 all day long today, and yet another time finishing with 6 elims. They're going to be pushing up the tables just a little bit more. We got the match rankings coming here in just a moment, but Team Liquid, man, they are on the move, and finally, they're moving in a good direction, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think the big key takeaway is a lot of these earlier games in the day today for Phase 2 has been Team Liquid getting the elims, but not the placement points they were really hoping for. Maybe looking for those top 2, top 3 finishes. Unfortunately, only getting what seemed to be 1 or 2 points early on in the day. But now with them being able to get that second place, being able to be in just that reach of first place, they understand that, hey, we're a team that everyone recognizes. We know what's at stake. And unfortunately, when it comes down to the 1v1s there's not too much you can ask for. It's just a matter of who can land the shots. And obviously, Igor, we saw just how hype he got after the game. 7 eliminations, I think you had called it, for that player on the team. Definitely a big boost. But I mean, look at even 4th and 5th place. Both those squads on the match rankings, 10 total eliminations. We wonder where the eliminations were for the top 3 squads. They're there. Influence, Rage, Loops, both having all of them under their belt, and speaks volumes. The end of this match standings here, the bottom 8 year PB. It's kind of not a surprise for some of these squads being here. We've seen them here. It seemed to be all day today.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the top teams soaking things up. Well, 9Z and Wolves are not doing so. The last few games for Wolves have been tough. The whole day has been tough for 9Z. So they're slipping right now, while on the ascension is Alpha 7, is Loops, and also Team Liquid and Influence Rage. They are gaining ground. Influence Rage also ties it up with 9Z, the tiebreaker going to 9Z due to chicken dinners. But Team Liquid surges past them. They're 10 points ahead of 9Z now, who started the day in second place. Looking at the top 3, we've got Wolves, Alpha 7, and Loops now. Loops seemingly punched their ticket. They've got a 23-point lead with just 1 game to go. Hot Jukes, what does this look like to you at the top of the tables?
Man, I mean, what a crazy day so far. I mean, Team Liquid have now tied iNCO Gaming for the top performance here on the day with 51 points total. That is 10 points a game, so Team Liquid have definitely woken up for sure. Loops, I mean, they are still there. They're right below them with 43. After that last game, I think it's pretty safe to say here they've clutched the top spot, right? Unless we see Alpha 7 do something absolutely incredible in the last game. But again, the shenanigans towards the end are going to make things a little bit tougher here, PB.
They really are. I feel like Loops has been a team that's been able to secure some points pretty much in every game. So not too many goose eggs being put up by them. Whereas you look at the flip side, like a Wolves, when they go out early, they typically do so with a full squad wipe. Like you saw this game, they go out with no points, finishing with 134 overall. So in order for them to get to second place, they've got to gain 9 on Alpha 7. So for me, that is the matchup to watch in this last game because 12 head start points are available for the second place team in this round. And that's 3 more than third place, which only gets 9. So for me, the second to third place matchup, that's the one where I'm kind of keying in on that as we move into our final game. But we've gotten through 5 games, guys. Miramar has been exciting to say the least. Good news is we've got one more Miramar. Coming up, it's the 6th and final game of the day. It's the 18th and final game of League Phase here, round 2. And with that, it's the last opportunity for teams to gain head start points to take with them to the PMSL Americas Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We've got the last map, Miramar, coming up next. We'll see you in a minute. And we're back. It's the final game, gentlemen. The PMSL Americas Spring 2025 season is underway. League phase has almost concluded, but not yet. We've got one more game. For all the marbles, at least for all the bonus points that they'll be taking forward to the grand finals, it's Loops in control right now on top of the tables. It looks like they're going to get the top spot, but that second place is up for grabs. Just 2 points separate the Wolves and Alpha 7, and we also have 9Z and Team Liquid very close behind, just 15 points behind second place. So 4 teams still kind of in the mix, trying to secure those 12 bonus points. Hot Jukes, incredible, game so far. What's been your impression of today thus far?
Crazy day, right? We saw iNCO pop off. We see some good consistency from Team Liquid. I love to see that because you know what? There's one thing you really can't teach. I've said it plenty of times here is you cannot teach clutch, right? You have to just wait and see what happens here. And I think we've seen some really good clutch plays from a lot of these teams here towards the end. Now we finally reached the final game. We're going to see that battle between the Wolves and Alpha 7, right? Personally, I want to see the Wolves get the better end of it, right? Alpha 7 already got a ton of points here in round 1. They're so dang good. It's not like they even need them, right? So I really want to see that North American squad at the World Cup. So Wolves, I think they have a lot of pressure on themselves here because they're going to need every single point they could possibly get in the finals.
So let's see how it looks. The momentum of each of these squads. We'll go head to head with the Wolves and Alpha 7 and see how they're trending here in round 2 performance. Obviously, Alpha 7 had a really weak day 1 of round 2, but they have surged back. As you can see, the elims and damage very much in Alpha 7's favor. But what else is standing out to you, Enigma?
I mean, the average survival time and the average placing basically similar from these two squads. It just means Alpha 7, in the times that they're in the match, they're putting in more work than the Wolves. We understand that Alpha 7, they've got Revo, they've got Squash, 2 star seller players that are able to frag out, but Wolves has Coops, they have Juancho, Doran, Baton, people that we've hyped up over the last year, essentially through the last Americas, through the Titan series just before this. Our dominant squad from North America, struggling to be able to keep it consistent. And the damage numbers, they speak for themselves. 4,000 damage difference between the squad on their coattails. And for Wolves, I'm starting to doubt a bit. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to kind of pull through in this last Miramar, seeing how poor of a rotation they had in this last match here we just watched, while Alpha 7 was able to sit back, allow the other teams to kind of work their wonders and come in for that top 3 finish at the end here. It all comes down to the last match. And when we're talking about momentum, that clutch factor, like Jukes has said, my marbles, I got to go with Alpha 7 here.
Incredible observations as always. 15 eliminations separate the squads right now. Momentum in Alpha 7's favor. Wolves off of a couple of weak performances, but if there was ever a time to rebound, it is right now. They've got 9 points to make up between them and Alpha 7. That's a tall order given how Alpha 7 has played today, but they know where they drop and they know what is on the line. So we'll see if Wolves and Alpha 7 perhaps run into each other maybe a bit earlier this game. They do drop in similar locations, Power Grid, the Chumacera area, and then all the way up to El Pozo. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Hot Jukes, give me your prediction here for our final Miramar of the day. Who do you got taking this victory?
Man, you know what? I gotta speak it into existence, right? Wolves, let's go, baby. You gotta be able to clutch it up here and now. It's gonna be hard. I doubt we're gonna see a hot drop from them, but they really need to turn up that aggression. They need to stay cohesive as a team. When we see them stick together, they have a ton of success. When they kind of do these little cheeky little splits, they kind of get picked off one by one. So I want to see Wolves just go back to basics. If they just do that, let Juancho run the front line, and we're gonna see some big points on the board.
Hot Juice takes the Wolves, but who will Enigma take? Tell us.
No wild picks this time, okay, BB? We're not going with VIP. We're going to go with Team Liquid here. I want to see them be able to potentially get that double-digit elim, the 10 placement points, potentially shoot up past those other 2 squads, of course. And for the most part, you guys see it on the screen. Amazon code, the last one, I believe, of the night. Make sure to enter it, get that sort of stuff going. Taylor's the fan of the rice cooker. I'm one of those air fryer people myself. Make sure you got the quick fingers and got it locked and loaded. Gonna be out throughout the whole tournament, right, guys? And for the most part, PB, coming into the last playing path, the last map, last game of phase 2. But I gotta ask you, who's your pick on this map?
Well, my pick is the rice cooker and the air fryer at the same time. You know,
Okay.
Get the rice for the side, hit maybe some grilled chicken breasts or fried, I guess, air fried. That's the move right there. So, with that, my pick, I'm also feeling Team Liquid for this one. I was gonna pick somebody different just to be different, but I'm gonna go with my gut, man. It's been pretty accurate today, so I'm gonna stick with it. I think Team Liquid pulls out their first victory of the day. They've been close a few times, but just haven't been able to find it. But their consistency has been what's been so notable. They've been in the top 5 all day long today. They've been picking up some decent elims to boot. So they've got an opportunity right now to punch up that leaderboard just a bit more and secure some more head start points to take with them to the next round, because every single position that they finish higher is an additional rank point. So everything from 6th and higher is more points to take with them to the finals, and each and every point obviously is going to matter, Hutchins.
Yes, sir, it is. And I cannot tell you guys, for those of you guys that are possibly new to watching competitive PUBG Mobile, I have seen personally a ridiculous amount of tournaments be decided by just 1 point, right? From the top of the tournament to qualifying to the next one, right? We've seen plenty of teams, you know, where there's only 4 teams that move on. The 5th team just barely missed out. And look at this. You can see those 2 drop spots right there. Alpha 7 and Wolves mighty close to each other. And honestly, if you're the Wolves, optimally, you want to take them out early, right? You really want to shut down Alpha 7, because even if you put up, you know, 15 points, Alpha 7's probably going to put up 12, right, Enigma?
Yeah, and I like the way you put it, is you got to go after them early. We saw that in phase 1 when it was me, Seven, and Taylor watching the matches. We were wondering if Wolves was actively going out of their way to kind of target Alpha 7 on rotation. I think that's a good notion for a squad to maybe notice that they're not getting into these zones safely. Maybe they're getting a bit careless on their far edge rotations. But with this being the last match, all bets are put onto what decisions you make. Can you find yourself into these circles? And obviously, I was wondering, to be honest, if VIP was going to maybe drop onto Alpha 7 with them being so close here, PB, but instead they go all the way south. Now wondering which squads are going to be able to fill the map, which ones are going to opt to take center spot, and which ones are going to be kind of caressing the edge of the circle here for phase 1.
It's an interesting perspective, and one of the things that I also find neat is the circle. It's very forgiving to pretty much every team. It's dead center right now, so no one has to worry about, you know, crazy rotations. Normally, you would see on any circle, Alpha 7 either take a very southern or very northern rotation, depending on the zone. But right now, with it on them and central, I'm curious if they rotate anywhere, and that's something I want to keep my eyes on, because right now it's a bit more difficult, I think, for Wolves to predict how their rotation might happen. So it might be a little more difficult to actually jump them and try to take some points and take them out of the match early. So I expect Wolves to continue to just loot up and do their thing, and, you know, keep to themselves for the most part, and take the fight if it comes to them, but not press too hard here.
I agree. Yep. You just got to play it just the best game you possibly can here towards the end. And it's going to be tough. I mean, with the last game craziness that should start ensuing here any second now, it's going to be very difficult to soak up a lot of points. So, I mean, if you're Wolves, man, you want to take those early fights, but it's going to be hard. I mean, I'm looking at the map. The reason why I'm getting a little bit choked up here is because they are stupid close to each other. I mean,
yeah, what was that, Coops?
Yeah,
in
Coops
the front?
was right there, but I think he saw.
Pull up the map again if we can. Yeah. I would love to take a peek at it, because I mean, this is they've got an opportunity. They've both looted one in Ladreria. We've got the drop spot of Wolves here. They've come north. Alpha 7 drops here, and they've come in like this. Wolves has the opportunity to come in right behind them right now. We'll see if that actually comes to pass, but it's a really big opportunity right now for Alpha 7 to get pinched, because there's multiple squads. There's 9Z that's there. There's Xforce coming in from the north. If they do get pinched, there's a real chance here for Wolves to not only pick up some third-party elims and gain some ground, but for Alpha 7 to go out early. Alpha 7's been a team that's played edge this entire tournament. They haven't really committed to take center position until 4th or 5th phase in the circles. But right now in stage 1, they've already gone center, and so that's a bit of a different look, and Xforce has found their way on top of them.
Yeah, and Valak, he's already taken shots. Squash putting in the paint on the 2 players, that being Fate and Valak, now forced into the 1v1s. But Alem lobs one over the top, gets the initial knock. Alpha 7 spread throughout the compound. They see Revo off Dukes. The return knocks are coming through from Alpha 7, and this is why it's so hard to push this team. They're inside the buildings, the crates, while getting the resets. If you're Xforce, you gotta push the initiative here. You gotta go for these eliminations.
And honestly, if you are the Wolves and you happen to hear these shots coming from the side, and if once you notice an elimination is from Alpha 7, you got to third party this. This is going to be your chance to take down this squad and possibly sneak away a few more of those bonus points going into the grand finals. Valak, he's trying to find a cheeky little angle here. Both teams getting a full reset. Valak does jump on top. Oh, Junk has to jump down immediately, though. Gotta say, Alpha 7, when it comes to their positioning, they seem to be having a lot more movement as opposed to Xforce.
They're isolating Aleem right now. They've got Molly's behind him, and I'm wondering if they push the action with 2 players. We'll see if that actually happens. Right now, Wolves, though, content to stick on the outskirts. They've got 1 in Monte Nuevo and 3 in the hillsides right now as they're getting ready to potentially take on STS. But now it's Valak getting it done, taking down Revo and gets the finish. Now momentum going to Xforce, and now the name has popped in the kill feed, so everyone has been able to see who was eliminated, and it was Revo of all players.
What is going to happen?
But this is the struggle. You got to understand where these players move to around the compound. You can't get caught out in the open, and Alem really wished he got that knock on a squash on the roof. Now all players being reset, and we see Alpha 7
Wolves are moving,
setting a trap essentially here. And if the Wolves come into, I mean, this is a chance for both of these teams to get eliminated, but the jump shot leaves Mafioso 1 HP. The pressure ensues, but Alem gets caught out by the Rat Carrillo, gets a thirst essentially as well, and Valak is trying to get the shots down, but oh man, the jump shots from Alpha 7 applying so much pressure in this compound fight, and now it's evened up 3v3. I'm not sure if we want to be playing these fence lines anymore. Fate, you got to group up. You got to get with your squad mates from that off-angle advantage. And Squash is on the roof. He goes for it, not finding the damage connection just yet. Oh, man, it really comes down to here, Jukes. Which squad is going to get that first initial knock? I'm feeling it's going to be Alpha 7. The movement is just reigning supreme on Xforce.
You see them on the yellow in the mini-map. They are headed in, circling the compound. They know what's going on at this point. Here is the map. They smell blood in the water while Xforce is tied up with Alpha 7. The Wolves are primed to take advantage. Valak takes down Mafioso. Squads are weak right now. The trade happens. Squashboo gets the elimination, but Valak goes after him. He goes down, and here come the Wolves on the crash.
Ooh, the shotgun. Oh, over under. Gets the better of a Fate, trying to confirm these eliminations, but here come the Wolves doing exactly what they need to at the right time.
This was masterful by the Wolves, but I will say it might have been slightly too late. Look at the huge pickup from Doran on the flank, though. Saves Juancho, and Juancho will get back into the fight. Amazing stuff from them. Wolves have 2 players knocked, but they'll survive with all of them. Alpha 7 only able to put 2 points on the board, but Wolves already with 4, so they've got 7 to gain in order to match and pass Alpha 7.
Man, what do you think is going through the mind of Team Liquid right now after seeing that on the feed, right? They got to know that, okay, Alpha 7's out. We got to worry about them, but Wolves just got 4 eliminations, and they are right above us. So the door is definitely open for second place. Honestly, Team Liquid could definitely reach there too. They got to win this fight with iNCO though, and iNCO has been having such a strong day today here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of just their team coordination and fighting. iNCO Gaming, whether it's McGrellin, whether it's Bruno, they've been getting hype off the knocks. They've been getting that consistency factor going when it comes to these early game engagements. And for Team Liquid, they've typically been quiet. They found a lot of their elims later on in these matches, especially that last Miramar coming to mind. We can see the map shift as well. This is going to be on the far eastern side by Graveyard. So a chance for Team Liquid to potentially get a few elims either off rotation or maybe the iNCO Gaming players. But it actually looks like one of the Team Liquid players rotating north, saying we're not going to hold this spot. Really interesting play from that squad. I'm interested in seeing where exactly they're going to kind of find a place to call home, wonder where they're going to stop, because iNCO Gaming, man, this is your chance as well to possibly get some elims. We're seeing them right there. 7th place. They could very well bump up to 5th place. This whole top 8 margin, way too up in that shaky range for the taking.
Wow.
So Loops, watching the chaos below them. No elims just yet, but Team Liquid on the move. iNCO getting some shots down range. The Wolves, though, I thought this might be a thing before the game, them kind of crashing onto Alpha 7, and with Alpha 7, you know, committing to center zone early, that for me was the nail in the coffin, because again, their superpower, in my opinion, is their rotation and their ability to have good timing and just stay mobile. But with taking up that position, they got stuck, you know, crashed on by Xforce, and I got to give a huge shout out to Doran. You couldn't see it on broadcast, but I was watching the map. The second Revo's name popped up in the kill feed, Doran snapped into action and immediately shot across the road in his vehicle. And, you know, he parked and they didn't know for sure. Was that the fight where Revo died? Like, we heard some shots there earlier, but we didn't know who it was. They waited for the action to continue. And the second you saw the trades happening with Alpha 7 and Xforce, they were like, okay. And then all of a sudden you see all of the Wolves snap over there, and they took advantage of that situation. So just beautifully played by the Wolves.
Oh man, you couldn't ask for a better start, honestly. Alpha 7's already out. That's one miracle done. Now you got to go ahead and pull off the second, and that's getting enough points to secure that spot. Wow, look at that. 9Z just getting picked apart on rotation. Let's see what the Wolves do now. Are they going to switch to a more passive playstyle now that the Alpha 7's gone, or are they going to continue with that aggression? That's the big question.
I'm getting a little worried. They're rotating right into Influence's Rage's spread just on this northern edge. Yeah, it looks like Diego actually hearing Launch on this roadside. Oh no, Wolves, please don't let this be the end of it. You have such a good spot. Can they hit the shots from Influence Rage? They're driving right by him, and Baton gets double dinked out of the buggy. Wancho now as well, turning out into the blue zone, barely getting away with his life. Wolves now having to play the rest as a 3-man, and where do you even go? We can see it ourselves. S2S, AGG, Team Liquid, they occupy the north side, this western edge where IG and 9Z were at, Jukes. That's full open field. That's taken. You're kind of resorting to just playing in the blue zone at this point. I think Wolves isn't going to be able to do it here.
They need what, 5 more points? Yeah, 5 more points to pass up Alpha 7. And
7.
that hurts. 7 points?
Yeah, they need 7. They were 9 down coming into the game.
Right.
And Alpha was able to put up 2, so they need 7 still to pass them. That's a tall task right now, given their position in zone. iNCO holding down center right now at Graveyard. This is a really decent position for them. See if they can defend, though. Defending is not easy on Miramar, so you can come from so many different angles. Now, Loops getting chewed up by United 4 Gaming. They're down to just a couple of members. United 4 putting down the pressure right now. Ravinia gets a trade here. We'll see if the nade lands. My guess is he's gonna land it just perfect. Boom. Just like that.
Just on point with those predictions today, dude. Oh my gosh. PB unstoppable. Let's see. Coops. Oh my gosh, trying to survive. What's your prediction with the Wolves though, PB? That's my question. This is a hard one because
they're gonna take down shoot to survive here. Just wait for it.
Okay, let's see it. Oh my gosh!
Klaus, you watch out now, son. Watch out now, son. Yeah, done. Coops is getting the dub. Uh-oh. He's got a bad angle here against Darklight. Can Darklight get off a shot? Nade might be following from Coops here. They have to clutch this. Casper gets shot in the back. TL coming to their rescue. Will Liquid help out the Wolves? Shoot to survive is taken down fully. Coops, no, not like this. He's on fire. Not in a good way.
Got a lot of bandies.
He's got some HP though, yeah. There's a body there as well.
Bro, not the spot to
stop!
No!
Oh my God!
I was wondering if he's gonna be able to get it off, and that's Coops down. 6 eliminations. It's Wancho and Doran.
Oh, of all, why not just go in and loot from the inside? I don't know if it was possible, but he stopped on the stairs. I'm so sad right now.
They only need a couple more points.
Boys, Doran can do it. Wancho can support him. They're out of the zone. No big deal. There's 6 elims right here for sure. They can find 6 there.
And if Juancho does this, and if they do make it to second place, he will officially ascend from Juanchito to Juanchon. And that's a big ascension. Let's see. Uh-oh, Influence Rage coming mighty close. A couple Team Liquid's right here, too. Maybe Wolves can capitalize on this craziness as little boy putting in some work on Ayala here. It is just racing madness, and Laura's getting the confirm on the Mythic. All Glory King is now here. What's going on?
Doran picked up Ayala. Ayala got knocked, and that's another one in the column for Wolves. And so they are just 4 points now behind Alpha 7, still with 2 left up. And due to all the chaos up north, Influence Rage has given them a sliver of hope, but now they drive into Team Liquid. Can Doran escape with his life? He's wide out into the open. No! And it's not possible. Wolves eliminated, and they'll be sitting in third. But now the question is, can they stay there? Team Liquid only 6 points behind. 2 members of Team Liquid still sitting here pretty in this circle.
Yeah, but the placements, they're not getting any. If they get eliminated, 2 Team Liquid players are eliminated down and out. So being just in that northern edge, yeah, I believe they have a buggy maybe for a rotation here, PB. But if you're Team Liquid, you got to get a lot of points here. You got to be able to find these frags on whether it's AGG to your west side up the mountain. Maybe it's to the east with INF that was just kind of keeping you on the edge at bay from your rotation being a 4-man. And it's really a rare sight to see Team Liquid, in my eyes, make a mistake like that. They had that prime spot that Chief and Cardozo are currently playing, but instead they rotated out north, getting eliminated. And this was the match I thought they would be able to win it. And obviously they still can, but with it being a 2-man, it's a tough order to ask for.
You just need a hard shift north here, Enigma. That's all you need. Hard shift north. They've got the compound. Okay. Lots of open ground between them and anyone trying to approach. So they can probably count on a third party to knock anybody that's approaching them. And the only people that are really in the area is All Glory Gaming. So that's the only squad they really need to worry about right now. They just need to hope that they get zone blessed. So I'm not writing off TL just yet.
They could do it. They could do it. Definitely don't want to write these guys off. Only 2 players up. Good position, though. Anything can happen. So many mid-pack teams, though, still here that could possibly jump up on the leaderboards here. iNCO's got a good spot. Rolls of War have a decent spot as well. Let's see where this next zone's going to go in the graveyard. Perfect fitting here. Okay, all right. Just a little bit towards the south. That's going to be tough for Team Liquid.
Savage Esports in a good spot, though. Looking at them once again as we take a peek into the action. Intense Game has been camping up here on top of this little plateau the entire round. Finally, they're going to have to move off it a little bit as the circle's going to force them inward. They don't have a lot of places they can go off here because it's just a sheer cliff face down below. But man, oh man.
Yeah, but the nice thing is they've got, in my eyes, 2 freebies right here. 9Z, the team that desperately needed points, definitely not making it. Yeah, what have they done today, Jukes, as 9Z? They've gone from the top downward, and it's going to be from a team like IG as well as iNCO, which, if they were to perform well this game, definitely doable. They could pass up those middle-of-the-pack teams, and I mean, 9Z, man, as a duo, you got to face the cliffside. We've seen so many teams struggle, and even getting close to Rafa on this mountainside, let alone the player baiting in the buggy, so... Your 9Z, we got to see the magic happen. Essentially going to be this 4v2 spot from all angles. And the nade! Oh my goodness, almost knocked them. And I mean, I can't picture it here, Jukes. This is looking like the demise for 9Z.
It's not looking very good. I'll tell you that right now. Remix drives, gets headshotted immediately, and he is out the car. 3 points indeed.
Are these guys good at PUBG Mobile or what? I mean, good lord. Those shots are ridiculously filthy. Just like 5 headshots. I mean, just crazy. Good shots there from Intense Game to take down 9Z. And 9Z wraps up a rough day, in danger of falling from 2nd all the way to 8th. Intense Game and iNCO still in a position, Influence Rage in a position to actually pass them up. So Influence Rage already by them. And just 7 points behind right now is iNCO and IG. So, whew, that is a tough spot for 9Z to be in, that's for sure.
Super tough spot. Goodness gracious. iNCO been on fire today. Now they got their eyes set on Influence Rage. Let's see what happens. Your iNCO Gaming, man, I'll tell you what. Representing North America. All these guys speak Portuguese, though, and I'll tell you what, they got a good idea what Influence Rage does.
Yep. I'll say, you hear those shots? Those are the shots of Team Liquid's hopes going up in smoke.
Oh, God.
Those are getting gunned down trying to leave that compound. They waited to the last possible second, but Team Liquid, their dreams are done. They're currently in 4th, but hey, 4th might be safe. We'll see. They're 12 points ahead right now. That's not insurmountable, but that means that it's like Influence Rage needs a chicken dinner, perhaps, to get by them at this point.
I think it's a matter if it goes east or west side of this road. The circle shift's about to pop. We've got a lot of teams forced to kind of just play the edge outside of Savage Esports. That's been sitting pretty all game in that center compound. And yeah, we see it even as well. You were saying it, IG forced to play the cliffs with All Glory Gaming just below them. Now we see the circle shift that centers up into the roadside. A bit of a 50-50, more towards this eastern edge, but I like the way you brought it up, Jukes, about them speaking Portuguese and stuff, because Seven Worlds was hyping up Bruno, saying this is the guy that gets loud in the arena when he starts popping off. And I wanted to see them do the three-peat on the first 3 matches. This time around, it could very well be the final match of the day to secure themselves up in it. But I mean, so many of these teams left in the lobby. I'm talking Intense Game, Influence Rage, even iNCO. They have had some star seller performances throughout this phase 2, and really any one of these squads could be taking the last win to shake up that leaderboard at the very end of phase 2.
Royals of War getting dangerously close over on the other side to Influence Rage. They're tucked just below the little cliffside, little ridge, hoping that they're going unnoticed. We'll see as we have Intense Game doing basically the same thing over All Glory Gaming. Some nice battle for elevation here. Everyone seems to know where each other's at, and it comes down to the grenade play, but VIP helping from range. ROW, they get the third party in on Lil Boy, or on Lorenzen, and this is a tough spot. The Influence Rage is completely pinned down here.
Down indeed. It looks like VIP as well, maybe taking shots. I'm surprised Savage couldn't get any angle onto Little Boy with the res, but maybe just a right timing situation for Influence Rage. And they're actually going a little bit deeper, maybe a bit of a juicer little bull spot that Laws found. I'm not sure if they're going to look to group with them. Yeah, they are. Maybe burn the Murano, blow it up on this next rotation. Kind of just hedge your bets that you get this circle shift. With it being stage 6, only assume it's going to center up somewhat as we see it as well here all in the north. AGG, they're trying to rotate in just under Intense Game going more towards Savage Esports' side of the zone, and it's really a trouble coming down this mountaintop. You've waited so long to get into the circle, only having a few eliminations under your belt. It kind of spells a recipe for disaster here. You didn't accomplish as much as you wanted in Intense Game. They full sent in front of M19, now forced into the 1v2 full push by Adrian in silence, and he doesn't win the one. AGG allowing the top side of the hill to be taken, and now with Fran, he understands they're going to start peeking over. The sticky bomb comes through, not able to find the mark, and you're just pinned down here. You're waiting for Font to get that sort of shots going on to you, and Guapo, oh my goodness, the UAS almost exploding on the frag grenade toss, but Intense Game having the casualties drop from, I believe, iNCO Gaming across the circle here from the east, taking spot shots, make that even Influence Rage. Jukes, if you're Intense Game, do you go for the wipe or do you go for that sort of circle shift play?
Send it, because if VIP get 2 more points, they are not in last place. Oh, and boom, just like that, Adrian's down. Podrino, he's gonna have to send it on the buggy. He's getting pieced up back and forth. Oh, it's not looking good. It's the lay down. Oh, that buggy's gonna just blow up any second now.
I think it's stuck. I don't think he can even use that there.
He can use it for cover. That's about it.
How much cover is it going to be, though, if AGG's on you?
Hopefully enough, but AGG looking pretty menacing right now as they're trying to secure the high ground. They're just hoping for the third-party shots from Influence Rage across the way. They've buried themselves in and are trying to get it done, but now Fran cannot see. Luckily, iNCO on the third party. Look at this, into your living room. Fran returns and Pedrinho goes down.
Big win there. Now intense game. They were a 4-man here, sending it down. Now down to just Rafa, who hit the shots earlier on. I believe got Guapo, but the shots through the smokes. VIP, you said they weren't going to be in last anymore, Jukes. The placement points, they're adding up. I believe they maybe just need one more on the mark to not be in that 16th spot, but we're not.
They have a win, I think, don't they?
We want to see what these... Yeah, I think they do, at least for this phase, potentially.
It might have been round 1. I can't remember if it was round 1 or round 2 where they got their win, but they did have one win so far, but I am stoked to see that. Well, they're gonna get one more. It's no big. They're down to one player. I mean, maybe we'll see.
They're almost about to double their points on the day. 6 points so far in the first 5 games. Now they have 4. Let's see what VIP can do. Influence
iNCO
Rage,
looking strong.
Yeah, they're looking real good. That's Influence Rage done for. So now it's up to iNCO. iNCO with all 4 up. In order to pass up these teams, they got to wipe out the whole lobby. So they definitely got to step up the aggression.
Did you see how many points they have? I mean, there's not a ton left in the lobby. They can secure a total of, it looks like 8 more elims total, or 7 more elims total, and they can get 10 for the chicken dinner. So 17 points would move them well above multiple other teams. We're talking like 4 other teams that could leapfrog right now. So iNCO's got a massive opportunity in front of him.
Yeah, if they could somehow steal Demenor on that north side from Savage Esports, maybe even pick up the duo. We see it here as well. Vitali trying to land the shots. If they could get both of these sort of weakened teams, leave Savage Esports on that western side, they could accumulate a lot of points they need. And obviously the placement points being 10 total if they were to win the match here, PB, it is a recipe for success, but can they make it happen? We see Savage Esports trying to at least get this elimination under their belt. On to the last VIOUS Gaming member in iNCO. Looks like Vitali finally picks it up through the smoke. 8 eliminations now, 6 actually. Wow, being on McGrell, and he's showing up, and now they understand the situation, the lay of the land. Savage Esports taking that western edge, trying to control all of the circle here.
Huge game from McGrellin so far. He's got 6 eliminations. I don't think he's done yet either. Full squad for iNCO right now. ROW's had a massive game also. They've been busy the entire time. 1,700 damage out of Royals of War, and that leads everyone in the lobby. So we'll see if they're able to keep that going. Nades in, trying to connect with iNCO, but they're just a bit further back than they realize. Now the vehicles have popped off. Savage on their way in. McGrellin not able to land the shots as Snacks forces him back. Savage trying to do amazing things here to round out their day. They've had an incredible day 3 in our second round.
iNCO with the domination, man. By far the most powerful team today in the final day of round 2. This squad has woken up big time. Hey, Savage still out there. Let's go,
That's
Savage.
what I was saying. This is their 4th top 4 of the day.
You're right, Savage.
They didn't have a single rank point yesterday. Not one. Not one time in the top 8. And today they've been in the top 4 different times.
These guys are gaming. But are they iNCO gaming? Pretty close. I don't lie.
Well, it's stage 9 right now, guys. It's going into nothing. And iNCO, for the most part, they're kind of in nothing. They're trying to hold on to the skins of their teeth, being able to play, I guess you could say, that center spot. They're all hugging vehicles, just trying to wait out Savage for moving across the roadside. But Royals of War, they're the main focus from both of these squads being down in this little trough between both 4-man teams. Savage being the first to lose a member. Now, actually, both Savage players being stuck on the southern edge of the circle here. So really anyone's game still. iNCO Gaming needs to be able to find these points, because I'm not sure what that leaderboard is going to look like. Every point matters, and you said it, Beckstreaks, it could always be down to just that one elim.
McGrellin still feeling it, gets another knock here, takes down Aragods. McGrellin goes down, though, in exchange. David returns. One member for ROW remains. It's a 2v1v1. Octi, the clutch lord from Savage Esports, trying to steal the elim, and he does. Not going to go to iNCO, but the game will. iNCO Gaming clutches their 3rd chicken dinner of the day. Boys, they needed to deliver big, and they've done so. We thought they might be able to challenge for the top, and boy, they are in the mix of it now, Hot Jukes.
What a crazy day here. I mean, Wolves had 3 chicken dinners yesterday. iNCO bust out 3 chicken dinners on the day. What a performance from the squad. Honestly, round of applause. Hopefully we see them utilize these points and this momentum into the finals, because guys, come Friday, we're all back to 0, and those points are going to really matter.
They really will, and they've done themselves a great justice today by securing so many placement points higher. I mean, just think the 3 chicken dinners that they were able to obtain, that's probably 60 points or close to it right there. I mean, that is jumping multiple places above the competition, so they were able to put probably 5+ points into their head start column going into the finals. We'll see how that pans out, but I can't help but think that it's going to be hugely important for them. So let's take a look at the action that went down in our final game of the league phase. Break it down for us, Enigma. This play from the Wolves at the start was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it all came down to Xforce forcing this 4v4, not knowing it was Alpha 7, taking what seemed like ages for the fight to really unfold and accumulate, and you called it best, PB. Doran, as soon as he sees that thirst on Revo, gets fully active, is able to spot out the moment, but unfortunately for the Wolves, we saw immediately after making such a beautiful play, getting caught on rotation, losing players in the vehicles, a sort of sob story for the Wolves, unfortunately not able to pass up these other squads. And the Wolves, man, we wanted to see more out of them. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but a team that definitely was able to step up here, of course, Rose of War, iNCO, even the likes of Influence Rage being able to find themselves in this late game. A lot of points for teams that were really trying to make that movement up the leaderboard, but unfortunately, they went 3 for 3. The big dogs, the big lions, I guess you could say, in the lobby based off of their logo. iNCO Gaming, man, just stellar performance.
iNCO crushing it in this one, 12 eliminations. Man, oh man, McGrellin having himself a game. He nearly picked up a 7th elim as well, but you saw Savage Octi steal it on the way in with his S12K. Savage moment indeed, but man, Vitaly, can't say enough great things about him. He led the way with 779 damage, 4 elims to boot, but what an incredible day all the way around for iNCO Gaming, and honestly the North American region with both iNCO and Wolves challenging the tops of the leaderboards. I was really proud of what the boys did this afternoon, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to give it up to these guys. I love the effort from the Wolves on this game. I mean, we're talking about it a little bit earlier. For them to make that push, it was the right play, right? It's just unfortunate they weren't able to survive just a little bit longer. And I think they would have solidified that 2nd place. But man, a great day today from these teams that we really didn't expect. iNCO Gaming showed up big time. Hey, Savage Esports showed up big time too, right? I mean, they put on some crazy points today. So you never know what's going to happen come finals time. I think you just got to just shake it off, use tomorrow to just say, hey, all right, we're going to reset back to 0. We got to start off strong and just start putting in that work, because these teams have shown that, hey, you know what, no matter what, we can play. We're here to make some money.
They sure will, and a big fall off here from 9Z today. Coming into the day, 2nd place, just goose egg after goose egg, it felt like, and unfortunate for them, they do it again in map 6. Man, a big fan of this team so far this tournament. They showed that they clearly are one of the better teams in the lobby when they're on. When they're off, they're just as human as everyone else. We'll see where that factors into the overalls as we check those out. Let's see who finishes on top. It's going to be Loops. But Alpha 7 wraps up 2nd place for our Phase 2 in League. We've got Wolves in 3rd. Team Liquid narrowly holds on to that 4th place spot. Their performance in this last match, those 2 players just hanging on, was clutch, because iNCO Gaming riding their 3rd chicken dinner of the phase. They get all the way up to 5th place. So massive jump from them. 133 points. Influence Rage finishes in 6th and all the way to 7th, going from 2nd to 7th. In one day is 9Z. So intense game rounds out your first page, but Enigma, what do you make of the standings?
For the most part, it's just the sob story of 9Z, right? Just the poor performance today, not being able to keep up near the top. Now, obviously, it's not like they dropped towards that 10th, 11th, 12th range mark, but if you're a team that had such a dominant performance in the first 2 days, coming into the final day of the phase, which is the day before grand finals, right? You losing out on potentially, what is that, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 advancement points. It really is not going to sit well. I hope not only tonight, but the next 2 days, they're able to kind of sit back and remind themselves how they were able to get there on the leaderboard. These squads have what it takes, and obviously I'm a fan of Remix. I want to see him bounce back today because he seemed off from his usual performances, but that's definitely a team that we got to be watching for come the grand finals.
Speaking of grand finals, these teams were playing during this whole league phase for head start points. And those are points that they can take in as a bonus into our grand finals round. And here is the way that shaped up. On the left column, you'll see our round 1, which took place last week. Alpha 7 finishing in the top spot with 15 points, a dominant 232 points. You can see the more balanced team, points this week with only 169 for first place. Loops will take 15 points into the finals as well. So Alpha 7 is the big winner, though. Overall, they have 27 points that they're going to be taking forward. Big bounce back, though, from teams like the Wolves, like Team Liquid. They're going to be super happy with their performance there. But overall, the big winner of League Phase, Alpha 7, Hot Jukes.
Color me shocked, right? I am not surprised at all. They're the top team right now playing. The previous World Cup champions came to play here once again. It's always good. But there's a lot of big movers here. I mean, we saw Savage put up a lot of points today. We saw, iNCO go from 9th to 5th here in this final day. The big drop off, though, was 9Z, man. They were at 2nd place going into today and went down to almost 9th. That's pretty crazy. So hopefully they're able to shake that off and, show what they could do. And I'm really looking towards Remix, right? To talk to his team, say, hey, guys, let's make it happen here come finals time.
I'm confident they'll get it together. It's a shame that they dropped some points. Again, today's big winner is Alpha 7. And amongst that squad, we have a hero in the MVP runner, MVP spot for the whole league phase. It's going to none other than Revo. The man came out on a tear in week 1, putting up 60 almost eliminations, and he rides that momentum into a strong week 2 as well. 86 overall. He finishes 24 eliminations ahead of 2nd place, which again is no slouch either in Vatine. Incredible performance, and not only that, boys, look at the damage output here. This dude is head and shoulders above every other team in this lobby, and he's going to be trying to take that performance, obviously, into the grand finals. Do you think he'll be able to do it, Enigma?
Yeah, I think so, and the scary thing about it is we're not seeing just one Alpha 7 player up the right. We're also seeing Squash. Obviously, he's 30 eliminations back from his teammate counterpart, but we remove Revo out of it. Loops, Vitzen, Squash isn't that far behind him. The damage as well is actually over that of the 2nd place player. So coming into finals, I think Alpha 7, especially if you can get a knock, thirst, or just understand where they're at in these next few matches come grand finals, you got to focus them. You got to have the target on their back because we're allowing these players to stay up too long in these lobbies and they start dominating the competition. I mean, we're talking a 5,000 damage difference between 1st and 2nd place. Really is just a showing of how strong Alpha 7 was, and it's no shocker to us that we saw, what was that, 27 bonus points they're going to get from phase 1 and phase 2. I mean, Alpha 7's already starting off with a huge lead.
Incredible stuff from Revo. Congratulations to him on picking up the MVP of League Phase. We'll see if he can return as the MVP of the Grand Finals. He'll have an opportunity to do that in just a moment. Speaking of damage, though, you talked about him being head and shoulders above everyone else. The whole Alpha 7 squad, all 4 members are in the top 7 in damage overall in this lobby. So just incredibly deep from top to bottom on that roster, but none stand taller than Revo right now as he secures the MVP. So with that, Hot Jukes, let's give a bit of a forecast to what we can expect for the grand finals. We've seen 2 phases of league play, and now everything matters. The points matter, and the ranks will determine which 3 teams will be moving on to the Esports World Cup.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to see some head start points going into it right off the rip. Alpha 7 have so many that they could fall asleep for the first 2 matches and then start playing, which is pretty wild. So, I mean, Alpha 7, they're going to have the biggest expectation on their shoulders possible to end it in first place. I am very certain we're going to see them in the World Cup. At this point, it's going to be who's going to challenge them, right? And honestly, I really love what I saw from the Wolves, overall here. We saw them really put in some good games. They're more cohesive than I think we've ever seen them before. So hopefully they could really just tighten that up and lock it in here towards the last day. Because one thing we heard all tournament long was about all this secret technology, right? All these secrets these teams have been holding back for the grand finals. I want to see those secrets. What do you guys think that they're going to be? That's my big question.
We'll keep an eye on that. But with that, love to get your final thoughts as well, Enigma. Next Friday, or I guess this Friday through Sunday, we've got the grand finals coming up. What do you expect to see from these teams? Is it going to be more of the same? Do we have some secrets in store? Let us know.
I think we're going to see the same, at least from Alpha 7. Right, I mean, starting off with essentially a win and a half over a lot of these other teams just off of their performance alone from Phase 1 and Phase 2. But I got to give the NA bias. I want to see iNCO. I want to see Wolves contending for that top 3. We got to have NA in there at some point in the EWC. And for the most part, these squads, yeah, it's top 3, but you want to make it there. You want to just taste it. And for iNCO, with these 3 wins today, yeah, they weren't close to that top part of the bracket, but they were able to prove to themselves that we can dominate the lobby just like Alpha 7 in some of these days. So I'm looking forward to seeing which of our 2 NA teams that have already shown signs of life, if they can perform, or will they allow some of these other teams like Team Liquid, the Brazilian squads out there to take those 2nd and 3rd place spots.
Amazing, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to cast these League Phase games with you. And with that, we've got our finals set. They will be going down this Friday through Sunday. The grand finals will see 3 teams move on to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, going down July 24th through August 2nd. Make sure you guys lock in your calendar for that. But before we get to the grand finals on Thursday, live at 4 p.m. Eastern time, we have ourselves a fun show match where some of these players will be competing in a little bit more of a lax environment. We invite you to tune in for that show match as well. So excited to see what is going to go down and who can show off some of their gun skills in the most extraordinary way, shall we say. But with that, my name's been Power Big. I've been the host for your league play. Taylor Reflections Noble will be hosting this show to kick off this Friday, so make sure you guys join up. Wish everyone well. Big thank you to the production team, to PUBG Mobile, to the Observer crew, and to you guys in chat. It's been an exciting League Phase tournament. Congratulations to Alpha 7 for taking the most bonus points into the finals with them. We'll see if they can back it up, though, in the grand finals where it counts. Until next time, y'all, thanks so much. We'll see you out on the battlegrounds. Take care.
Xforce takes the fight with VG, and I'm not sure what happened here. I felt Xforce
and somehow, some way, these teams are able to get past these chokes with the finish, and now Blue Zone starting to pay a factor. 9-14.
They just come out from nothing. They're able to get all the players. They said
I think there's time for Alpha 7 to win here.
No way. No way.
I think it's going to be iNCO. They've got the zone positioning at stage 9 the whole time. Unfortunately, Snacks, he gets protected.
Oh, all right. Don't take that chicken dinner.
VIOUS Gaming trying to keep the momentum going. They got Nunez there. His team drove off and left him. They're like, listen, guy, you're of interest, I think, for many other squads.
Oh, man. What a day.
Alpha 7 out. You got 9Z out. That is they having a day. I said we needed to get a couple from a player. And your vehicle's on rotation. That is the difference in what that speed gets you. So
2 NA squads on either side of Alpha 7 does not.
The fire from Xforce if Xforce swaps positions with them. No.
Top spot on the leaderboard with the team the halfway point of the match here, guys.
He took out the prison and oh my gosh.
The Wolves compound actually slamming onto the knocked player, trying to shoot.
In this one, maybe we'll call it, but still, intense coming in from up the hill any moment. Now, VIOUS is spying them out.
Sending it on in. Mystic got that off angle. When is he going to start taking those shots? So violent. Savage Esports coming to play. You can see
secure a knock here.
Got 24 cases, got the punch.
9C, who is in trouble yet again. They have just not been able to over on the left side. Reyes and Colboat are down. Alpha 7 and now Law goes head-to-head with Nunez. They both with should be out of the lobby soon. We'll see. It's the big old standoff.
Forced into the 1v2. And he crossed the field. He's cheap in
land, but he moves. Now on the push. DBS in hand to turn what looked like sure defeat into the jaws.
In front of M19 now forced into the 1v2.
Lord from Savage Esports trying to steal the elim, and he does. Not going. They are in the mix of it now, Hot Juice.
What a crazy day here. I mean, Wolves had 3 chicken dinners yesterday.